Okay. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Dear guests, distinguished guests, welcome to this second day of the International Conference on Islamic Banking and Finance, organized by Al-Qura University. A brief about what's going to happen today. Today, we are concentrating on academic perspectives. The whole day is devoted to the academic angles on things. So we will have, after this first plenary session, we will have the parallel sessions in which most of your papers will be presented. The first plenary session today is on a very important topic which is always discussed in the circles of Islamic banking and finance and economics, and that is the challenges for publication of the research which academics in this field face when going to publish their work in the mainstream or in any sort of global level of publications, journals, etc. So this panel is going to discuss that. I will introduce the chair of this panel, distinguished guest of ours, Professor Sayyid Nazim Ali from the Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies, the director of the Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies. at Hamad bin Khalifa University in Doha in Qatar. I will hand over now to Professor Nazim Ali to introduce the rest of the panelists, inshallah. Thank you. Can we have the mic?
Yeah, I got it. Yes. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Thank you, Dr. Zaman. And once again, it's a great pleasure and honor to be here. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the day 2 of the conference. We had a wonderful day yesterday. It's a very successful day. And I would like to extend my profound thanks to the organizers, especially to the Dean, Dr. Saleh Agla, and entire his crew. So I think they deserve a special round of applause. Please join me. I know it's a morning session, especially on the second day of an international conference. We have seen somehow in the Islamic finances conferences, always the second day becomes a little bit, in terms of, performance-wise, attendance-wise, a little slower than the first day. So this is something that, we should take a very serious note of our conferences. So anyway, once again, on behalf of the organizers, I extend you a very warm welcome to this panel, the 4th plenary panel on publishing of Islam, research, publishing challenges of publishing in Islamic economics and finance. We have a distinguished panel. We have a distinguished panel of four speakers, and they collectively they bring decades of experience. They are more or less authorities in their own areas, and we are very much honored to be to have them, and we are very much grateful for the time to come and they share their thoughts. I think it's going to be very, very interesting, the panel, and I'm sure there will be a lot of learning curve in it. So, the first panelist I have on my left is Professor Asad Zaman. He's a prolific author, and currently he is the Vice Chancellor of Pakistan Institute of Development Economics in Islamabad, Pakistan. And next to him is Professor Mohammad Asde. He's a professor in the Durham University Business School, and an accomplished author, and an editor of the Review of Islamic Economics. And then we have Professor Kabir Hassan. Professor Kabir Hassan, he comes from the United States. He's a professor at the New Orleans University, Louisiana, and he's an editor of the several Islamic finance journals, especially they are published from Emerald Publishing House. Is one of the high-impact journals in the Islamic finance field. And the last but not the least is Dr. Khalid Hussaini. He's a professor of accounting from Plymouth University. So each one of them will discuss the challenges the field is facing in publishing from different perspectives, as well as the suggestions to draw a roadmap to improve the quality and the quantity of Islamic finance and economics publications. I request each panelist to spend about a little bit, like 10 to 12 minutes or 13 minutes to give their initial thoughts. And then they will have plenty of time, inshallah, during the Q&A to share their further thoughts and to answer your questions. So we try to make it a very interactive session, hopefully, so that, we can get your input as well. So before I invite the distinguished panelists to give their thoughts, to share their thoughts, let me share with you the current state of publications in the field of Islamic finance and economics. It's something that we should remember before publishing, we should talk about what is the state of research the research capacity in producing those contents. If you don't produce the good research, then you are not there something to disseminate it. So it all depends actually what sort of research is being produced, what sort of research is being conducted, and how it is being conducted, where it is being conducted, and what are the outlets available for its dissemination and the channels of dissemination, where one can go and share the findings of the research. Over the past 2 decades, scholarship in the field of Islamic finance, as you all know, expanded in many folds, and multiple outlets have emerged to disseminate the research findings. However, there is still some concern among a section of scholars within our disciplines as well as outside our discipline to say that, this field of Islamic economics, yet to become a major attraction of academic interest. That means it still lacks several important scientific communication norms. And that is something that, we would like to hopefully, my panelists will address those things. This is in spite of the fact that the several respected institutions worldwide are offering master's and PhD programs in the field of Islamic finance and economics. We identify at our center is in Qatar Foundation, there are 90 institutions worldwide offering the master's and PhD programs in Islamic finance and its related disciplines. And further, out of curiosity, I went to conduct a quick search in the World Cat database to see what's happening. So between 2005 to 2015, there were reported to be 353 theses and dissertations accepted in the area of Islamic finance by various universities worldwide. And similarly, through a quick search of the Arabic databases, there are some Arabic databases also right now. In the past, they were not there, but now they are there. So we managed to identify 275 theses and dissertations in Arabic submitted to various universities. So these figures quoted, are just the samples, and they do not represent, reality in the scholarship of Islamic finance. Further, it is promising to note that a good number of students select Islamic economics and finance and its related disciplines as their research area, even at the universities where Islamic finance as a subject are not formally offered. For example, between 1995 to 2014, there were more than 25 theses in Islamic finance and related disciplines submitted in various schools at Harvard University. So you all know that Harvard University, we don't have any formal program, but there were about between 25 to 30 theses are written on Islamic finance and its related disciplines. And this is a trend, this is a very encouraging trend, and it does show that, there is a seriousness for this discipline. There are students, there are young students that are interested to pursue their career or to look into this field more critically. And as you all know, that the academic research is the backbone of any discipline. It's a foundation. So, and that research is done on the academic, in an academic direction or supervision. So that's a good trend. I think it should be noted, And also further, a quick search of the 3 large databases, EconLit, ABI Inform, and Business Premier. These are the 3 databases I searched, and the report, there were about 400 mainstream journals have published Islamic finance papers between 2005 to 2015. 400 mainstream journals between 2005 to 2015 published Islamic finance articles. I have the list of all those journals. If anyone is interested, I will be happy to share with you. And we have identified, come back to our field of Islamic economics and finance, we have identified through our exhaustive search, there are 50 journals or 50 periodicals in the field of Islamic finance and economics in English. And similarly, we also searched, the various databases and outlets to find out there are 25 in Arabic. And by any standard, a majority and most of them consider as they lack actually scholarly, norms. So they cannot be called academic journals, a majority of them. But however, with the exception of, Review of Islamic Economics and the Emerald journals, that tells that, our authors are looking upon the mainstream journals to disseminate their findings, so that their findings will be widely available. And because what happens, if you publish in the mainstream journal, they are indexed and abstracted and covered by the secondary services. So at the end of the day, that your research is widely disseminated. If you publish it in a journal which is not indexed and abstracted, that means you are just simply, for the purpose of publication, you published it. So we need to work very hard to see how our journals get into the secondary sources, are covered by the major indexing and abstracting services. Well, I think with that background, I will stop right here because there's so much to cover. But I would like to invite, my first distinguished panelist, and he doesn't require any further introduction at all, Professor Asad Zaman. And I have requested him especially in addition to what he has prepared, to cover, how we can enhance the quality of Islamic finance research. How we can build the capacity. That's something very important. So to you, sir. Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Nahmaduhu wa nasalli ala Rasulih al-Kareem. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So Dr. Nazim has said that he has asked me to say a few things about some additional matters, but he has not really given me any additional time. So let's start with...
We started 10 minutes later.
Started 10 minutes late, okay. So start by saying that innamal a'mal bin niyat. So the question is, why should we do any research in Islamic finance? So the question that is being asked is, how can we publish in mainstream journals? Are there any barriers? Can we create independent platform? If we are Islamic, can it be accepted by the mainstream? There are many such questions which were posed in the agenda. So the question is that on Yawm al-Qiyamah there will be an alim, and he will, Allah Ta'ala will ask him, what have you done for me? So he will say that I spent my life in the seeking of knowledge and in the spreading of it. So Allah Ta'ala will tell him that you did it for fame. So this is not recognized here, and there's nothing for you here. And he will be thrown into Jahannam. So to seek recognition or fame is a rather dangerous objective. Actually, of course, we do research, we try to acquire knowledge which will be useful for the service of the ummah. So then the question is, what kind of knowledge is that will help the ummah? Is it the knowledge that will get publication into the international journals or not? I'm not sure. It seems likely that there is a fundamental contradiction between these things. Seeking to get publication may not be compatible with seeking to find things which are of benefit to the ummah. So the Prophet ﷺ said that there are two kinds of knowledge, that one is useful, which enters the heart, and the other is not useful. So the Prophet ﷺ sought that the useful knowledge, and he sought protection from the useless knowledge. So the question is, for 1,000 years we have had an intellectual tradition. In Islam there have been scholars and scholars and scholars, but to the best of my knowledge, nobody has researched on Islamic finance. So why is that? Why is it that after 1400 years of Islam, now we are thinking how to make research on Islamic finance? So when nobody thought of this for 1400 years? Well, there's something that's missing from this discourse, and that is that there is a ruh and there is a body. There is the institutions, the financial institutions that we see are just the body, but there is a spirit behind these institutions. There is a philosophy, and basic philosophy is how should the society be organized. So in the West, the philosophy arose that pursuit of wealth, seeking money is a good thing, and accumulating money is also a good thing. These are actually contrary to the spirit of Islam and actually also contrary to the spirit of Christianity. So it didn't happen immediately. It took a while for this idea to get established in the West. So once the spirit that it is okay to accumulate money and to increase it, this is all right, then the institution came which allowed this to happen, which enables the spirit. So there was in the West there was a great transformation, a change that came from when they switched from Christian thinking to secular thinking. And so as a result of this, the modern models for economics and finance, they are based on the idea of greed and competition, that everybody should seek to make money for himself and should compete with the others to do so. So all of this led to the institutions of banks, private property of a special type, which is that I have all the right to my property, nobody else has any right to it, and then profit-seeking firms. As opposed to this, Islam has the tradition of generosity and cooperation. So the Islamic financial institutions were the waqf, because the people, instead of seeking to make money for themselves, they followed the order of Allah that if you have excess money, you should spend it for others. So in order to do this, you see, if somebody goes to the bank and he says, I have 1 billion riyals, what should I do? So the bank will tell him how to make it 2 billion. But when the person with excess money went to the Prophet ﷺ said that you should put it into a waqf so that you can earn the ajr until the akhirah. So in the Islam, the financial institutions where the most of the money was were the waqf. Then again, there were the guilds. You see, in the spirit of Islam, the object of the firms is to serve the people. And the guilds were a way to combine the service. Many firms combine to provide a service to society. So actually, the firms in the West, their object is the bottom line. They do service to the people in order to earn money. But in the Islamic tradition, the conception is different. The firms earn money in order to provide service. So this is a completely opposite tradition from the Western tradition. We earn money, but earn money is not for the sake of making profits. It's so that you can use the money in order to provide service forever. Now the financial institutions of the West have had a very major bad impact in the West. The banks were the cause of the global Great Depression of '29. That led to the creation of the Chicago Plan for regulating the finance, and that led to prosperity for 50 years. But since the 1980s, deregulation has taken place and financial institutions are booming, and they have caused a great deal of harm. So if you look at the consequences, there are millions of homeless and hungry in the USA, even though it has trillions of dollars of wealth. Today, the top 60 people have more money than the bottom 3.5 billion. Today, the poor countries are paying $7 trillion in interest to the rich countries. And about the same amount of money, $7 trillion, is going from the poor countries to the rich countries as transfers by multinationals. Today, the defense budgets of the big countries is enough to provide housing, clothing, food, education, and health needs of the whole planet. Why is this? This is because of the financial institutions. They are at the heart of this system. So should we become part of this system? Should we try to be accepted to this system? So Islam came as a stranger, and it has become a stranger to the Muslims. The teachings of a revolutionary kind are never acceptable to the mainstream. The Prophet ﷺ never sought to be acceptable to the Quraysh. So the society which was created, the Islamic society, for 1,000 years, if a student wanted an education, there was never a question that he should bring some money in order to get his education. And if somebody was sick, it was understood that it is the responsibility of the society to provide for his health needs, and this is how it happened. The Waqf were there to take care of the social needs, to take care of education. Nobody had to pay from his own pocket for education. So this is the financial system of Islam. It provides for the needs of all. How can we create such a society? The Quran testifies that it was the spirit in the heart, that they feed others while they are still themselves hungry. So there is a radical paradigm shift that is needed. Today, you see, just some 20, 30 years ago, that people learned tib, doctory, in order to serve the people, because Allah Ta'ala says in the Quran, if you save a life, it is like you save all of mankind. So this was the spirit. But today, the doctor is learning medicine in order to make money. This is not an acceptable social purpose. Similarly, loans were given to help people. They were not commercial. They were not to make profits. People are talking about Islamic microfinance, but Islam has, from the day one, the microfinance as qarz-e hasana. You give to the others, not expecting anything in return. The firm objective is to maximize service. As I mentioned, insurance is cooperative. It is taking care of each other. It is not adversarial. So the spirit of Islamic insurance is very different from the spirit of Western insurance. But today what's happening is that we are trying to adopt the Western body, but we are trying to fit into it the Islamic ruh, and this is very difficult, if not impossible. Today, after the global financial crisis, everybody knows that the current financial system, the paradigm is very bad, and it's very harmful, and people are looking for alternatives. New paradigms don't come by converting the old people. You cannot change the existing system. Rather, a revolution comes by attracting the young towards the new. So today we have the potential to be leaders of the world, but we are seeking to be followers of an old and corrupt and broken down system, instead of trying to show the world what Allah Ta'ala gave us was the perfect system. اليوم أكملت لكم دينكم وأتممت عليكم نعمتي. Allah Ta'ala gave us the Kamil system, but today we think it is deficient. We would like to fulfill the defects by borrowing from the West. This is it. Yeah. So today we need to, the system, already the principles are there. How we can put them into practice, there are 100 differences in every field, in every dimension. What the Western financial systems teach is the opposite of what Islam teaches us. So today we cannot get published in their journals. We have to show them the way. We have to lead. We cannot be followers. And the leadership, just one principle which is different is that Allah Ta'ala says, وَالَّذِينَ جَاهَدُوا فِينَا لَنَهْدِيَنَّهُمْ سُبُلَنَا. What this means is that we have to do action research. We have to show, when we do a poverty, it's not we have a conference and we read papers. We go out into the fields, into the villages, and we help the people. And by taking the action, the research and the knowledge will be created. So it's in the process of trying to struggle to change the problems, to solve the difficulties, that the knowledge will be created. And that will be a different type of knowledge from the one that can be published in journals. Okay, thank you. Jazakallah.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Zaman. I appreciate it very much. And inshallah, we'll get back to you on that, how what sort of efforts that we can make. So just one more thing that I would like to share. The WorldCat database that we search, from 2005 to 2015, there were about over 1,100 monographs, books published by reputable publishers. Includes the Edinburgh University Press, Oxford University Press, Cambridge University Press, Elgar, Brill, Pearson, Wiley. You can see one side you are saying that our Islamic finance articles not been covered by the mainstream top journals, but the top publishers are looking upon the Islamic finance and economic books to publish. So from these numbers, as you can see, there's a lot going on. So I think our next speaker is Professor Mohammed Asute. As I said, he's a very eminent author and scholar. And I would appreciate if Dr. Mohammed can also shed some light on that. How do we leverage this interest to attract the wider circle of researchers beyond the Muslims to look into the topics related to Islamic finance? To you, sir.
What was the presentation?
Dr. Kabir, he put it all in here. Sorry.
When I saw his name.
It's ready?
Okay, just a second. It's a remote.
Yeah.
Which way it goes?
Right, left.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, and good to see that still there are some people around. The topic that we are discussing here, of course, yesterday's exciting sessions of how we can locate Islamic finance within the wider financial world. Professor Zaman, of course, mentioned about a new paradigm, entirely shifting the debate, which I'm going to pick up from there, because somehow I fit into the same school of thought. Perhaps not as radical as in that position, but in understanding at the same time the realities that we are facing in everyday practice of being an academic. But just when I was thinking about what to talk here, we have seen the program brochure today, the program of the conference. We are talking about 1,000 odd number of abstracts. And the question is, if over 1,000 abstract is coming to this conference, which implies that there's a potential 1,000 papers out there. The next question, what happens to those papers? One, those papers presented here. The second, those who are not presented here, thousands of them. So it implies that there's a leakage problem in the system, and we have to look into how to overcome. In other words, the whole idea of the whole culture of public publishing is an issue I can see in the Muslim world. I always reflect, perhaps somehow all the Quran revealed as a text, but somehow the tradition developed orally. Somehow the Muslim world, perhaps we are very much orally oriented cultures, and when it comes to writing and publication, is not necessarily there. That's a reflection there. But before going into it, I just want to, at the same time, bring your attention to something, an important aspect of this conference. You might recall that the very first conference in Islamic economics, 40 years ago, was in Mecca. And that's a very interesting thing. I wanted to recall those people who initiated the idea, because it is for their efforts that over the last 40 years, Islamic finance has moved, Islamic economics has moved to the different parts of the world. And I just wanted to commemorate them. I just wanted to remember that, because this is just on the 40th year. And I hope you can join me. I know that Professor Manan, Professor Fahim Khan, Professor Mazirkaf is among those first generation. And I'm grateful for them that they have set up this particular path for us that we can explore and develop, regardless of the differences in understanding what it is. But going back to the whole idea of publication, of course, as I've mentioned, of course, we have the whole idea of the paradigm shift. However, the constraints that you are working in a business school and you have to publish. And these are, of course, important dilemmas for us to look at. But what I see, because being in Durham has given us the opportunity to be able to oversee what is coming and going, to map out what is available in terms of research there. I felt that what research requires perhaps some intellectual capacity. I feel that we are terribly pragmatist in our publications or in our attempt to publish. And therefore this reflective and critical thinking, I feel the independent conduct of a research as a skill is something that has to be developed in order to take the research into publications. Hence my reference to over 1,000 abstracts, but the outcome of how many papers out there is a question mark. And therefore, the whole idea of the critical thinking, I feel that over the years by engaging quite large numbers of student population as well as receiving all those research proposals for PhD as well as conferences, somehow I feel that we have not developed that critical mass thinking. We haven't reached there. Because with the critical thinking, we should be able to unpack the ideas that we have around us to see their assumptions and building blocks so that we can construct and build something. However, we jump into the wagon of very much pragmatism rather than to understand the package, the knowledge package, and to construct something out of that later. And that's a worry. We have to be worried for that. And that pragmatism is an important issue we should be concerned. I don't mean to be, I'm not a Sharia scholar, I do not have Islamic studies background, but I understand the importance of knowledge and the informed understanding of the knowledge. Even when we say shahada, we say being a witness. We do not say that we believe that there is Allah. We say that I witness. And that witnessing directly refers to an informed understanding of what is available there. And therefore how we can bring this particular methodological notion of being is an important issue that we have to consider. And therefore the critical thinking is the essence of the starting point of knowledge even Islamically. And looking at, of course, Islamic economics and finance, therefore it is particularly knowledge driven and not market driven. In other words, we deductively start, whether we are doing fiqh-oriented or Islamic finance empirical paper, whatever it is, but in the essence of it, we start particularly from the Islamic normative world, looking at the ontology and epistemology to make a sense. And therefore, the importance of knowledge is essential in the research. So far, what we have so far, Professor Nazim Ali told us some statistics in terms of publication. But in industry as well, when we look at the development of industry gives us an important understanding how knowledge is developing, okay? So the success is there, Islamic finance success. I'm not going to go through. We hear and we are happy. It is exciting. But let's look at now. What we see with Islamic finance is just the old question, how to move capital. Okay, and what Islamic finance is doing, well, using the Islamic metaphors to do the same thing, have to move capital from one place to another, from one buying to selling. So therefore the result is not much different beyond creating transaction costs. However, I believe that the results should be different. And not because I want to see that, but my understanding of Islam, the whole idea tells me that. Therefore, how we can construct that? And that directly goes to the construction of new paradigm. And in that, how that, rather than being a metaphor of doing the old things, perhaps new things, how it can be done. I mean, just a question I always ask my students. When you have quite different nationalities in the class, that gives you an opportunity. The word for bank in every local language is still a bank. And it directly tells us that there's not necessarily an embedded institutions in the cultural or normative world of the societies that we come from. And therefore, the authentic understanding of how financing can be done so that the outcomes that we are referring can be referred to. Of course, there are different opinions of understanding, but that is what we see. And therefore, when we look at Islamic finance in the current form, does not relate to how the social formation and the political economy of the society can be changed, but rather base itself on the existing structures and tries to make it halal and Islamically available. So in other words, using different metaphor, but doing the same things. But of course, some of you might say that, well, this is banking and finance, whether that could be possible. That's a position I would respect. However, I feel that there's a story beyond that. There's a narrative beyond that. So therefore, I feel that the mindset, we have to develop that critical mindset to construct Islamic finance as opposed to just using as a new metaphor and doing the old story again. So not banking institution as alternative to other banks, but constructing a new system as an alternative to the existing one, as an existing system, as we have seen the systematic crisis. Then the task in front of us, what is to construct an Islamic economics, Islamic moral economy, whatever we call it, by identifying its particularities, particular distinguishing nature, through locating in the authentic ontology and epistemology of Islam. And therefore, a new construct has to come and inform the finance part as well. In other words, unlike Islamic finance current position, modes of production and its evolving nature in producing a new social formation that has to be imagined in order to be able to make a difference. And therefore, we need to locate banking and finance within its own consistent theoretical framework to be able to make sense. Banking and finance in the conventional fits into the conventional economics understanding. It is fed, it is sourced from there. However, in our case, banking and finance operates within the neoclassical, but then it doesn't have its own theoretical concept. And therefore, you have this tension that we have around us going in. Hence, the importance of theoretical research. So therefore, what we see is the development of emergent science rather than emergent pattern. Islamic banking and finance doing the same thing but using the Islamic metaphor. It is just a pattern, doing the same thing but with a different metaphor. However, the whole idea is how a different imagination can be constructed. Therefore, the distribution, the production, the consumption, and etc., and the role of finance in that can be identified, and hence we can develop a new paradigm, a new imagination, a new contemplation, so that the new metaphors beyond the binary positioning and locating in itself. And therefore, this emergent science has to be attempted. And Islamic economics, Islamic political economy, whatever we call Islamic moral economy, is that emergent science. And that is important for us to look into, rather than just looking at institution of Islamic banking and finance as patterns. I'm not going to go into the emergence issues, but coming to now research so far. When we look at which of course, our objective should be developing the research capacity, hence the conferences that we have. But as I mentioned, what happens after the conferences in terms of publications and the outcomes that we develop. The conducting critical thinking, that is an important part of emergent research that has to be developed. The research when we look at, in particular in the last 10 years, heavily empirical. And there is nothing wrong with being empirical. I do empirical research as well. But the issue is that terribly repetitive. If you are organizing a conference, I'm sure that colleagues can tell us that how many papers they have received with data envelope analysis looking at banking performance. And using the data, same data, thousands of papers. It is terribly, terribly repetitive. It doesn't help. I receive a lot of research proposals for PhDs, terribly repetitive. Imagination is not there, unfortunately. Therefore, creating that imagination is important. There is nothing wrong being empirical, as I mentioned, but as it enables us to look at the dynamics of a particular phenomenon. And I wish we could have historical data to look at empirically things, financing, distribution, consumption, and etc. have happened historically as well. The substantial knowledge how we can develop. But the current research does not help us to generate knowledge as such because it is terribly repetitive. And what happens at the same time, we failed as academics to shape the nature and the operation of Islamic banking, because what we do, we are being shaped, our research is being shaped by the operation of Islamic banking and finance. So we are terribly obsessed with that. We are theoretizing what they are doing rather than we create the theories and expect them to fit into those theories as normally expected how the knowledge is created. So that's an important dilemma for us to look into. In other words, Islamic banking and finance doesn't have a theoretical construct as such. Okay, it's a pragmatistically through fiqh it develops and continues, and the mimicking. Therefore, so when we look at, for instance, the confusion, of course, on the empirical studies, as the econometrics or discursive analysis, which one is good, which one is bad, but the important is perhaps, rather than looking at the nature of data and how data is analyzed, what is produced, what's the critical outcome that we produce from our research. Again, the conceptual nature of studies, empirical studies are valuable, of course, as conceptual studies, and that is important, okay? But again, looking at how to generate knowledge, developing skills as a social capital, and develop the intellectual base so that the shift, the paradigm shift that Professor Zaman refers, perhaps can be initiated. But that is an important missing point for us. And therefore, yes, empirical research is good, it is important, but it is heavily dominating. The colleagues, the new generations, have to think also how we can construct the foundation of the issues that we are talking, the theoretical base, a new imagination, how it can be constructed. We, our generation as well, has a responsibility to direct the new generation to move into the conceptual issue, whether it's finance, whether it's economics, Islamic finance, Islamic economics, that theoretical research is important. And the lack of it is a real worry for me. And therefore, the current research is not innovative. It doesn't expand our horizon or imagination. So it helps us to learn the pattern that governs the past. But as we know that the past, but our own imagination has to also look into what we can construct. The lack of analytical and critical thinking, but at the same time, the qualities, of course, it has impact on the teaching, the quality of the teaching as well. So therefore, the new paradigm can be possible by going beyond the reputation that we have around us. And such as, just an example, okay, we have been talking about Islamic banking and finance and etc. It's a microeconomics issue. How much Islamic microeconomic related research conducted? Let's look at the publications that Dr. Nazm Ali refers, of course, heavily econometric studies managed to find places. But we are talking about banking and finance, and we haven't been able to locate the conceptual aspects of banking and finance. And that's an important question mark for us, how healthy our research is beyond the issue of whether it can find a place in the journals that we are referring to. And therefore, the constructs, we have to move from words to constructs, and real efforts in the research centers such as this one should be proactively debating concepts, generating idioms, constructing paradigms, developing a new language and metaphor, okay? And that is essential for us, such as publications as the question mark, okay? How much of these conceptual issues you can publish, that's a huge question mark. Islamic conceptualization, of course, will not be able to find places in three-star or four-star journals. So what you have, peripheral journals left. But when we look at the whole publication issue in the last few years, we have three newly emerged journals specialized in Islamic finance, and in the recent ranking, they managed to find their places in the ranking. And hopefully we pray all, but because the Islamic is there, you get that reaction. It can happen, it does happen. And therefore, overcoming such an issue, the interaction, the close interaction is important so that we can communicate the message. But at the same time, we have to develop sophistication and the critical thinking in order to be able to overcome the prejudice that we have. And that's an important issue. But the issue I'm trying to raise, one, yes, it's difficult to publish. There's a prejudice. But importantly, as I mentioned, we have to look into the construct of our own research. This repetitiveness and this lack of critical thinking and conceptual thinking is an important issue that we have to overcome. We have books now. Quite large number of books have been published. But again, the quality is an issue. And we have to be very careful as well with the manuscript publications. Recently, a book published, I'm not going to tell you the title. The title tells me something else. And I got excited being an Islamic economist. And when I look at inside, it's just nothing but nothing to do with the title that suggests. This cannot be acceptable. It's a mainstream publisher. So we have to be at the same time critically to look into those issues, okay? It is increasing. Numbers of books has been published, but again, how much it contributes to knowledge. Going one step further, what is available is a question mark. So we have to be critical in terms of our own. And therefore, we have to develop the science of understanding. How to create this emergent science of Islamic economics, which can shape and form Islamic banking and finance so that we can overcome the prejudices that we have in front of us. Yes, prejudice, but as I mentioned, we have to look into the construct that we have. So Islamic banking and finance should be shaped then according to the norms produced within the process of creating knowledge, creating an emergent science rather than emerging pattern. Yes, empiricism is important and it should stay there, but it is important for us to develop the theoretical knowledge which can relate and which can locate this research into its place. And that is the important issue, that we have to have something to say, something new. And that new is missing, I feel, in our research and publications, regardless whether it is published in mainstream or beyond. And that's an issue when we look at, in the periphery, thousands of new journals are emerging. I mean, look at Malaysia or Indonesia, how many new journals. Even in Turkey, Islamic finance has become popular in the last couple of years. How many journals are being initiated? This doesn't help. Creating fictitious places to publish results in fictitious publications. Instead, we have to put the effort, have to develop the capacity so the research can find its own place for publications. And I'll stop with that, and I'll say that imagination, and utopic imagination is important, and I feel that that utopic imagination is missing in our research, in our teaching, and that is something that we have to focus on in order to develop critical publication. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Professor Muhammad Asute. And you raised very, very important questions, actually, especially with regard to the critical and conceptual, thinking. And you have also addressed, number of outlets we have and the opportunities to publish and what to publish. And you have also raised some very, very important questions with regard to plagiarism and etc. So we'll come back to that, hopefully. But right now, we have the third one, which is Professor Kabir Hassan. And as you all know that he's a very popular and editor of several very prominent journals published by Emerald Publishing Company, and they have the high impact factor. And I would like especially Professor Hassan to address, if you can shed some light on the perception of editors and publishers of the mainstream economic journals, when it comes to considering, Islamic economics and financial papers, because he has a very, extensive experience with dealing with the mainstream publisher. Now to Professor Kabir Hassan.
Auzu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Good morning, everyone. Actually, I should have come first because Professor Asad Zaman and my good friend Muhammad Asate have told 50% what I was going to say. But anyway, so let me summarize what one of my very highly admired Professor Asad Zaman, and actually I respect him a lot. He has been trained
one of the best universities in the world and has taught also in the best universities. He has published in very top journals, but he has taken a sort of different role in terms of paradigm building, and actually I accept his leadership. But we are talking here today about how to publish in mainstream journals, how to popularize the field of Islamic economics, banking, and finance. And I want to borrow a couple of words from his writing. He says, one of his emails he sent to us, that what is the difference between conventional mainstream economics and banking and finance and Islamic banking and finance is a greed and cooperation versus greed and competition versus generosity and cooperation. And with that, and that should be the essence of Islamic banking and finance, whatever I do, want to publish, want to popularize, ultimate goal that the Quran has been given to us, to the Muslim, as the final say about our life. So we start from this premise and we try to spread this message so that it does good to everyone, not only Muslim, but also non-Muslims as well. Having said this, second part, the Muhammad Asute mentioned this paradigm shift. You know, every paradigm rules for, there's a saying, rule of thumb 100 years. Then another paradigm comes in, there is a struggle, and the struggle continues. Of course, you know, the Islamic economic banking finance, the way we look at from the economic standpoint is about 40 years experiment. But the conventional banking finance has been there for many years. Now we want to popularize ourselves, we want to spread the message, and one of the way of spreading the message is to research and publication. Now I would ask the question, do you really need to publish in mainstream journal? Why do you need this? Part of the reason is that our dean will have a policy, KPI, and the KPI will tell you that you have to have a minimum 2 Scopus index journal publication. So you have an incentive to publish, because if you do not get promotion, you do not get salary raise. Now, having looked at this, and let's say you do Islamic finance, but Islamic finance can be looked at from different perspectives. One could be the Sharia perspective, one could be looking at it from the empirical, one looking at it from the case studies. So if you do any Sharia perspective, there are not a single Islamic banking finance journal which is indexed ISI. So where do you go? So you want to publish in the ISI level journal, but the ISI level journal, as my previous two presenters said, there is an allergy towards anything Islam. So you submit a journal, you pay $250 fee, it can be rejected in 2 hours. Because very reason they do not want to go beyond the word Islamic. Now within this context, how can we get to their circle, if that is our objective? So I will come from that perspective, given this situation. Not, that's true, 99% of the conventional banking finance editors are not really conducive to the idea of Islamic economics, banking and finance, unless you come from one of the top universities, Harvard, MIT, because they create paradigm. So if a Harvard professor writes something in Islamic finance, it gets acceptance faster than a person who's coming from an unknown university. Having said this, how do we break this cycle? Now, the first thing, you have to be good. Whatever you do, whether it's a Sharia epistemological research, is an empirical research, you have to have a good story, it has to be executed properly, and a well-executed, well-written paper, if for some reason it catches the eye of the editor, then he becomes sympathetic to this idea. Then he sends to the next level to a referee, and within the referee process, also the question comes in citation. So when you look at a referee, we have a list of referees, because who has published in similar areas. So if the referee turns out to be somebody who is sympathetic to this idea, then you get a second round. And this round will continue, and this process will continue for a while. Having said this, let's say in 5 years after finishing your PhD, you need to have a 5 ISL level publication in order to promote it to the next level. Today, as I speak, let's say I have an idea, and I continue this idea from now on. If everything goes very in favor of me, it will take you minimum 2 years to get an acceptance. It will take minimum another 1 year to see it in published form. Now with a 10% acceptance rate and 5 publications, you do the math. So you must have at least 10 papers in the pipeline so that you get 1 accepted paper. Now, in order to get these 10 papers in the pipeline, you need to have a research environment where you are not the only one, the researcher. There are other people who are doing research. There has to be a research budget. There has to be data. There has to be research assistant. Now, think yourself. If you do not teach in a research environment at university, so you come with a handicap situation. So whatever you produce, so you send to the journal is the second best. So now the rejection rate increases. Now when you do this, something I have borrowed from one of the professors, Richard Pfaff, he said that this template has to be there for doing any good research. You have to have a basic research question. You have to really solidify what you are trying to do. You have to have a 3 key papers. And in many cases for Islamic banking finance, it's more difficult for us because there is no prior research in this area because there is new paradigm, new research area developing. But you need to find something even in conventional space and try to tweak it. Look, we can look at from the Islamic perspective. Like for example, Islamic liquidity management. So you can bring the question of Goddard and all the ideas within the context of liquidity ratio, construction, and how that can improve on a conventional liquidity measure. So that's the way you have to find an angle. You have to have a motivation. After you get the motivation, you have to have the idea, you have to have the data, you have the tools. You have to ask yourself what's new and why you are doing it. You have to also show what is the contribution. Many cases, you'll see your paper is being rejected because they said, fine, you have done a very good job, good data, you executed, well written, but where is the contribution? I do not see why you are doing this research. And you have to really convince the referee as well as editor where is the contribution is. Having said this, right now, the given state of knowledge in Islamic economics, of course you can take separate route. You can do epistemological research, the Sharia. There are some good journals, you can target them, but it has to be very well documented, well executed. You can do theoretical, mathematical modeling of different Islamic concepts. You try to develop a mathematical model, you can calibrate. There is also a very good market demand for this type of research. And the bulk of the research, as Mehmet said, is in the empirical research. And within the empirical research, the majority, because of lack of data in the primary data collection, is the survey type of research. Very reason because if you want to do a very econometric depth data analysis, we need to have a time series panel data for long. And as far as Islamic banking finance industry is concerned, it's very non-transparent industry. If you want to do a research, it's very difficult to get the data in order to do the second stage. So now, secondary data is very scarce, but that's where the mainstream journal is looking for, because they are in the mode of logical positivism. They want to look at a theory, they want to look at the data, analysis, conclusion. And if that does not follow, they are not simply interested in it. There could be another type of research, is called meta-analysis. Having said this, as I said, there is no mainstream outlet, not a single ISI ranked journal that exists in Islamic banking and finance. There is very low impact factor. Now, many people are writing books now, edited volumes, scholarly book. That's also necessity, because when a paradigm is rising, you need to really cannot put a 30-page journal article. So you need to write really in depth, and that's where those who are leaders and thought leaders, they should be writing more scholarly books, because that's the way you develop the paradigm. Now the scholarly books have a market. All these publishers that Dr. Nazim Ali mentioned, they're interested in, except Oxford and Cambridge, as Mohammed said, they have some sort of allergy towards, I do not know why. Textbook. There is a huge demand for Islamic banking finance, but very few textbooks. Nobody is interested in writing textbooks because it does not pay you to write a textbook. You know, we have written a textbook among 3. It took us 3 years, and we get only 10% of the royalty after all the expenses are paid. If you could invest at that time in consulting, we'd be making a lot more money. So I can see why people are not writing textbooks. But we need to write textbooks because we are trying to generate the new generation of Islamic economics, banking, finance scholars. And if we do not have textbooks, how do you teach all these things? So we need to have, but the question is, from the university merit evaluation case, at least in the West, United States and Australia, I know, writing a textbook, you do not get a merit score. I mean, intellectual contribution score. Now these are the name of the journals that I know exist, are specifically geared toward Islamic banking finance, but none of them are ISI ranked. There are a few of them, such as Scopus, but inshallah, I believe with this process, it will go to a higher level. Having said this, I face this problem. There are many non-Islamic scholars or Muslim economists who have made impact level journals. So if I ask this brother, why don't you send a paper to my journal? Because if I get one of his paper in my, because he has a citation base that helps me citation of my journal. But the question is, the next thing I said, brother, I would like to help, but you know, I do have this pressure from my dean that I have to publish in Q3 or Q4 level journals. So why should I give you mine? Because my job is at stake. In that case, I remember you need to have this gratuity and cooperation. You're publishing a lot of big journals. Why don't you just give one paper to my journal that helps me to move to the next level? So you need to have this cooperation. Having said this, I feel, and publishing in this area, we do not have a good cooperation among ourselves. Every other, in America, if there's a Chinese, Chinese helps another Chinese, Indian helps another Indian, but believe me, a Muslim does not help another Muslim. When the publication comes into play, I do not know why. But it should be our crux of our religion. We have to be cooperative in terms of publication each other. In terms of, taking our journal to a higher level, in terms of trying to help another brother to get an ISL level publication. As I said, all of this ISL, this another thing, everyone requires a very high level of submission fee. For example, Mehmet was mentioning that Pacific Basic Finance Journal has brought out a number of special issues in Islamic finance. Every time you submit a journal, let's say you submit a journal first time, you have to pay $185 submission fee. That paper can be rejected in 2 hours, but let's say it goes to the referee process, it passes the first, and you are asked to revise and resubmit. Then you submit your revised version, you pay another $185. Just imagine yourself, you're sitting in Bangladesh, for example. First of all, paying this money, you have exchange control. Second, $185, probably 2 months of your salary. So how many people of us can really afford to just meet this barricade? So that creates another obstacle for us to publish in good journal. Having said this, you'll see the publishing has become and also a business for many of us. There are a number of predatory journals. Now this online journal, I'm sure if you're an academic and you have submitted paper somewhere or you have presented paper in conference, you'll get an email, or such and such journal, you know we do not require anything, you can publish, we welcome to publish in our journal. Please be aware of these predatory journals. It will kill or ruin your academic reputation. It's not going to build your career, neither it's going to help the profession or building Islamic economics, banking, finance as a separate sub-discipline. Now, remember, at the end, why you are here? Why you are professor? We could have been made money going to the industry. We are professor because we want to teach, we want to create a new generation of scholars. We enjoy it, we love to create knowledge, we love to share knowledge. So whenever you are publishing, you have to have this mindset in mind that yes, I'm publishing with an objective in mind, not only to please my dean, not only to go to the next level of promotion, not only to get a higher pay raise. So without that zeal inside us, anything that we do as a Muslim is meaningless. That's all, my friends. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kabir Hassan. We'll get back on all those issues that you have raised. Now, our last panelist is Professor Khalid Al-Husseini. Professor Khalid will be speaking in Arabic. So we have the headsets. Please, if you don't have one, I will appreciate the organizers to provide the headsets to those who require. So thank you.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بداية بشكر الله سبحانه وتعالى انه قدر لي ان انا اجي مكة هنا واعمل برزنتيشن في موضوع المحاضرة. الخاص بالببليكيشن. ثم بعد ذلك أشكر المنظمين هذا المؤتمر الرائع اللي الواحد بيشرف إن هو التحق به وليه فرصة يتكلم 3 مرات اليوم في الانترناشونال ببليكيشن، وعندي بحثين هكلمهم إن شاء الله. وأيضا أشكر الحضور على الحضور الجيد اللي يساهم إن شاء الله في نجاح هذا المؤتمر. طبعا أنا البريزنتر رقم 4، فدوري مش هيكون عبارة عن تلخيص ما تم، ولكن فضلت المحاضرة تكون باللغة العربية حتى أساهم على الأقل في ترجمة بعض الأفكار، لأن تقريبا أفكارنا مشتركة في نفس الموضوع الخاص بالببليكيشن في الإسلاميك فاينانس. فطبعا موضوع الحدث هو التحديات التي تواجهنا كباحثين في موضوع النشر الدولي في مجال الإسلاميك فاينانس. من وجهة نظر البسيطة بقولها باللغة العربية كده، أحيانا أن فقد الشيء لا يعطيه. فقد الشيء لا يعطيه أقصد بيها لو معظم المسلمين مش مقتنعين بحاجة اسمها بنوك إسلامية، أو في معظم الناس معترض على مفهوم أو الفكر الخاص بالإسلام، ما فيش حاجة اسمها تمويل إسلامي أو محاسبة إسلامية، كيف نجبر هذا القطاع الكبير من الناس إن هم يشتغلوا في المحاسبة الإسلامية؟ فبداية علشان أبدأ أشتغل في المحاسبة الإسلامية وأبدأ أنشر في المحاسبة الإسلامية، لازم يكون عندنا يقين بمفهوم المحاسبة الإسلامية، لازم نبقى فاهمين نقصد إيه بالمحاسبة الإسلامية، بالاقتصاد الإسلامي، بالتمويل الإسلامي. بدون المعرفة المسبقة للمحاسبة الإسلامية أو التمويل الإسلامي أو الاقتصاد الإسلامي صعب إن احنا نوصل لمرحلة اللي احنا ننشر فيها بحوث دولية. النقطة الثانية اللي أنا بعتبرها تحدي بيواجه الباحثين فيما يتعلق بالنشر الإسلامي، إن أنا وجدت معظم الباحثين من استقصاء بسيط سألتهم بعض الأسئلة المحددة، تعرف إيه عن المجلات العلمية المتخصصة في النشر الإسلامي؟ وجدت أغلبية الباحثين حتى بعض الحاصلين على درجة الدكتوراه لم يعرفوا أسماء المجلات العلمية المنشورة في مجال التمويل الإسلامي. واحنا دلوقتي بنقول احنا عايزين ننشر في مجلات توب رانكد جورنالز، اللي هي مجلات ذات صيت عالي او ذات جوده عاليه. لما اسال باحث من الباحثين نقصد ايه بالابحاث ذات الجوده العاليه، بلاقي اجابات مختلفه. فهنا اول تشالنج او اول تحدي بيقابلنا ان احنا كباحثين او اغلب الباحثين لا يدري ما هي المجلات العلميه المتخصصه في مجال التمويل الاسلامي. النقطة الأخرى إن إحنا بننافس المجلات العلمية العالمية اللي هي توب رانكد اللي ليها إمباكت فاكتور. الستايل بتاع الأبحاث بتاعتنا مختلف تماماً عن الأبحاث الموجودة في التوب رانكد جورنالز. بمعنى لو أنا مهتم بالتمويل الإسلامي ما أقدرش أبعت بحث لجورنال أوف بانكينج أند فاينانس أو جورنال أوف فاينانس فقط بحث نظري. الابحاث العلميه بنلاقي فيها خصوصا في مجال التمويل او الاقتصاد بنلاقي ابحاث كثيره جدا معتمده على الايكونومتريكس، نماذج احصائيه بتحلل البيانات فعليه توصل لريزلت. فانا لو انا بقدم بحث مجرد بحث نظري مش هيكون اتراكتيف للتوب رانكد جورنالز. ايضا بعض الدراسات او بعض الباحثين بيجد من الصعوبه ان احنا ننشر في التوب رانكد جورنالز لسبب بسيط جدا، ان انا بركز على دوله واحده وعدد البنوك الإسلامية في الدولة الواحدة قليل جدا، وبالتالي من الصعب ان انا اعمم النتائج، وبالتالي ايضا من الصعب ان انا انافس المجلات اللي هي تعتبر توب رانكد جورنالز. المشكلة الكبيرة ايضا عندنا ويعتبر تحدي كبير ان مفيش بيانات. البيانات غير متاحة، عندنا بنك سكوب في بعض البيانات، عندنا بعض البنوك الإسلامية بتنشر التقارير المالية على موقع الإنترنت، ولكن ما عندناش البيانات الكافية اللي تمكننا ان احنا نعمل دراسة امبيريكال نقدر من خلالها ننافس المجلات العالمية. أيضا مش كل المجلات اللي على المستوى العالمي مهتمية بمجال التمويل الإسلامي. بنلاقي بعض المجلات حاطين أو بيحطوا مثلا في السكوب عندهم إن هم أوبن، يعني بيقبلوا أبحاث من الدول النامية الدول المتقدمة سواء المجال إسلامي أو غير إسلامي، ففي فلكسبيليتي في المجلة. ولكن بنلاقي معظم المجلات ضد هذا الاتجاه تماما. يعني لو انا بفكر انشر في جورنال اوف فاينانس من الصعب انشر بحث تمويل اسلامي في جورنال اوف فاينانس لانه ضد الاتجاه تماما. ايضا بيتاثر قرار قبول البحث في مجله ذات تمويل اسلامي بالبرسبشنز او الانترست بتاع الاديتور نفسه، فبرضه محتاجين نشوف الاديتور بتاع المجله او الاسوشيت اديتورز مهتمين بمجال التمويل الاسلامي ام لا. ايضا بقول في هنا تحيز او بايظ سواء من الإديتور أو الببلشر أو الأوثر نفسه. الإديتور زي ما احنا قلنا هو مش مقتنع أصلا بشيء اسمه تمويل إسلامي، فأي بحث يعني يسلم للمجلة في خلال فترة زمنية قصيرة جدا ممكن تاخد ديسك ريجكشن، يترفض البحث. الببلشر كذلك قد يكون في سياسة معينة للببلشر بقبول أو رفض بعض الأبحاث الخاصة بالتمويل الإسلامي. أيضا الأوثر نفسه ممكن يكون متحيز في اختيار المجلة اللي بتنشر أبحاث التمويل الإسلامي بصرف النظر عن جودة المجلة نفسها، وهنا الباحث في الحالة ديت بيدور على المصلحة الشخصية أكثر من المصلحة العامة. النقطة الأخيرة أيضا موضوع تحكيم الأبحاث العلمية. حاليا لما بنبعت البحث للمجلة والبحث يتبعت لمحكم، من السهل جدا على المحكم ان هو يعمل سيرش على عنوان المقالة بتاعتك ويلاقي المقالة مثلا اتعرضت في مؤتمر. فمن السهل جدا في الوقت الحالي ان الريفري يقدر يعرف مين هو مقدم البحث، ودي مع الأسف سواء في مجال التمويل الإسلامي أو غير الإسلامي بتؤثر سلبيا على فرصة قبول بعض الأبحاث. طيب هنا فكرت طب ايه الوسيله ان احنا نبدا ننشر في مجلات خاصه بالتمويل الاسلامي؟ فجت في بالي فكره ان احنا ممكن نركز على السبيشال ايشوز اللي هي الاعداد الخاصه بالتمويل الاسلامي. هنا اخذت اكزامبل لعدد خاص متاح حاليا، انا طبعا مش بعمل له دعايه ولكن واخدها ككيس ستادي. هنا عدد خاص مقدمه للدكتور محمد شريف من جامعه هيرت واتس، عمل عدد خاص عن مجال الصكوك، واقترح بعض الأفكار البحثية في مجال الصكوك اللي بيدعو الباحثين إلى تقديم بحث في هذه المجلة. أنا كباحث متردد هل أقدم في المجلة ديت ولا لا؟ أنا بشتغل في جامعة في بريطانيا، وجامعة بريطانيا حتى رانك معين للمجلات اللي أنا لازم أنشر فيها. فلو بصيت للمجلة زي كده، المجلة الرانك بتاعها لا يتناسب مع متطلبات الجامعة الخاصة بي. في الحالة ديت هل أنشر في المجلة ولا لا؟ هل أنا ببحث عن علم ينتفع به، ولا انا ببحث عن اخد ترقيه في الجامعه او زياده مرتب، او انا ببحث عن مركز اجتماعي؟ هنا بقول انا هاخد قرار ان انا هنشر في المجله ديت او لا بناء على نيتي كباحث من نشر هذا العلم. طبعا لاحظت البرزنتيشن اللي فاتت الدكتور كبير عرض بعض المجلات، ولاحظت معظم الحضور بيصور هذه المجلات، لان فعلا احنا محتاجين نعرف ايه هي المجلات في مجال تخصصنا. فهنا هعرض سريعا بعض المجلات المتخصصة في مجال التمويل الإسلامي أو المحاسبة الإسلامية أو الاقتصاد الإسلامي. من أبرز المجلات هنا مجلة اللي هي Journal of Economic Behavior and Organization اللي هي جيبو. هنا مجلة جيبو بتصدر عدد خاص سنويا عن أمور متعلقة بمجال المحاسبة والتمويل والاقتصاد الإسلامي. ده في عدد خاص بصورة سنوية، زائد الإديتور الخاص بالمجلة أيضا مهتم بمجال التمويل الإسلامي، فبنلاقي مقالات في التمويل الإسلامي. المجلة مجلة من التوب رانك جورنالز، 3 ستار في التقييم البريطاني. فاحنا في بريطانيا بنستخدم تقييم الاي بي اس رانكينج، فواخده 3 ستار ومجله ليها امباكت فاكتور. ايضا في مجال المحاسبه للاساتذه المتخصصين بمجال المحاسبه عندنا مجله تريبل اي جي اكاونتنج اوديتنج اند اكاونتابيلتي، مهتمه بالمحاسبه الاسلاميه بالحوكمه من منظور اسلامي، بالمراجعه الشرعيه بمعظم الامور الخاصه بالمجال الاسلامي. ايضا المجله رانكد في الاي بي اس. المجله الثالثه اكاونتنج فورم، ايضا 3 ستار جورنال من التوب رانكد جورنالز، ومتخصصه في المحاسبه بصوره عامه، وليها اهتمام خاص بالمحاسبه الاسلاميه والتقارير الاسلاميه. جورنال اوف بزنس اثكس، جورنال مختصه بالمحاسبه الاسلاميه، التمويل الاسلامي، الاقتصاد الاسلامي، التسويق الاسلامي، الإدارة من منظور إسلامي، القيادة من منظور إسلامي، كل ما يتعلق بالأخلاق بصورة عامة أو الإسلام أو الديانات فيما يرتبط بموضوع البيزنس. أيضا هذه المجلة مهتمية بها، والمجلة رانكد 3 ستار في الاي بي اس. كريتيكال برسبكتس on accounting، أيضا سي بي اي، مهتمية بأمور عديدة من ضمنها المحاسبة الإسلامية، ولكن من منظور انتقادي او المنظور النظري، يعني المجله مش مهتميه بالابحاث العمليه. ايضا في مجله اسمها Accounting History بتغطي نقاط كثيره جدا متعلقه بفروع مختلفه من المحاسبه، من ضمنها موضوع المحاسبه الاسلاميه. طبعا دي مجله الدكتور كبير، International Journal of Islamic and Middle Eastern Finance and Management، من المجلات المتخصصة في التمويل الإسلامي والمحاسبة والإدارة الإسلامية، والمجلة رانكد 1 ستار في الABS رانك. Journal of Islamic Accounting and Business Research، مجلة متخصصة بالمحاسبة والتمويل الإسلامي وأي أمور خاصة بالبزنس، متخصصة مجلة بريطانية الإديتور بتاعها الدكتور روس حنيفة ومحمد حضيب. وفي مجلات أخرى موجودة زي ما الدكتور كبير عرضها، وأنا بعرض هنا مجلتين. يعني المجلة الأخيرة مثلا International Journal of Excellence in Islamic Banking and Finance، مجلة أصدرتها جامعة في الإمارات، وبرضه متخصصة في نفس المجال. طيب سريعا لأن الوقت انتهى، دقيقتين 2 minutes. سريعا، طب ازاي نحفز او ازاي نزود من فرصه النشر في المجلات العلميه؟ انا بقول بدايه لازم نزود درجه الوعي بمفهوم التمويل والمحاسبه والاقتصاد الاسلامي بيننا كمسلمين وايضا بين غير المسلمين. من غير زياده الوعي ده مستحيل نوصل لمرحله العالميه وننشر في المجالات العلميه الكبيره، لان فاقد الشيء لا يعطيه. فزيادة الوعي حتى في جامعاتنا ممكن عن طريق تدريس موضوع التمويل الإسلامي والمحاسبة الإسلامية كمواد أساسية تدرس في الجامعة. أيضا نأمل أن يكون في جهات بحثية مهتمية بمجال التمويل الإسلامي، وخصوصا في دول الخليج أو الدول الإسلامية أو الدول العربية بصورة عامة تمول أبحاث التمويل الإسلامي. أكثر شيء مفتقدينه في مجال الأبحاث العلمية هي داتابيز، فنتمنى من الله سبحانه وتعالى أن يمن علينا بنعمة العلم ونعمة زكاة العلم، ونلاقي أشخاص عندهم المقدرة أن هم يوفروا لنا قواعد بيانات خاصة بالمعلومات اللي بيحتاجها الباحثين في مجال التمويل الإسلامي، لأن دي هتساعدنا في المنافسة وبقوة في مجال النشر الدولي. عندنا في المحاسبة نعرف أن في معايير المحاسبة الإسلامية اللي هي تصدرها جهة الأيوفي، ولكن مع الأسف ما نقدرش حتى نطلع على هذه المعايير لأنها مش موجودة، حتى غير متاحة للشراء. فالمفروض برضو نتمنى يكون كل الدوكيومنتيشنز موجود. نتمنى أيضا من الأساتذة المتخصصين في مجال التمويل الإسلامي يقدموا بروبوزلز لسبيشال ايشوز في التوب رانكد جورنالز. أيضا الباحثين لزيادة فرصة النشر الدولي محتاجين كروس كونتري ستادي. الاتجاه الحالي ان المجلات مهتميه بالدراسات اللي بتغطي اكتر من دوله وليس دوله واحده، ولو غطينا دوله واحده تفضل المجلات ان احنا نعمل ميكسد ابروتش نجمع بين الكواليتيتيف والكوانتيتيف ريسيرش. واخيرا محتاجين نعمل كولابوريشن، تعاون مع الباحثين الاخرين المختصين بالمجالات المختلفه، ده بيزود فرصه النشر الدولي. واخيرا بدون فهمنا لعملية النشر الدولي أو الاستراتيجيات الناجحة للنشر الدولي هيبقى من الصعب علينا إن احنا ننشر دوليا. أشكركم جزيلا. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you very much, Professor. I would like to request the organizers that, please tell the young boy that he's showing me, sign that, we should finish the session. We started the session 12 minutes late. And I don't want to be disrespectful to my panelists, that they have so enthusiastically prepared themselves, for this session. So we cannot complete this session or conclude the session without having some sort of interaction from the audience. They also came early in the morning to attend this session. I think if you agree that, we should go for 12 to 15 minutes more. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, everybody. And it was wonderful, really, to listen to different perspectives on publishing. In Islamic economics and finance and the challenges and etc. There are lots of things coming to my mind, but I thought that we would rather like to to leave it to the attendees to have the advantage of asking the questions, because we have some funding issues, we have institutionalization of issues, and we have peer review issues, and the culture itself, in the Islamic finance and economics is not really conducive to anywhere closer to the mainstream of scholarly communication. So we need to really work. We have come from a long way. We have a long way to go. So that's what I call it. So, but I think. With that, I would open the floor, and I will be happy to take, first round of questions, and then I will pass it on to my esteemed, panelists. So I'll start from the Yamin, which is Professor Abdul Mannan, and then I have another hand here, and then there's one. There's a two. Okay, yeah. Please, may I request you to, instead of making any statements, just come to the question and ask the question short and sweet, so that my panelists will have the time to respond to it.
Thank you for giving me the floor. Yesterday I raised my hand because my right hand was paining, so I raised my left hand.
We can hear you, sir, very well.
You can hear me? Now you hear me? Now, thank you for giving me the floor. Assalamu alaikum. And I heard the distinguished presentations, and I'm deeply impressed. The first thing, there is a need for paradigm change. Paradigm change is structure of scientific revolution. In Islamic banking and finance, we need a paradigm change. The current practice and operation of the Islamic bank is not up to the mark. And as Mehtab has mentioned, that there are certain common functions. Consumption, production, and distribution is a common function to all economic systems. But in Islamic, response to all these are quite different, and that is not highlighted. There is a tremendous need for theoretical formulation of those concepts. And there is secondly, that yesterday also I attended the session, and I was listening as if I was listening some lecture on market economics of neoclassical framework. But nobody talked about the need for development of the understanding of the Islamic concept of Islamic man. In order to understand Islamic economics, we need to understand the concept of Islamic man as opposed to economic man. That nobody has explained that very clearly. Then there is also Brother Kabir rightly has mentioned that we are short of papers, and in order to get the promotions, we need the papers to be accepted and published in a reputed journals. But unfortunately, there is hardly any journal of that standard. So what is needed? We are only talking of publications. We need a fund allocation for research and development. And we have 300 Islamic banks. We have Islamic Development Bank of 57 Muslim countries. And I am also one of the founder chairman of a bank. I was a professor. I was a teacher. I frustrated. I went to the field. I found it is more frustrating. It is more frustrating to implement Islamic banking principles and practices.
Thank you, Dr. Abdul Mannan.
There is no cooperation. There is no cooperation among the Islamic banks. So we need to establish a task force. We need to have a research fund. And that fund must come from the universities, authorities, from all the operational Islamic banks. We must mandate them that if you practice Islamic banking, you must allocate fund for research and development. We should develop our own independent paradigm. We must not referring this journal, that journal. So there is a need to set up a task force by this conference. We always talk, but we don't implement our recommendations. So my suggestion is this, that we should create a fund for research and development, and the fund should come from the Islamic banks and universities, and a task force should be created for publications.
Sure.
So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Abdul Mannan. Let's move on to the second question with Dr. Ibrahim. Yeah.
الدكتور إبراهيم الغفيري رئيس مركز الريادة للاستشارات المالية. أشكر البانل على إظهار أهمية الأبحاث العلمية في مجال الاقتصاد الإسلامي، لكن أود أن أوجه مقترح للسادة العلماء والدكاترة والبروفيسورات في الجامعات الأمريكية والأوروبية، أنه بعد الأزمة المالية العالمية في عام 2008 ظهر كثير من المصلحين الدينيين أو المصلحين الاقتصاديين، وبعضهم من فاز بجائزة نوبل، ويعني هؤلاء انتقدوا عدم أخلاقية النظام الرأسمالي والنظام المصرفي، وأنه يجب على العلماء المسلمين المهتمين بالاقتصاد الإسلامي أن يظهروا هذه الصيحات وهذه الكتابات التي تظهر في الدوريات العلمية وتظهر. وسوف أعطيكم مثال على ذلك. كتب بوفيس فانسون وهو إيطالي رئيس تحرير مجلة شالنجر مقال بعنوان البابا أو القرآن، بابا أو القرآن الكريم، بعد الأزمة المالية العالمية في عام 2008. تساءل فيها رئيس التحرير عن أخلاقيات الرأسمالية، the ethics of capitalism و the ethics of the church في التساهل في تحليل وتبرير الفائدة، في حين أن القرآن الكريم يحرم الربا وكل الأديان السماوية تحرم الربا. فهذا السلوك السيء في المؤسسات المالية الأوروبية والأمريكية وفي النظام الرأسمالي الذي يعني في عروقه أدت إلى هذه المضاربات الفاسدة، وأدت إلى انهيارات البنوك وانهيارات المؤسسات وانهيارات الوظائف. وطلب من البابا قراءة القرآن الكريم بدل من الإنجيل لفهم ما يحدث من كوارث مالية وما سيحدث في ذلك. فلو حاول علماء الاقتصاد الإسلامي في إظهار هذه الحقائق، ودعا أيضا رولان لاسكين رئيس تحرير الصحيفة الفرنسية لو جورنال دي فاينانس، وهي جريدة أو مجلة متخصصة في الفاينانس، وذكر أيضا يجب تطبيق الشريعة الإسلامية في المجال المالي والاقتصادي والمصرفي لوضع حد لهذه الأزمة التي تهز العالم وتهز وظائف البشر، وهذه المضاربات الفاسدة هي التي أدت إلى هذه الانهيارات. علماء الغرب يطالبون أينكم من إظهار هذه الحقائق؟ يعني الفرصة متاحة. وشكرا لكم.
Thank you very much indeed, and that's wonderful. Yes, we do have a lot of opportunities for us to reach out to the mainstream journals, for these concepts and to respond to the financial crisis. So I think we'll take one from this side, and this one maybe. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. شكرا. على كل حال أنا عندي يعني تساؤل وعندي توصية. فتساؤل يرتبط ب يعني ما سمعته من عروض ممتازة هذا الصباح، كأنها تتحدث عن منطقة جغرافية.
Excuse me, if you can just raise the question, that will be easier, rather than the statement. Just a question, please. What is your question?
يا أخي الكريم، أنا من المغرب، ويعني رفعت أصبعي عدة مرات منذ الأمس إلى اليوم ولم تتح لي الفرصة، فأرجوك أن تسمح لي بإتاحة الفرصة. وشكرا لكم. وأنا الوحيد من المغرب. وهذا يعني أقول بأن الآن نتحدث عن رقعة جغرافية معينة، كأن المالية الإسلامية لا توجد إلا من مصر شرقا، لا نتحدث عن الغرب الإسلامي. وحتى المنشورات التي تحدث الإخوة كلهم يعني لم يذكروا أي شيء عن ما بعد مصر، يعني من ليبيا، تونس، الجزائر، المغرب، موريتانيا إلى غير ذلك، وغرب أفريقيا. هناك أشياء كثيرة منشورة لا تصل هنا ولا يتم الاطلاع عليها. حتى لما تحدثنا عن المجلات والدوريات، هناك مجلات كثيرة جدا انطلاقا على ما أعرف شخصيا، انطلاقا من تونس، الجزائر، المغرب، باللغتين العربية والفرنسية، لا تصل إلى هنا ولا تعرف ولا تدخل حتى في الإحصاء. وعلى سبيل المثال عندنا في المغرب المجلة الوحيدة المتخصصة في الزكاة في العالم تصدر في المغرب منذ سنة 1994 ووصلت إلى 38 عددا، وإلى الآن لا تعرف هنا في الشرق. حتى أنا قبل أن آتي من المغرب يعني 5 أو 6 مؤلفات صدرت باللغتين العربية والفرنسية في غاية الأهمية، سواء من الناحية النظرية أو من الناحية العملية. فلذلك توصيتي تنبثق عن هذه الشكوى أو هذا العتاب الأخوي، لأن نحن نعرف عن إخواننا كل شيء أو معظم الأشياء، ولكن إخواننا لا يعرفون أي شيء عندنا. فتوصيتي هي لهذه الجامعة المباركة التي دعتنا هنا أن تكون على الأقل أن تقوم بإصدار مجلة دولية أو عالمية للمالية والاقتصاد الإسلامي بلغات 3، باللغة العربية وباللغة الإنجليزية وباللغة الفرنسية، ويكون لها مندوبين في كل الدول حتى يتعارف المؤلفون والكاتبون والباحثون في هذه البلدان، وحتى لا نبقى نتحدث عن منطقة معينة وكأنها هي فقط العالم الإسلامي، لأننا نشعر بأن هناك يعني عدم معرفة للغرب الإسلامي. شكرا. السلام عليكم.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. I think we will stop here right now just to let the panelists, respond to that, because we don't have much time because I have been given only 15 minutes extra to do. So we'll start with Professor Asad Zaman first. Go ahead. Quick. He asked Dr. Abdul Manan is talk about the funding for the research and development, and the other one is talk about these opportunities for publishing, and the other gentleman asked about why don't we have a multilingual journal in the field of Islamic economics and simultaneously publish articles in French and English and in Arabic.
Speak? Yeah.
Just 1 minute.
Yeah, okay. So I think that we have really radical models which the world needs at this moment. And if we implement them, the research will come. You see, the research cannot be done in a vacuum. It has to grow together with the work. So we have, for example, Takaful, genuine model, not the artificial model. Today the problem is that we are taking a Western model and trying to Islamize them. And we are abandoning, for example, the genuine model for Takaful is a cooperative model where everybody is in there to help each other. So when somebody is in difficulty, the other people cooperate, they try to help. This is different from the adversarial model in which there is a gamble, and if I suffer a loss, the insurance company will pay me, but they will try to minimize their payment because they are actually on the opposite sides. It's a zero-sum game. So this is just one example. In many areas, Islam has really different models, and they are being done, alhamdulillah. Like in Pakistan, we have just created a hospital, Indus Hospital, in which any patient can come in. He doesn't have to there is no cashier, no money. He just comes in and he is treated at the most modern. Just like that, we need to create institutions like that where we provide service to the people without any money. And this is possible to do. It was done in Islamic civilization for 1,000 years. If we do that, then the rest will follow. The research will come, and the academics and how this is done, etc. This will come together with the work. We have to create a new model, and then we will be able to do the research for it. And people will come to our journal. They will ask how we can get published in the Islamic journals. So that's the question. Okay, thank you.
Dr. Mohammed Dasti.
Okay, thank you very much. Professor Manan highlighted what I tried to mention in my presentation, that the Islamic economics forms of Islamic banking finance has to be dealt with. As I mentioned, microeconomics is the foundational issue, but we haven't discussed even what utility is. We talk and we make a lot of references to social justice, but we haven't discussed what the social contract and social welfare function would be in Islamic economics and finance. So we have been imposing a lot, and I'm one of the critics as well, a lot of Islamic finance. We impose a lot of these critics, but we haven't provided the construct for Islamic finance to be located in so that the expected results can be produced. In other words, the paradigm is lost. And therefore, Islamic finance has found what I call a surrogate mother. That's the neoclassical economics. And that's the reality that we have. So therefore, research, importance of research. But in this, of course, as I mentioned, the role of Islamic banks and financial institutions in supporting research and development, unfortunately, is terribly limited because Islamic banking and finance is very much obsessed with their, rightly so, with their success. And they think that with the pragmatism that they have developed over the years, that path will continue so that their development will be perpetual. However, despite the gentleman mentioned about the success of Islamic finance and everyone praised the ethics of Islamic finance, we have to be very careful whether that success was because of the liquidity available and hence the business cycles of the Muslim countries were not affected terribly by the financial crisis, or because those authentic ethical value system has shaped and therefore protected Islamic finance. So that's an important issue for us to consider. Otherwise, jumping the wagon that Islamic finance resilient because Allah protected. No, it's a social construct and it's a reality there. So we have to be very careful with such sentiments, despite the fact that I fully agree. And referring to Maghreb, I mean, I know that plenty of things are happening in the Maghreb countries, and I'm personally very much interested what is happening in Maghreb because there's a different kind of scholarship there. Yes, journals, there are plenty of journals, but there are plenty of journals in the other parts of the Muslim world. The discussion here is the accreditation. Unfortunately, accreditation comes with international reputable journals. I have interest, and therefore I organized a seminar on what's happening in Islamic finance in Maghreb, in Madrid, in the Casa Araba, and we are, however, producing an edited book out of that. And we invited colleagues from Morocco, Tunisia, Libya, and other places to tell us what's happening in particular, whether Arab Spring has facilitated the process, what was the trajectory of development, and what will happen. However, the important issue, our colleagues from Maghreb, they have to overcome their French orientation, come to the English world. Unfortunately, the language of Islamic finance is English. And that's something that I would recommend as well. Thank you.
Mr. Ismat, who is Mr. Ismat? This came from, he just not have one quick question, 1 minute question. Who is this Mr. Ismat? Ismat, who is that?
Hello.
Oh, I mean, you're welcome to ask this question because you sent me something. Oh, who is this? That's you? No, I mean, because somebody, all right. Okay, in that case, who is this Ismat? That's you? Okay, no, we can't take. Is that you? It's okay, no problem. So I think let's, Dr. Kabir Hassan, please go ahead.
Thank you for a good question. There are 3 points I want to share. First, let's start with funding. A good research requires good funding. Now the question is, with oil price dropping in the Middle East, and the rest of the Muslim world are always, if you look at their national budget for research and development, is a minuscule and way behind the competing countries, non-Muslim countries. Now, Professor Mannan has mentioned at a specific point, cooperation among the Islamic banks, and I've been saying this. Islamic Bank Bangladesh Limited is the largest private bank, largest Islamic bank, most profitable bank, most efficient bank. It has about 300 crore, or let's say 30 million doubtful income. If just simply give a part of this income, create a waqf, which will be totally independent, and its job would be to give research funding to the scholars, to PhD, to journals, and so. So that's one way of creating the research fund. Second one, we have this craziness about ISI. It's very unfortunate. I travel to many countries, and I've been asked how to publish in ISI level journal. Why do you have to publish in ISI level journal? Is it a business model? Now the West have hijacked everything from us, and they have also are hijacking our research. How should we do research? Why can't we have our national exercise creating a brand of journals which we think is important for the propagation of Islamic economics, bank and finance, and we create the journal list. That has been done in ABDC, Australia. That has been done in ABS. The final point about this language barrier. I must say that we have this language barrier, and when I was saying, I was talking about from the English-speaking world, this accreditation, unfortunately, the accreditation is controlled by the English-speaking world. Now, there is a lot of scholarship in Arabic language. If you look at this epistemology or Sharia, or the basics of Islam, bank and finance, there is a wealth of literature there. But unfortunately, those who do not speak Arabic, we do not benefit from this scholarship. And I think there should be a translation service, and we should really know some way, whether you like it or not, English has become as lingua franca. So somehow if we could bring it to the English translation, then we can also let the Western scholar know what we have. Finally, I think we also need to do dawah. What I mean by dawah, we really need to network with the top publishing authors in the world. What I feel, if there is an allergy against Islamic economics, banking, finance, it's not because they hate it. Most of the cases, they are ignorant of it. So if you let them know what it is, and you cannot really do this by writing a paper, you have to develop a personal connection with them through correspondence, to writing. And if you can get one or two people converted in this thing that they are promoting, they might be indirectly promoting our research. Okay, trying to find an outlet for publishing our research. And that could be a fourth way of getting their attention. We really need to get their attention. But we need this research funding. And I think Professor Umar Chopra is sitting there, and that was probably actually his original idea. We create a waqf given from this doubtful income of Islamic banks, and that can do a lot of things for the development of Islamic economic bank and finance in terms of research, in terms of knowledge, in terms of propagation. Thank you.
Dr. Kabir, thank you very much. Please, you're the last.
بداية أتمنى ألا يسوء فهم هذه المحاضرة أو السيشن. ليس المقصود من هذه المحاضرة إن إحنا بنقول مثلا إن إحنا بنقلل من قدر الأبحاث المكتوبة باللغة العربية أو باللغة الفرنسية. كل الاحترام والتقدير لأخونا المغربي إن إحنا فعلا مقدرين هذا المجهود. أنا لم أتحدث عن مصر مطلقا، وإذا تحدثت عن مصر سوف أتحدث عن الأزهر الشريف. يعني عندنا مجلة في جامعة الأزهر فيها أبحاث في المجال الإسلامي كثيرة جدا جدا، في السعودية، في المغرب، في تونس، في أبحاث كثيرة في مجال التمويل الإسلامي، وخصوصا في كلية الشريعة الإسلامية. يعني كلية الشريعة الإسلامية أفضل بكثير جدا جدا من كلية البيزنس وإدارة الأعمال، لأنهم فاهمين المفهوم الإسلامي من المنظور الشرعي أفضل بكثير جدا من إحنا كأساتذة متخصصين في مجال المحاسبة أو التمويل أو الاقتصاد الإسلامي. الغرض من المحاضرة اليوم ان احنا بنقول زي ما الدكتور كبير قال دعوة، ازاي نعمل دعوة من الابحاث بتاعتنا. ليه دايما نخلينا في حدود البلد الواحد؟ يعني انا ما اعرفش اسم المجلة الموجودة في المغرب، وانا اثق كل الثقة ان الكواليتي بتاعت الابحاث الموجودة في المغرب لا تقل قدرا عن الكواليتي في الابحاث المنشورة في الانترناشونال ليفل. فانا بقول هنا لو احنا خدناها في مجال الدعوة، ليه ما ننافسش المجلات العلمية العالمية؟ حتى لو انا نشرت في المغرب واخد الترقيه بتاعتي ما يبقاش المصلحه شخصيه، احنا ناخدها مصلحه عامه. عايزين نوضح للناس يعني ايه مفهوم اسلامي، عايزين نقول للناس ان احنا كمسلمين ريسيرش اكتف. واشكركم جزيلا.
Thank you very much indeed. On behalf of the panelists and myself, I really like to apologize, that we don't have enough time to take further questions, and we already gone actually 20 minutes extra. Thank you very much, and I express my deep thanks, profound thanks to the organizers of this conference and providing me the opportunity, and my fellow panelists. And thank you very much once again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That was the fourth plenary session on the challenges for publication in Islamic finance. We heard Professor Asad Zaman talk about contrasting the Islamic paradigm with the conventional one and questioning whether Islamic finance needs to seek acceptance in the mainstream. Professor Asutai spoke about the need for a more critical research mindset to deconstruct the mainstream and reconstruct the Islamic paradigm. Professor Kabir Hassan detailed the actual methods of practically getting research published today in journals, and Professor Khalid Hosseini spoke about the need to raise the awareness of Islamic finance as much as we can by publishing quality work in friendly mainstream journals and specialist Islamic ones also. Okay, that wraps up the fourth plenary session. We now have honoring the members of the panel, inshallah. If I can ask you, the chair, Professor Nazim Ali, to present the panel members with their shields. Who is it? Professor Asad Zaman. Okay. Professor Mehmet Asutay. Professor Kabir Hassan. And Professor Khalid Hosseini. Can I please ask the Honorable Rector to come to the stage? Thank you. To present the shield to the chair, Professor Nazim Ali.
Sharp.
وعليكم السلام كيف الحال؟ Assalamu alaikum. We now have the next brief presentation which is in the agenda. If you could all just be seated before the coffee break.
So I wanted to ask you more about what you do, what type of research.
So the session is here? The session is going to be here, another session?
It's just a small presentation by that gentleman on the...
See, suppose this is just a question. After the prayer, if I go back to my hotel, I don't show up towards the end, so that telegram is fine. It's okay.
You're going to come back at the end. You should be here at the end.
You want me to? I should be here at the end?
I think so. He would want you to.
No, I cannot.
But you can disappear in between.
Okay.
The end is
7 o'clock. 7 o'clock. So right here. This
Yeah, come back.
I will do it. So I'll tell the car driver.
From now to then.
Should I tell the driver that make sure that somebody, I will inform the driver.
Yeah, make sure the drivers are good.
No, no, come on, driver. Thank you.
Okay, assalamu alaikum. Brothers, can you please be seated? We have a brief presentation by Dr. Ibrahim Al-Ghufayli, which is part of the conference program, on the new model for Islamic financing structuring, which was actually used. It's a real case study. It was used in the Zamzam towers, the big towers which you see outside the Haram. This Dr. Ghufayli's innovative financing model was used, and he will briefly present this for 5 minutes.
And the session will start at like 11:15.
And the next session will be started at...
All sessions, 3 parallel sessions.
The parallel sessions will begin at 11:15.
شكرا فيك.
I don't know where it is. Somebody will put it.
ask for this guy. Yeah. تمام. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسوله وعلى آله وصحبه ومن والاه. طبعا أنا جعلوني بين وقت الاستراحة ووقت بداية السيشن الثاني، فأضطر إني أوجز، وكنت أتمنى أني أخذ الوقت المحدد في وسط هذه المحاضرة. على العموم سوف أتحدث عن النموذج المبتكر للتمويل الإسلامي للأطراف المنتفعة لمشاريع البنية التحتية بالشراكة مع القطاع الخاص. هذا النموذج تم تطويره قبل حوالي 8 سنوات، عندما بدأنا في مشروع أبراج البيت لوضع هيكلية لتمويله. وهذا النموذج ممكن أن يطبق في تمويل مشاريع الدولة مع القطاع الخاص في البنية التحتية. وميزة النموذج المبتكر أنه يكسر العلاقة الثنائية بين المصارف وبين شركات التطوير. فدرجة العادة دائما في التمويل التقليدي أو التمويل الإسلامي بين الطرفين، وهو المقرض والمقترض. ولكن في هذا النموذج، وخاصة المشاريع البنية التحتية التي ترتبط مع الدولة، مثل مشاريع المستشفيات والمجمعات التعليمية والطرق والمطارات والموانئ، فهو يربط بين المطور بين الهيئة الحكومية المنظمة لهذا المرفق العام وكطرف أول، والمطورون الذين يفوزون بعروض الامتياز، مثل عروض بناء وتطوير وتشغيل المطارات وشبكات الطرق والقطارات والمترو، ومستقبلا المجمعات التعليمية والصحية. وهذا يعتبر هذا النموذج يربط بين الدولة والقطاع الخاص في تمويل إسلامي، يخفف على الدولة النفقات المالية السنوية، وأيضا يضيف إلى إيراداتها في هذا المشروع. والطرف الثالث الممولون المستثمرون، وهنا نجد أن الطرف الثالث يتمثل في توظيف الودائع المالية الموجودة في البنوك في هذه الفرص، ثم الطرف الثالث الأخير المشغلون والمستأجرون الذين سوف يتولون تقديم وتشغيل هذه المنشآت من مباني وتجهيزات وتقنيات وتقديم الخدمات النهائية للمنتفعين النهائيين. فهذه الأطراف الثلاث التي شرحتها لكم الأربعة هي في الواقع تشكل هذا النموذج، وقد طبق هذا النموذج في أبراج البيت عندما عرضت الدولة جبل القلعة للاستثمار من شركات التطوير العقاري، فتقدم مجموعة من المطورين والمطورون، ثم تم الترسية على إحدى هذه المجموعات. والتكييف الشرعي للعلاقة بين هذه الأطراف المنتفعة التي سميتها الأطراف المنتفعة، لأن أي مشروع يجب أن يحلل ويدرس من ناحية اقتصادية ومن ناحية مالية ومن ناحية تسويقية، حتى نعرف ما هم الأطراف الداخلة فيه، سواء التي تساهم في تطويره أو في تشغيله. فالعلاقة والتكييف الشرعي، فالدولة طرف أول هي التي تقوم بتأجير هذه الأرض بأجار طويل لمدة 25 إلى 30 عاما، وهنا الدولة سوف يرد إلى خزانتها الإيجار السنوي، والمطور يدفع هذا الأجار لمدة 20 25 30 حسب دراسة الجدوى الاقتصادية. ثم التكييف الشرعي في العلاقة بين المطور وبين المشغلون في عناصر هذا المشروع، وهو لأنه لا يملك المشروع إنما هو منتفع استأجر هذه الأرض، وكذلك استأجر المنشآت والتجهيزات في هذه عناصر المشروع سوف تكون انتفاعا له. فجرى تكييف عقد بيع المنفعة الموصوفة بالذمة وصفا يمنع الجهالة والغرر. وهذه إحدى العقود التي وجدتها أنها فعلا تحقق يعني فرص لتمويل هذه المشاريع دون الحاجة للذهاب للمصارف. وأيضا الفقهاء كما تعلمون عرفوا البيع المنفعة الموصوفة بالذمة وصفا يمنع الجهالة والغرر بأنه سلم المنافع، يعني ليس سلم في الأعيان وإنما سلم في إنتاج المنافع، وأن حتى ذكر بأنه يعتبر عقد في ذمة المؤجر. أيضا هذا هو النموذج. الهيئة الحكومية مالكة أرض المشروع، سواء كان مطارا أو ميناء أو طرقا أو محطات كهرباء أو مياه أو قطارات أو مترو، هي التي تؤجر هذا العقد. وهذا فرصة في المملكة في ظل سياسة واستراتيجية التحول الاقتصادي ومشاركة القطاع الخاص في الاستثمار ومشاركة المواطنون في ضخ استثماراتهم في هذا الجانب، لأن الدولة هنا ضامنة لهذا المشروع، والمطور قد فاز بجدارة وبكفاءة وبشفافية في هذا المشروع. ثم لتحقيق سيولة عاجلة للمطور طورنا ما يسمى صكوك المضاربة. وهذه صكوك المضاربة هي عبارة عن شراء حقوق ملكية الانتفاع في هذا المشروع لفترة زمنية هي فترة إنشاء هذا المشروع من 4 إلى 6 سنوات، ثم تصفى عقد الشراكة خلال نهاية المشروع، ويتقاسم الأرباح بين المطور وبين المضاربون المستثمرون. لو تلاحظون هنا لم نلجأ إلى البنوك، لجأنا إلى شركات الاستثمار، وهذا فرصة للمصارف الإسلامية الحالية تكسر استراتيجيتها وممارساتها الحالية في المعاملات المالية التي تقوم على خلق المديونيات بصفة مستمرة. هنا خلق شراكات، خلق مضاربات، خلق عقود تأجير، وبالتالي تزداد طبقة أو أفراد المنتفعين في الفرصة التمويلية، في حين أن التمويل التقليدي أو التمويل الإسلامي الحالي هو علاقة بين البنك وبين المقترض، إن كان بعقد ربوي أو كان بعقد مباح. المشغلون هم الذين يشترون منافع عناصر المشروع من المطور إما مدة الامتياز أو أجزاء من مدة الامتياز، إما عنصر أو مجموعة عناصر، وبالتالي يتولون شراء حقوق هذه الانتفاع، فتتولد التدفقات النقدية من المشغلون إلى المطور الذي يقوم أيضا بدوره في تصفية المضاربة التي كنا نحتاجها في فترة الإنشاء. أيضا المشغلون لكي يتحقق لهم العوائد خلال فترة المشروع يحتاجون لبيع جزء من منافعهم لهذه العناصر إلى مقدمو الخدمات. مقدمو الخدمات مثلا لو قلنا مثلا في مطار، مثل ما حدث في مطار المدينة المنورة، حيث عرضت هيئة الطيران المدني فيه الامتياز لمجموعة من الشركات، وفازت فيه مجموعة من الشركات المتحالفة، شملت شركة المقاولات وشركة التشغيل التركية TAV وشركات التمويل من المملكة. وهذه الشركة التي فازت بالامتياز لمدة 25 عاما تولت هيكلة هذا المشروع وفق العلاقة المبنية على تأجير أو الانتفاع من حقوق ورسوم نزول الطائرات لمدة 25 سنة. وتقاسمت هذا الإيراد وهو حق نزول الطائرات في مطار المدينة المنورة بنسبة 45 للمطور و55% لهيئة الطيران المدني. فتحقق بذلك إيراد لهيئة الطيران المدني بمعدل مليار لكل عام خلال 25 عاما. فعوض أن تتولى الدولة ضخ السيولة، أصبحت الدولة تجلب السيولة لخزينتها من خلال هذا العقد. وكذلك المطور أجر أجزاء من المطار، إما إن كان ساحات للمعدات، ساحات لتأجير السيارات، معارض، فأيضا استفاد أنه مول ذاتيا دون الحاجة للذهاب إلى المصارف. فتجد أنه خلال هذا الاستراكشر وهذا الترتيب أن التدفقات النقدية تولدت من الأطراف المنتفعة من عدة مصادر، وهذا يساهم في تحقيق مقاصد المصرفية الإسلامية بأن يعم انتفاع هذا المال إلى أكبر عدد من المشاركين في المجتمع، عوضا عن أن تكون الاستفادة فقط بين المصرف وبين المقترض. هنا من مزايا هذا النموذج أنه يحقق التوزيع المتوازن للمكاسب والمخاطر. دائما في التمويل التقليدي، سواء كان تقليد بتمويل القروض الربوية أو تمويلا بالمعاملات الإسلامية، فتجد أن المخاطر دائما مركزة على المقترض ويرهق بالضمانات البنكية، في حين هنا كل الأطراف تحملت هذه المخاطر وأيضا استفادت المكاسب. تحسين ربحية المطور، لم يلجأ المطور لاقتراض طويل الأجل، وكثير من المصارف التقليدية والإسلامية تتحاشى الدخول في تمويل لمدة 20-25 سنة. أيضا تمكين الهيئات الحكومية والأطراف المنتفعة من التخطيط، تجد أن المشروع يدرس دراسة علمية، مالية، اقتصادية، تسويقية، كل المخاطر درست وحصرت ووضعت لها حلول، وأصبح الكل كشركاء في هذا وليس بين مقترض ومقرض. الاتفاقيات تكون واضحة من الأساس أثناء فترة التخطيط. تطوير منتجات استثمارية، ذكرنا أنه عقد المضاربة، صكوك المضاربة فرصة لدخول الأفراد في الاستثمار في هذا الجانب نظرا لضمان ملكية الدولة وضمان جدوى المشروع. طبعا أنا ما ودي أخذ وقت منكم لأنه عندنا قصة النجاح في أبراج البيت. أبراج البيت رفضوا كل البنوك في المملكة تمويلها لأنها ذكروا أن هذا القرض أو هذا المشروع عالي المخاطرة، لأنه المطور لا يملك هذه الأرض وإنما هو أخذ عقد امتياز لمدة 28 سنة، فأصبح لديهم هذا المشروع عالي المخاطرة ولا يمكن تمويله، ورفضت كل بنوك المملكة والخليجية تمويله. ولكن الحمد لله تم تمويله بهذه الطريقة. وعندما بدأنا في بيع منافع برج من هذه الأبراج فوجئنا أن بعض البنوك أتت تريد أن تمول برجا آخر، ولكن اشترطوا أن يتنازل المطور على العقد الموقع بين الشركات التي أخذت برج من الأبراج هذه حتى يضمنوا تدفق الإيرادات من هذه الشركات إلى خزينة البنك حتى يعتبروها كضمان، ورفضنا في ذلك الوقت وتم تمويل الأبراج الأخرى بنفس الطريقة. فهذه بصفة عامة. مطار المدينة المنورة أيضا هنا يبين قديش حجم مشروع أبراج البيت في أمام أبراج العالم من حيث المساحة الكلية 1.5 مليون متر مربع، لأنه الهدف منه هو إسكان أكبر عدد من الحجاج والمعتمرين الذين يأتون في هذه المواسم. طبعا لأنه أنا ودي يعني أختم قصة النجاح الثاني مطار المدينة المنورة. قلنا أنه الدولة أجرته لمدة 25 عاما، ثم بعد ذلك تقاسم المطور مع المطور الذي فاز في هذا، وأقبل على فكرة على هذا المشروع أكثر من 14 شركة عالمية، ودخل حوالي 4 تحالفات في المنافسة على هذا المشروع. وقد فاز كما ذكرت التحالف التي ذكرته مع الشركة التركية، وكان إمكانية المطار قبل هذا المشروع حوالي 1,000,000 زائر في السنة. الآن يستوعب المطار في عام 2016 إلى 8 ملايين، والمستهدف النهائي بعد حوالي 6 سنوات حيكون 18 مليون مسافر. وهذا بفضل الله ثم بفضل انفتاح الدولة في المشاركة مع القطاع الخاص بطرق ما يسمى build operate transfer، يعني البناء والتشغيل والتسليم. وشكرا لكم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. إذا في سؤال سريع أنا ممكن أجاوب عليه ويصير يعني، ولا يعني نخليكم تروحون للحلقات الباقية. وشكرا لكم. طيب نراكم إن شاء الله في حلقات الأخرى، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
السلام عليكم.
سلامة الله.
بس سؤال واحد معلش اسمح لي. الآن بعد ما المطور أخذ العقد للمدة الطويلة ثم بدأ يبيع المنفعة لمضاربين وأطراف أخرى، العقد على المنفعة اللي غير موجودة هذا مفهوم على أساس أنه سلم كما ذكرت أو موصوف في الذمة. طيب العقد الثاني والثالث لما يصير فيه عملية مضاربة أكثر من طرف يشتري نفس المنفعة، هنا الغرر يتزايد ويكثر، فممكن يصبح مؤثر بحيث يقال بحرمة العقد. فهل عندكم معالجة لهذه القضية أو سبق بحثها بشكل معمق من الناحية الشرعية؟
والله من الناحية الشرعية أنا وجدت يعني سألت بعض الفقهاء وقالوا أن جمهور الفقهاء أجازوا بيع المنفعة وتعدد بيعها، لأنه يعتبر المنفعة هي جزء من الأموال، كأنها عين، كأنها مال، يعني تباع وتورث وتنتقل من طرف إلى آخر، لأنه شرط الغرر والضرر يعني غير موجود، ولأنه في وصف دقيق لإيرادات المشروع وإلى وحداته وعناصره. الآن لو أردت أن تبني الآن عمارة تجد أنه ما يسمى بالملتي ميديا هذه ذات الأبعاد الثلاثة تتجول في المشروع، سواء كان مشروع مطار ولا مشروع شقة ولا مشروع فيلا أو ميناء أو مترو أو هذا، كأنك أنت في داخل هذا المشروع. فالغرر والضرر انتفى وجمهور الفقهاء بين أنه يجوز بيع المنفعة لعدة أطراف، وهذا يبين لك من سماحة الشريعة الإسلامية أنها تبني أو تبنى على الثقة، لأنه أصلا بعض العلماء يطلقون عليه عقد الذمة، إيجار الذمة يعني، فهي عملية ثقة في الطرف الذي هو أمامك، والله أعلم.
جزاك الله.
أي تفضل.
السلام عليكم.
عليكم السلام ورحمة الله.
في الحقيقة الموديل مميز وجيد، ولكن سؤالي هو عن تعدد الأطراف المعنية أو ستيك هولدرز لما يكون في تضارب للمصالح، لأنك ترى المستثمرين، المقرضين، المطورين، وأيضا الحكومة، فهناك أطراف عديدة وكل منها لها مصالح مختلفة، فكيف يمكن معالجة تضارب المصالح في ظل الموديل اللي أنت ذكرته؟
طبعا هو أولا هذا المشروع يعني عندما تجمع الأطراف تبدأ من الدولة بحكم أنها هي لها الحق السيادي في منح هذا المرفق العام، سواء كان مطار أو ميناء أو محطة قطار أو مترو أو غيره، هي تضع الدراسات العلمية الاقتصادية والمالية والتسويقية والفنية والتقنية، وبالتالي تقلل من درجة المخاطر في المعلومات ودرجة المخاطر في فشل المشروع. فيرسى هذا المشروع من خلال ما يسمى المنافسة الشاملة اللي يتقدم عليها متحالفون، يعني تضع أنه شروط التقدم في مطار المدينة حدد مثلا الملاءة المالية، التشغيلية، الخبرة السابقة، وفاز التحالف الذي فاز به لأنه لبى كل هذه المعايير المطلوبة. طبعا هذا الذي فاز هو حيبحث عن متحالفين معه هم من أطراف منتفعة، يعني يحققون أهداف مشتركة تختلف بالنسبة إن كانوا مستثمرين وإن كانوا مشغلين، يعني هدفه في النهاية نجاح المشروع، لأنه خسارة واحد هو خسارة الثاني والثالث والرابع. فإذا فرص التنازع على المنافع حتكون يعني محدودة وفي الدنيا، لأنه هدفهم في النهاية نجاح المشروع وتحقيق الأرباح المتوقعة. في أحد يسأل هنا؟ يسأل.
السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام.
شكرا دكتور. في سؤال يتعلق مع هذا إجارة المنافع. لو مثلا إذا كان المشتري يشترون هذه الشقق في يعني هذا زمزم دورة، ففي النهاية ما لا يوجد هناك مستأجر ولا يوجد دخل من هذه يعني شقة، كيف تعالج أو تحلل هذه المشكلة؟
طيب، هو لما وضعت استراتيجية بيع منافع الأبراج قسم البرج إلى 3 أجزاء. برج يباع منفعته للمنتفع النهائي، الفرد الذي يريد أن يملك منفعة شقة جنب الحرم، شايف، سواء جلس فيها شهر أو جلس فيها أسبوع. ثم منتفع آخر هدفه شراء دور كامل، ثم جعل ثلث البرج للتشغيل الفندقي حتى تضمن يعني الأوقاف سلامة التشغيل وسلامة الخدمة المقدمة، ويعني في إيرادات موجودة يعني، وفي إدارة الفندق هي التي تشغل الشخص الذي، ثم بعد ذلك بعد 25 سنة سوف يؤول هذا المشروع كله كاملا للوقف الحرمين الشريفين. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
السلام عليكم.
دكتور صالح جزاه الله خير اللي أعطاني الفرصة وأنا ضغطت عليه وهو ضغط علي، لكن
شكرا دكتور إبراهيم، شكرا حضورنا الكرام. كان هذا تقريبا. Thank you for this interesting presentation. We really enjoyed it. Thank you, Dr. Ibrahim. And now I think we should move on and start our first parallel session for today. I think, Dr. Muhammad Sharif, yes, please. Which is gonna chaired by Dr. Muhammad Sharif. Please, if you could introduce your participants for this session and give us a brief about the title and the expected topics which gonna be presented today. Thank you very much.
Can I just see? Yes, please. Okay. Assalamu alaikum, and it's a pleasure to start the first session today. I would like to invite the other presenters, please, to come forward. I have Professor Kabir Hassan, Dr. Shahzada Jihan, Dr. Sohail Azad, and finally, Professor Zaid Titi. Okay, still a number of presenters, didn't show up, so I would start the first session with my. So still waiting, Professor Kabir.
My co-author Sohail was supposed to present, so I'm going to present on his behalf.
Okay, thank you very much for my colleagues just arrived now. I would like to remind all presenters that we have 15 minutes presentation following by 5 minutes questions. So I start first, although some people asked, Dr. Kabir to start first because they wanted to attend another session. However, I have to start because we don't have time. The paper I'm going to present today is all about asset, and the session mainly about asset financing. So the title of the paper is Sharia Compliant Investments and the Stock Returns Evidence from Indonesian Stock Market. So when we've been thinking to write the paper, we started first with the motivation. So what motivations, led us to write the paper. So the first motivation, coming and also noticed from the summary of the talk submitted today, we had a rapid growth of Islamic finance in the past decades. This, has motivated many investors and many scholars to write paper or to invest in Islamic finance. Also, the paper is just to see the performance of Sharia-compliant investment in relation to the conventional investment at the other side. So the argument whether the performance of Sharia-compliant stocks are better compared to the conventional stocks, so it still remains an open question. One more motivation, just when I move on to the application of this paper, Indonesia, so the first Islamic index was established in the Dow Jones market in December 1995, and to enable Islamic fund managers to list business in the capital markets. Since then, just many papers and many investors have been investing in such type of investment. Also, when you see just today, Dr. Kabir, or Professor Kabir just mentioned issues about, the new topics in finance, in Islamic finance. So nowadays we have a new trend just to concentrate on sentiment and ethical, finance. So economics, that's why economics has a moral dimension, and investors are not only concerned about what is profitable, but also what makes their investment ethical. So this is another issue. I'm not, some investors are not, concerned about the profit, but the ethical side. Also, one more motivation, various capital markets and the financial institutions around the world now have established their own Islamic indices. So we need to see what is going on with other countries, apart from, the main countries like States and UK. For the case of this paper, Indonesia is the world's fourth largest population, with around 246.6 million people, along with the increasing number of the investment need and the potential the biggest Muslim population. So we need to see to what extent, the Sharia compliant investment, had, so far in this country. In fact, when I go closer to the indices, we have 3 indices in Indonesia. Just I have ISSI, I have JII, and I have JCI. So this, the first one, Islamic Sharia stock index. The other one is international. This is Jakarta Islamic Index and Jakarta, mean just composite index. So these are the 3 mean indices of this country. So the difference between the 3, just I summarize this in this slide. So the index, this is the main one, IDX. This is a composite, or Jakarta composite index. This is the GSX. This is an index of all stocks that are traded on the Indonesia Stock Exchange. In Indonesia, the index is called the index Harja Saham, just abbreviated as IHSG. For the other 2 indices, this is JII. This is comprised of stocks that meet the entry criteria of LQ45 and also Islamic stock criteria. Whereas ISSI is all shares of the listed shares that meet the criteria of Islamic stocks. Now I move on to the data, what type of data we used and the methodology. So first, we use the daily data on stock returns of Indonesian companies, and we try to develop the paper in order to see any other frequencies of the data, but the paper submitted to this conference being depending on daily data. The data spanned the period, this is daily data, starting from May 12th until 2010 until May 12th, 2014. The data mainly obtained from DataStream and Bloomberg. The methodology being used, event time and the calendar time approach. We started first with the event study methodology, and due to some problems associated with event study methodology, we moved on to calendar time approach in order to see whether our results are robust or not. In order to use the event time methodology or event study, We have to calculate the abnormal return and the cumulative abnormal return. So this is CARS. Again, due to some issues with cumulative abnormal return, we moved a little bit further to use buy and hold abnormal return. Also, we wanted just to do something similar to the previous papers. That's why we went further to check the relative and absolute risk-adjusted investment performance measures. The data came from different sectors. This slide just summarizes the sectors and how much coming from each individual sector. Previous literature, in fact, as mentioned today in the previous session, we have many people who don't know, most of them where they came from. We have some people, some papers published in main and respected journals, like those mentioned by Professor Kabir. I tried to summarize the main strands of those literature previous studies. Just, I started with the efficiency of Sharia-compliant investment and the conventional financial markets. All papers, previous papers, just been trying to test the efficiency of Sharia-compliant investment and the conventional financial markets. Some other papers been focusing on financial crisis, just to see the performance, before and after the financial crisis. The indices of different regions, just like Dow Jones indices or FTSE indices, just being investigated as well, the performance of those indices. Also Sharia-based index and other indices, just to compare and contrast between the Sharia-based index and other, available indices. Some papers just been investigating the equity investment in relation to Sharia-compliant investment, and also some other paper went further to investigate in details risk and return. Evidence of correlation between conventional market indices like those done in North America, European Union, Far West and the Pacific markets compared to Islamic index returns also appeared and been done and investigated previously. In summary, the point I would like to give from the previous studies is that there is no consensus in the literature regarding the directional relationship between Islamic stock market and conventional stock markets. In fact, this motivated us to go further and write the current paper. For CARS, as I mentioned, we used event study methodology first. That's why this is the known and common equations to calculate the abnormal return. So this is R equal the price today and price yesterday over the price yesterday. Abnormal return, we used the market model. So this is R. Less RM. RM is a market return. RI is the index return. So this is actual return, RIT. RM is a market return using the market index. And then we had, AR, abnormal return, equal 1 over N. This is the average, the summation AR calculated from the previous equation, and then we moved to get CAR. Due to a clear issue with CAR, we thought to use buy and hold abnormal return. So this is the equations being used to calculate the abnormal return, buy and hold abnormal return. And then we also went a little bit further to see the performance measures. We have two categories, absolute risk adjusted performance measures. As you can see, one of them, the common one, is Sharpe ratio, and then relative risk adjusted performance measures. And I have two examples. We didn't, estimate estimate our data or our models using, different all these performance. Just example, how did we use Sharpe ratio and Jennison alpha? This is the equation to be used. And then the main findings, we got a significant positive impact for Sharia compliance on stock returns during the 41 days event window, implying that, the Sharia compliant index has a positive impact on the stock market. Also, the ISSI and the JII performed slightly better than JCI. This is based on their Sharpe performance. Investors are not only concerned about what is profitable again, but also what makes their investments ethical. So this is the story of the paper. The paper is still under development. Just future work, we're going to develop this paper using different versions of CAPM, because we know that we have a lot of problems with CAPM and the market model. That's why I try to do my best with my co-author just to test versions of CAPM like Carhart CAPM and see the momentum and three-factor models, and this is to do with the time event. Also, we're thinking to use the habit formation model to see if this can make any sense. We're still thinking, we are not quite sure, and also we are thinking to use difference in difference methodology. So we see still under investigation, and also we're going to see what is going on when we do the estimation, whether we would have good results or not, and whether we would be able to justify our results. So I think, these are the main points coming from this paper. So I'm very happy to have your questions and suggestions. So can I have the microphone, please?
السلام عليكم. نشكر حضرتك على العرض الجيد، بس أنا عندي سؤال واحد بس. دايما الكونستراكشن بتاع الانسز. Are there any idea about the construction of your indices or the Islamic indices in the stock market? You have used, I think, different indices in your paper. Do you have any idea how they calculated these indices?
Yeah, just I think, JII, which is Islamic Domain Islamic, just used the most, quality, high quality indices, companies. Just this is the 30, companies only in JII. However, ISSI, just this is a market, index. So this is like, FTSE 100 or, just any other FTSE. But this is a market, this is a market index. So these are the main, two index. And the other one, but ISSI has, Islamic companies inside, the stock. Yes, whereas the last one, which is JCI, this is the main, one without just including or putting any criteria for Islamic, side.
This is what I mean. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
That's why I'm trying to see on one side, just the first two indices, which is ISSI and JII, and the other one, which is the first one, the main one, which is JCI.
What I mean, just to know what's the difference between calculating indices for non-Islamic companies and the Islamic companies?
Yeah, that's a good question, because there are some criteria mentioned in the paper, how they build up, the one I mentioned earlier, based on Sharia compliant.
Sharia compliant.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Okay, I think that's fine. So we now move on to the second presenter, Professor Kabir. So on behalf of you, I would like to welcome Professor Kabir to come forward to present his paper. Thank you very much.
I have two second paper also to present because my co-author is not here, okay?
Okay. Yes. Thank you.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم Assalamu alaikum rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I will present two papers back to back because second paper the co-author did not get visa. So both two papers are very technical, method oriented. So I'll just try to give you the gist and the main theme or thrust of this paper. The first one with Muhammad Bakri, Islamic Development Bank, and Nafis Alam, I believe is present here, and myself. So on the dependency structure of Islamic assets. Now, what is the motivation behind it? One of the challenges in Islamic finance is to employ appropriate modeling tools in asset allocation and risk management. And according to the safety first rule of investing, Hifd al-Mal Sharia rule, if portfolio manager or Mudarib should use the advanced models that show considerable advantages. So we have to look for the family of methods that is there and try to use the best method that's going to promote or maximize our portfolio investment return. In asset allocation or risk management, the dependence among the asset and risk factors is of crucial importance. And Bakri reported another paper, the dependence structure of the components on Islamic indices may not be modeled with a multivariate normal distribution. Because it has been reported in empirical literature, the financial time series do not always follow, or most of the cases do not follow normal distribution. So when it does not follow normal distribution, so you have to be in search of other types of modeling technique which does not require normal distribution. And one such is called copulas. Copulas become standard tools in modeling dependence among financial time series. And there are two general classes of dynamic copula studied in this paper. The copula-Garch models, which is a class of models where some of the parameters are time varying in an autoregressive way, conditional on the set of past information. And the second one, the copula-Vines, also known as pair copula construction, are a class of models used to model multivariate data. Don't worry, these are all loaded words, but believe me, there is software available. All you need data and run the software and try to sort of analyze the result. It's like a doctor looking at an X-ray report. So you will be given and produce this X-ray report running the data. Software is there, data is there, then you have to analyze what we are trying to do. So there is, I do not know how many of you know, that this is an S&P OIC ComSec 50 Sharia index. That was index began June 22nd, 2012. So there are 50 stocks in this index, taken at least one, the construction, from the OIC countries, and they have found in any country there cannot be more than 8 stocks, and one stock cannot represent more than 5%, or one single country cannot be represented in the index about 20%. So these are some of the rules of constructing this index. Remember, we have Dow Jones Islamic Index, you talked about FTSE, Malaysian. So there are in the Islamic indices. Why we are creating this? So that in a portfolio management, we can have a benchmark. So how good am I as a portfolio manager? What is my benchmark I compare this with? So this is the reason all these indices came out. And this, the last one is S&P 500 ComSec, this another benchmark. Now in this, our main goal is to show within this index and construct that have some sort of dependency structure. You must take this into consideration to develop the proper index, otherwise we will not be comparing apple with apple. So we looked at these 6 different stocks in terms of market capitalization, and significance. These are the significant 6 stocks in the 50 index. The model parameters of the variance equation of the Garch copula should be specified, generalized, autoregressive, conditional heteroscedasticity, GJR model, which is also Garch variant. And there are Vine copula models. I want to save you all this loaded word. Basically, it's a variant of this time-varying Garch family with the different types of variations. Now, if we look at the 6 stocks, now why I am forced to take a non-multivariate technique? If I run the data and do some summary statistics, sort of diagnostic, if you look at the kurtosis for normal distribution, skewness must be 0, and kurtosis has to be equal to 3. But in this case, skewness is non-zero. If you look at the numbers over there, these are all non-zero, and kurtosis is greater than 3. So that establishes our first premise that the data is non-normal. So we had to search for alternative methods. Then we also look at the all correlation coefficients are positive. No hedging opportunity between the selected stocks. Now, so we run all these techniques. So I just want to share the results with you. So the mean returns of the stock indicate the average monthly returns are positive. That's good. The values of the returns of the selected 6 stocks of the S&P OIC ComSec 50 index show that the returns show fat tails as kurtosis are greater than 3. The returns are also asymmetric to the right, but also to the left as the skewness is non-zero. And both Kolmogorov, Smirnov, this is one of the techniques that we use to say whether it's certain things or not, and Jark-Barra, they show that the normal assumption is rejected. Results in our test, the Garch model, we employ the angle test for the arch phenomenon and Lajang-Box skew statistic for autocorrelation test. So if you look at the results, table 3 will show that the Garch 1-1 model is the best model for analyzing this data. Now table 4 shows that another thing with this Garch model, that the parameter alpha plus beta is less than 1 and very close to unity. Whenever it's close to unity, it simply says that the conditional variance, which depends on own past, and there is a high level of persistence. So Garch 1-1 is a convenience choice for modeling the clustering effect. According to table 4, filter residuals of 5 selected stocks have degrees of freedom less than 30, and usually the 30 is for the normal. That shows again our model is the right model to use. They suppose the empirical evidence of the heavy tail of fleeted residuals of the Islamic assets. Now, again, the data and the empirical, this is the, I'm talking about the X-ray. When you look at alpha plus beta is less than 1, degrees of freedom is less than 30. Same thing. So table 5 contains the estimated parameter from 2 elliptical copulas to time-varying student TDC and the Gaussian GDCC copulas. According to this table 5, so according to this table 5, we find the results for the GSR 1-1, TDCC1 model are the most reliable. You know, when you do this type of research, you have to run a smorgasbord of tests and you see a family of models, which one is the best, fits the data. Then you try to tell your story. And that's what we have done here. So figures 4, 6 exhibit scatter plots, Y-weight student T, Y-weight normal copulas. Plot 4.2, the Y-weight normal copulas between Sabik and Raji stocks exhibit elliptical shape, shows high positive correlation. However, no local correlation in the middle of the right upper corner. This is also told for table 2. So again, there is no magic, there is no genie here. The software generates all these things to you. So this is what I'm trying to explain. 5 and 6. So doing all this data manipulation, data exercise, data messaging, what I find, that Islamic finance is not immune to global financial crisis. Many people say it is. It is not true. In the fund management, depending on the technique that you use, some people say that it was immune, but I find otherwise. There is always a necessity to apply new technical tools on the Islamic finance data and to test their efficiency and usefulness for Islamic finance. In this paper, we present 2 arts of dynamic copula models, the copula gauge and the copula vine models. The suggested models successfully took the empirical evidence and the sample data into consideration, and the results are promising and show the advantage of employing dynamic copulas in Islamic finance. So by saying this, what is the last word? Am I trying to find convert? Not necessarily. Those kind of time series techniques is very data dependent, time dependent, but the question is, how do you sort of prepare your food and present it when it comes to publication? So this is our paper.
Thank you, Professor Kabir. Just questions, please. Yes.
Assalamu alaikum, Prof. Very good presentation. I like it. A lot of statistics there. One thing I don't know, because you are professor, you can explain it. The copula you use. What is the and dynamic copula, simple copula? What are those actually? What they do?
You asked me a very difficult question. No.
Oh, sorry.
Actually, this data was run by my first co-author, and he could have given you, but these are the, you are a statistician, I know, that's you're asking this question. So these are the non-normal, time-dependent gauge type of family variation. So it has been found the time series data has a non-normal properties. There was a time where the gauge, E-gauge, T-gauge, those kind of model we used to run. Part of the reason is that there was a software available, eViews could run all these things. So as the software was developed, different versions of it, you need statistical, these ideas are not really new ideas. That has been a very old ideas, but it was converted into software. Now we can use this software in order to test those kind of new ideas. So the copulas is basically the time series properties of the financial data they're talking about. In this case, there are 6 stock time series data, how they behave over the years. Now, historically, before all this statistical technique came into place, the main idea was that the normality proposition, but normality proposition does not really hold. And we try to find a type of, out of a series of family of model, there are 2 things that describe the specific 6 stock data very nicely. And from there, our argument is that we have to be mindful of what model we use when dealing with this portfolio or constructing different indices. Because that indices will be used as a benchmark for comparing the portfolio manager performance, individual stock performance. So that 2 cents to the question that you have raised.
Yes, please. Yes.
Yes. Don't ask me a difficult question again.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
First of all, thank you for your presentation. I just have a little question about the purpose that you have introduced to introduce the dynamic way for the cupola. In general, when you use dynamic for time series, when the process are nonlinear, so have you tested the nonlinearity for the process for this multiplius index, and what's the meaning of this nonlinearity if this exists? Thank you.
Okay, so you talked about the nonlinearity in the process copula, and what is the meaning of this? Very good question. The meaning of this is start with the, remember I said from the very first run, we look at the data, the structure, data is non-normal. So once it's non-normal, we get out of this normality types of family of models. We get into non-normal, there are gauge families, then the copulas, and copulas brings into other types of variation within the data itself. Now remember, we are not on the individual stock here, we're talking about this S&P 550 index, and out of this, again, this work is still, why you might ask, why didn't you take the entire 50 stocks? We could have done that, but the paper will be longer. So we are trying to find the structure, the interdependence among the stocks. The interdependence could be highly correlated, that's one, or it could be non-linear relationship some way. And this copula families, my understanding, I'm not a statistician, that takes care of that type of specific character of the data. And that's what I tried to do here. I know you're not fully satisfied, but that's the best I can tell you.
That's fine. Yeah, okay, one more question, please. Yes.
Yeah, please. Assalamu alaikum. Yes, Professor, I would like to ask you a question, please. A simple one.
You start with a simple one, but you ask a very difficult one at the end.
Yeah, exactly. So the paper is very technical, but I'm interested with the last conclusion of it. When you said that Islamic finance is not immune from crisis, so it can be subject of crisis. This is what I would like to understand, meaning that what is the statistical result leading to such a conclusion? This link is missing for me. Thank you.
I think I know you're coming. You guys, you have read my paper, right? All the holes. Yes, you're right. The data, if you look at, start from 2012. So actually I have to go back because the data, we are not really in the financial crisis period. We have overcome that financial crisis period. So I agree, I accept your condemnation. We have to really look at these things whether that statement really follows our empirical research. Probably not. So you're right, I accept your criticism. We'll revise it.
Okay, Professor Kabir, can we use just the bootstrapping technique in order to overcome the problem of the short time series? Just started from 2012,
Yeah.
is right?
Yeah, these are all daily data. Now this is the best we can do,
Okay, that's fine. Last question, please. Yes.
My question is same as the brother asked previously. You said that Islamic banks are not immune to global financial crisis, but the nature of Islamic banks is asset-based and risk-sharing. So these are the basic nature. So how you answer that they are not immune to global financial crisis?
This is not really, I try to answer here actually. I'm saying that the motivation that you need a benchmark, there has been different benchmark created, and the new one in this family of benchmark in S&P, OIC, COMSEX 50. Now within the benchmark, we are looking at the structure within the benchmark itself. Because if the constructed benchmark is flawed, anything that you compare with this, you will not get the correct picture. So again, this is a technical, completely data-driven paper. So if you are asking for more than that in this paper, it's not able to answer your thirst, okay?
That's great. Thank you very much, Professor Kabir. Thank you. Next.
Okay, I have to make another presentation. Isan, you want to make it? No? What happened, this paper is a co-authored paper by Noor Naziha Juwani. She is a PhD student at an Australian university, and she is also a senior lecturer in one of the Malaysian university. And unfortunately, she was denied visa to come here. There was some technical problem. So the last minute, and one of my co-authors is present, Isan is sick. He's a former student of mine. So here we are talking about rate. Again, this is a data paper, model paper. So we got some time series data, this time Islamic rate, and we're trying to look at the performance of Islamic rate. Now the question is, of course, we look at, very often when we talk about Islamic finance, we think about Islamic banking. Part of the reason that Islamic banking dominates the entire Islamic finance space, right? About 70% of the, roughly speaking, of the Islamic finance space in Islamic banking fund in terms of total asset. The rest is Islamic capital market instruments. There are Sharia compliant securities. There are Sukuk, is a big Islamic fund management, Islamic stock broking. And within the Islamic fund management, you have the unit trust. There's a lot of mutual fund papers. My previous author talked about another Indus, I believe, Indonesian. Wholesale fund, then you have the private retirement fund. Then ETF and Islamic rate. And probably next time when I present, you will also see a paper on ETF. It all depends on whether you have access to the data. And data could be sometimes very restrictive in a sense because of the price. A university may not able to support it. So the global Islamic rates is growing, but so these are the 5 countries are dominating in the field: Malaysia, Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, and Singapore. There could be other countries. Again, many countries may have this individual thing, but remember again, this is also another reason that we are not being able to publish in good quality journal, because we do not have the good quality data. Or even if you have the data is not sufficient. So this paper is one of the criticism I can tell you of my own papers, the paucity of the Islamic real estate investment trust that we are dealing with. Here only we are dealing with 4 different Islamic and comparing this 8 different. So the very first thing, if a reviewer says, hey look, because when you do this type of capital market research in Western market, you have thousands of stocks, thousands of mutual funds. You have many years of data, 20 years. But here we are talking about the number of very limited number of fund and limited number of years. So that really restricts us even to send it to a good quality journal. So I just want you to keep in mind. But the question is why we are doing this. At least the research will start and the data will come over time, and the more rigorous research can be done in the future. So in the Malaysian rates, we got 3 Islamic rates and 13 conventional rates. Now the Malaysian Islamic rates guideline, there has to be a Sharia advisory committee. All operations comply the Sharia requirement. No conventional loan. There has to be property, takaful insurance. The selection of tenant, SRA of ethical investment should not exceed 20% benchmark. So again, that benchmark varies from country to country. Malaysia has different types of benchmark, restrictive, relaxed, so some are relaxed. Saudi Arabia has a different benchmark. So in that sense brings another question. When you talk about Islamic finance research and targeting good journals, they want a sort of generalization of the result. So we really cannot make the generalization of the result in many cases, because the Islamic capital market in Saudi Arabia follows one madhab. Malaysian Islamic finance follows another madhab. Like for example, Islamic money market is very big in Malaysia because of the fiqh position, but the Islamic money market is almost non-existent in other countries because there's a Shafi'i and non-Shafi'i school. So that is some way I feel the Sharia scholars have to play a very critical role coming to a common understanding. So I am sitting here in Saudi Arabia, I can invest in Malaysian mutual fund, and the Malaysian brother sitting in Kuala Lumpur can do the same thing, invest in Saudi Arabian fund. So we have to really come to the standardization, and that helps us do a research that we can say we can make a general statement to the scholarly community. So now, if you look at a significant Malaysian Islamic rate, so here are some numbers, 2012, 13, and 14. Now, market capitalization Islamic rate as of December is 15.04 billion Malaysian ringgit. Total industry is 35.67. So about 42% are Islamic rate, okay? So there are a number of papers by me applied not in rate but Islamic mutual funds, so we are borrowing that methodology. Efficiency on rates, like DA, again another technique that we're using this, so there is a huge literature on this area, I don't want to bother you with this. Now there are different ways of measuring efficiency, it could be input oriented, output oriented, those who are familiar with the DA technique. So here in this paper, we have done a non-parametric, not a parametric one, because of the data paucity, okay? Now data analysis we have done, so on do YDA, individual farm-based benchmark against industry, measure technical efficiency, pure technical efficiency, scale efficiency, because the reason I want to bring this issue right now, when you do this efficiency, the question is where this inefficiency is coming from. Is it coming from that this rate is not operating in optimal scale, or because of the lapse by the management? So we find that in our result that is coming from the lapse of the management. So data 2010 and 14, now we have 3 input variables and 1 output variable, And one of the rule of thumb is that the sample size has to be 2 times plus input 8, and the sample size is 3. So we fulfill that condition in order to apply the non-parametric DA technique. So having this, we have this input, data envelopment analysis, technical, pure technical scale, and we use a BCC model. We want that a different orientation, we would input minimization. Now, after we do this, we do not only, another thing we do is that benchmark when you create DA, we did not do over a time series. We should yearly benchmark. So when you say, so we have this Islamic rate, non-Islamic rate, you construct a benchmark, and you compare against this benchmark each fund's performance. So we go to the second year, we create another benchmark, and we compare the performance. So we do not really construct one benchmark for the entire time period. So we do this in order to, overcome some of the criticism that people raise against this technique. So we have 2010, 11, 12, 13, 14. So let me come in this. So 2 ways we support this. So if you look at just one, if you look at this one, 2010, DR been decreasing returns to scale, IRS been increasing returns to scale, IRS. So if you look at, there are into rate 1, if you see the rate count there for that year, it was not really an efficient scale. So there was an inefficiency because none of this rate 1 over the years did not operate at the optimal scale level. Optimal scale means it was operating in constant returns to scale. So we also compare out of this all this stock. So if you look at 2011, rate number 10, so that is the industry leader because it always come out to very close to the benchmark. So conclusion, I know my chairman is looking at me and said, hey, why don't you stop? Okay. Pure technical efficiency, source innovation valuation Islamic rate, better handling and utilization input resources, higher percentage Islamic rates operating as CRS, suggestive scale efficiency, further analysis. We are looking at the data. We are trying to expand the data. We want to tell a lot more stories. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Kabir. I'm afraid we are run out of time, so we can have one question only if you have. No questions? Thank you very much. Thank you. Next presenter is Dr. Jian. Yes, please.
I'll do this. Oh, yes. Thank you. Yeah. Can you give me space? Yes, please. Thank you very much. My name is Jihan. I'm from Tohoku Koike University from Japan. And well, thank you very much for coming in large numbers to attend my presentation. I'm really very excited. I was waiting since yesterday that people leave this place and I can come here and talk about some real things. And this is what we are going to talk about. My topic is about applying the Islamic private equity concept to some non-conventional investments. In this case, it is the rare earths we are going to talk about. Well, to be honest, I'm a novice in the Islamic investment area because this is my first paper on Islamic finance. I've been mostly doing things related to R&D and technological investment. But I found that there are so many things that we can bring together, and we can come up with interesting ideas and expand the horizons of Islamic investment and Islamic financing applications. Well, if you look at this picture, this is what was my inspiration, actually, to go into the areas of rare earths. Here you see a Chinese boat colliding with a Japanese boat, and it would look like a small, maybe benign event, but it was not. It had huge political and business and economic repercussions for Japanese businesses and Japanese economy. How it is that Japan is one of the biggest users of the rare earth, and rare earth, this is rare earth, right? These are the different, you can say, minerals or sort of things that you find in a very limited quantity. But Japan and Japanese companies, they use in a big way for you can say green technologies and hybrid technologies and in other, you can say, very modern products that we use in everyday life, but we never notice it. These are the things that are produced in a very limited quantity after a huge investment of time and money for a long period of time. And most of the time, this has never been feasible, financially viable for countries like Japan and even countries like America to produce larger quantities of these materials. So what happened? China was one of the largest producer of these materials, whereas Japan was one of the largest consumers of these materials. But when these two boats collided, actually the whole thing like mushroomed into a crisis between the two countries. Japan captured the captain of the boat, and China wanted the captain to be released immediately. They said they were in our territorial waters and we can't release, we have to prosecute the gentleman or whoever the gentleman was. And well, things got complicated, and China actually tightened its exports of rare earths to Japan. China knows where the things can hurt a lot. So that was where Japan was importing almost 80% of rare earths from China, and it threatened a lot of industries in Japan. So that was an eye-opener, and there was a rush for rush among many people and many academicians as well as industries and companies to find some alternatives or do some real research into this area so that people can invest more and more into the rare earths, and they can achieve the self-sufficiency in the rare earth production and supply chain. Well, I've done a paper on this already, and that paper actually, I applied the concept of neural networks to estimate as well as to identify and to reduce the uncertainty involved into the investment of investments into rare earths. And then I thought that this is a wonderful idea we can apply into and combine it with the Islamic financing as well. So that's how this paper comes into this at this stage before you, where I'm presenting it. The paper presents a public-private partnership-based private equity investment and supply chain management model for rare earths designed within the bounds of Islamic Sharia. Well, because still the concept of investing into rare earths is new, public-private partnership is very important to encourage the investment into there are not many existing models that can explain that how the outcomes are going to be. So there is a need for public-private partnership and that's how it can work to ensure that there is a stable supply chain for the supply chain of rare earths for the Japanese companies. Well, the perspective is private equity has always been a driving force around the world for many businesses, obviously. Concept and role of PET is effectively ingrained in market-based economies. The Sharia compliant of Islamic-based private equity that we are going to call IPE from now on is rather a late comer into the focus of all the investment talk. But the quantum of Islamic private equity is increasing, not very steadily. It saw some boom in during the oil bonanza, and we saw huge interest into Islamic products as well as Islamic ways of investing. But that boom is sort of seems to be eroding right now, and I'm not sure how it is going to be. There are projections that there is still huge market out there that needs to be tapped, and there is a big latency if that can be tapped. The volume and the magnitude of the Islamic private equity can be very significant in the coming coming years. Well, this paper pushes a step further and tries to explain the utility of Sharia-based private equity for investment into unconventional ventures. In this case, it is the rare earth we are going to talk about. I suggest here that we should take into account the dream value also that is associated with this, this type of investment. Dream value comes in many ways. Like for Japan, it will be self-sufficiency, the acquired knowledge you get out of that, some other, you can say, spillover effects that you cannot really quantify immediately in financial terms. But as a Muslim, for me, I think there is a huge dream value if we can apply the concept of Islamic private equity to this, and we can see a lot of Islamic investments growing here and there, and we can see an increased opportunity to invest in Islamic ways of investment in our countries around the globe. So that is another concept of dream value, or rather you can say aspect of dream value that I'm going to include in this model. And again, the neural networks are very important for me to understand the uncertainty involved and to reduce actually at the same time the uncertainty magnitude. Well, before I get into my model, I guess I will explain here a little bit background what is Islamic private equity. I'll not go the nitty-gritties. I'm sure you all know about what is Sharia-based and what are the investable assets, but I'll quickly glance through that. IP can be distinguished from conventional private equity at least on 2 points. One is the investable assets or projects, and other is the deal structure. These two things are going to be very different from conventional investments in case of an IPE. Investable asset or project, I'm sure you know, very well aware of this, this class, which is haram, and like interest-based financial services or wagering or betting activities or alcoholic products and illicit drugs, except where it is required for medicinal purposes, and pork and pork products, pornographic material, tobacco and weapons, sometimes exceptions. Well, this is a list, and this is not an exhaustive list, this is an indicative list, and this is not a list to which most of the people always will agree. There will always be some differences on this, but we are not, our model is not being violated if you stick to the 4 out of these 7, or to 3 or out of these 3, 7, still the model is okay and will work, I guess. So the second part is the deal structure, which actually is the very important factor that it takes into account is the risk factor. A deal structure in IP is based on risk sharing or uncertainty allocation. We'll talk about this in a moment again. The critical difference lies in the magnitude and allocation of uncertainty inherent in most venture capital investment that require private equity for nurturing and growth. Riba-based deal structure reduces uncertainty on one side of the deal, like for the financer, your returns are guaranteed, you have a collateral, and you assume almost little risk. But in case of an IP, the risk is sort of dispersed and allocated, and per person risk is somehow reduced, and we'll see how it happens. IPED structure not only disperses, it mitigates the risk, because the various modes or the special purpose vehicle we use for IPEs are like structured in a way in which due diligence is very much there. The control mechanisms are there. So we can actually mitigate some of the risks. We can allocate the risk between whether we use the Mudarba type of investment or Musharaka type of investment. It is possible to allocate, disperse, mitigate the risk. That is not possible in you can say, conventional style of financing or investment into various projects. So this is what Mudarba is. I'm not going into details, but there is a principal and agent and profit sharing and loss assumption. These concepts are there. You can go into the details of this if you go through by paper. The full paper, I guess, will be somewhere here on the website. And the second thing is Musharaka. Right now in this model, we are going to focus only two types of, you can say, investment models or deal structures, Musharaka and Mudarba, and we see both like these types investment structures acceptable. Well, there are certain usual risks that are there in all investments, but there are certain unique risks that also come when we talk of Islamic private equity. And I have quickly compiled a short list here is like a Sharia compliance risk. People, there is usually no agreement. We were just saying that the people from Malaysia and people from Saudi, they come up with different fiqhas, and not all the things which are Sharia compliant in one's eye will be compliant in another one's eye. Commercial displacement risk, like you are out of the usual commercial market and you have some displacement that increases the risk, and equity investment risk or business model risk that is going to be very different from many other models. So there will be some uncertainties involved with that, and liquidity management, because your investments are different type of investment, and where you may not be able to withdraw all your cash if you have to. Well, positive side is that this risk dispersion and uncertainty reduction is possible with the due diligence. If you see this quick picture, which can tell you that how in a visual way it happens in case of an IPE. I'm told that time is running out very quickly, so I'm going to hash through the things rather quick from now on. IPD structure allows active management, control measures, as I already told you, and that results in risk mitigation, risk dispersion, and due diligence provide ample impetus for investors to provide funds for investment in risky and unconventional projects like REs. Let me give you a quick look at what the REs we are talking about. There's 17 elements, 15 elements on the lanthanide side, and the two others are there. And these are the various major applications of various rare earths that are actually in question in this at this moment. And there are different types like light rare earth types and the heavy rare earth elements. But you don't have to worry yourself or bother yourself with too much scientific details here. This is a quick glimpse of the model I have put together for you. Like if you see here, there are like outcome possibilities vector 0. We can push it towards with public-private partnership and move on towards to the outcome possibility vectors 1. Which would require a certain policy measures, and you can say maybe sometimes in the beginning subsidies and other various measures to promote the business in such an area which is not very conventional. But that increases a lot, the other possibilities and enhances the chances of the success of the business. And if I can quickly show you the mathematics, like we can calculate dream value like this, and total investment opportunity outcome possibility vector is over here. And if we can see that Total benefits of the new strategy, that is RE production OPV1 plus dream value, or is we can put in a notation like this. And in the end also, because the left-hand side is greater than the right-hand side, that the benefits of adopting the model are greater than not adopting it. There is a certain dream value attached to it. It will be possible for many people to come up and put their, you can say, investment into such a project which is IPE based. So I'll quickly come to the conclusion of this. We carried a quick roundup of Sharia concepts with an attempt to bridge the information gap. Model presented is both Sharia compatible as well as modern, innovative in a way. You can pick up any project, and the project we are talking here certainly is not a haram project. It's an investable Sharia compliant project. And the deal structure we are talking here is Mudarba or Musharka, which is again acceptable deal structure. So both two parameters that we set in the beginning for our acceptable model for an IPE are present there. Model can be either, and we can base it on a Mudarba SPV or a Musharka SPV. That will work in both cases. It actually can take care of all the value components, and applying the neural networks, we can actually understand the uncertainties better. And that due diligence actually is very important concept that comes into and can enhance the value of the project. So this is all all my paper, and I think I will not overshot the time.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
Any question, please? Any questions? Okay. No questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, next up is Dr. Suhail. So may I invite Dr. Suhail to come forward, please?
This is yours? No.
Yes.
Can you just put this?
Can you give me?
This one. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sure. Sure. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum, and thank you very much for attending the presentation. The event has been very successful, so my heartiest congratulations to the organizing committee for organizing a very successful event. My name is Dr. Saad Azmat. I'm Associate Dean of Research at Lahore University of Management Sciences, and I'll be presenting this paper, Islamic Banking and the Asset Price Bubbles. My co-authors are Dr. Suhail. He was supposed to present, but is not feeling well, so he's in the audience. And other co-authors are Hamza Ghaffar. He's a PhD student at Manchester Business School. And Abdul Aziz, who is a professor at American University of Sharjah. So 4 of us worked on this paper, and this paper is basically different from what you have seen. So if you were bored to death by the previous presenters, I'm not going to disappoint you this time. I'm going to bore you even further, because this paper is not on empirics, this paper is on theory. The idea of there's a lot of arguments were given by the previous presenters, and if you focus on those arguments, you'll find out that there was one common shortcoming, and that is that when we talk about Islamic finance, we suffer from lack of data. So when we reach conclusions that whether Islamic finance has been able to evade the financial crisis, all those conclusions are not very strong. Or whether Islamic finance is not immune to crisis, all those conclusions suffer from a common problem, and that of data. Because we are basing our conclusions on single events. Most of the studies have focused on the 2008 financial crisis, a crisis that did not originate in the Muslim world. So to be able to make meaningful conclusions, we need at least 50, 60, 100 years data. But unfortunately, we don't have it because Islamic finance is a relatively new phenomena. So what we have done and what we feel is needed for Islamic finance research is basically we need some theoretical work. So in this paper, we have tried to come up with a theoretical model in which we have tried to establish that Islamic finance and Islamic banks in particular would be able to evade a financial crisis, and Islamic banks would be able to avoid financial bubbles. Now, what we have done in this paper, we have resorted to conventional theory first. So this paper was an outcome of a paper by Viral Acharya at Stern and Hassan. He was at NUS. I had a conversation with Hassan, and Hassan gave this idea. His paper got published in Journal of Financial Economics. And in that paper, he tried to make a case that the financial crisis of 2008, Viral and Hassan made a case that the 2008 financial crisis was a result of a financial bubble that originated in the real sector. Their argument goes, in their 2011 JFE paper, the argument goes that before the financial crisis, in 2007, there was excessive volatility in the real sector. When I mean the real sector, I mean the equities and other commodity markets. Now, their argument goes that when there is excessive volatility and risk in the real sector, people move towards banking. So banking sector experiences a liquidity influx. So from the equity market, people move to the banking sector. When people move to the banking sector and there is a significant influx in the banking sector, lending standards become lax. So there's a lot of lending going on, and when lending standards become lax, then there is a financial bubble. So that was the argument they put forward in their paper. And this is actually true. I've met a few bankers working for Bank of America, and I asked them that during the crisis, what kind of lending standards were you following? And some of them told me that they were absolutely very poor lending standards. So on a $100,000 house worth of property, they would lend an amount equal to $150,000 because they felt that the prices of house prices would keep on increasing. So with poor lax and extremely poor lending standards, owing to the liquidity influx that one would experience on the liability side, a bubble would occur in the housing market. That's what happened in the 2008 financial crisis. So now, how would Islamic finance prevent it? This is basically the focus of this paper. So we have focused on the liability side of Islamic banks. Up till now, most of the theoretical work that has also been done is focusing very much on the asset side. And the argument goes that if risk-sharing instruments exist on the asset side of Islamic banking, then Islamic banking would be able to avoid a financial crisis. There are other arguments that suggest that since the asset side is asset-backed, Islamic finance would be able to avoid a financial crisis. Now, we haven't focused on any of these arguments. Our focus is on the liability side. So this is one contribution of the paper. We feel that Islamic banks are different from conventional banks purely from a risk-return perspective if we focus not on the asset side but on the liability side. Because on the liability side, in most Islamic banks around the world, even in Malaysia, you would find risk-sharing instruments. So most banks around the world use mudaraba on the liability side for deposit taking. Now, what happens is, so in this paper we have done two things. We have incorporated the risk-sharing aspect of a deposit account on the liability side, and then as a special case we have incorporated risk sharing on the asset side. But predominantly our contribution is the risk sharing feature on the liability side. What do I mean? Just to explain and to be very clear what I'm referring to. So if you have deposited your money in an Islamic bank, most Islamic banks, They have the right to refuse withdrawal payments. So one fine day you go to an Islamic bank and, for example, there's a bank run, or you go to an Islamic bank for money and the bank has ran out of money, the bank has the right to refuse withdrawal payments to you. Now, in most cases, banks do not exercise this right because on the asset side, they are very safe. But one fine day, the bank can exercise this right, and this is a legal right. Secondly, banks also have the right to pass on any risk to you. So any uncertainty in return, bank can pass on to the depositor. This is a legal right. This is not so for conventional banks. In conventional banks, there is deposit insurance. In conventional banks, the liability side is well protected. So what we did in our model, so I'm not going to focus too much on the model, I'm going to focus on the outcome of the model. So this is the model, typical equation that we have set up, and we have taken lead from Acharya's paper. And the idea is, just to quickly explain what this equation is doing, this equation is capturing two phenomena, two states of the world, with probability theta that the Islamic bank or the conventional bank would succeed. If the conventional bank succeeds, the conventional bank gets revenue L, the rate of return R on the loans L. Of that amount, the conventional bank has to give R to the depositors. There's a possibility that the conventional bank might default, and if there is a default, the bank dissolves and the money is distributed to depositors first, and whatever is remaining is given out to shareholders. So we made a change in the equation. This equation, we came up with a conventional banking model first, in which there is this possibility that the depositor might take out money before the set period that the depositor initially had in mind. So focusing on that, this is the optimal rate of returns for a conventional bank. You don't have to understand what's happening here. Those of you who are interested, we can always discuss it later or during question and answer session. But this is the optimal rate of return. Now, I want you to focus on equation 4. In the denominator, there is a D. For an Islamic bank, this would be D plus E. So we changed the equation for an Islamic bank. Because for an Islamic bank, the depositors are like equity holders. In case of a financial crisis, they'll have to bear the risk. So if we focus on the second proposition that we have done, is that we have tried to show that the rate of return for an Islamic bank is dependent on both debt as well as on equity. We focus on equation 12. Now, if the financial crisis occurs, this is the investors' participation constraint. Again, I won't go into the details. I would like to focus on the outcome of the model. So, to cut the long story short, what this proposition 3 and 4 are trying to suggest is that since the liability side of an Islamic bank also involves risk sharing, in the event of a financial crisis, investors would not have the incentive to take the money out from the real sector and put the money in an Islamic bank. Because in the event of the financial crisis, owing to this unique risk-sharing distribution of the liability side of Islamic banks, the investor would have no incentive to put the money in an Islamic bank. Hence, there won't be that liquidity influx that would cause the crisis. And this is something we have shown theoretically in the paper. Just to focus quickly on the conclusion. So without changing anything, without focusing on the asset side, most of the papers that we have come across, they focused on, we have 2 minutes?
2 minutes.
2 more minutes, okay, I'll just quickly wrap up. So most of the papers that we have come across, they're focused on the asset side, and they focused on the unique Islamic finance aspects on the asset side. But if you focus on the asset side, you see murabahas, you see ijaras. In terms of risk return profile, murabahas and ijaras are very similar to a debt contract. But if you focus on the liability side, we see mudarabas, which make Islamic banks different. And it is this liability side feature of an Islamic bank that basically prevents the Islamic bank from creating artificial asset price bubbles. Now, there's something else that we have tried to show in the paper. I haven't brought the model here, but it's in the paper. And that is that if we use risk-sharing instruments also on the asset side, then the impact of the crisis would significantly reduce, in the sense that Islamic banking would be able to prevent asset price bubbles even further. We presented this paper into a conference, and we got a comment that you need to test this model as well. Because the model is very good. Theoretically, it's very sound. The maths works extremely well. But we also wanted to test this model. So we have been running some tests. So I haven't brought the empirical evidence, but whatever little empirical evidence we could gather, we have found that during the 2008 financial crisis, the liquidity influx before the 2008 financial crisis, in the year 2007, the liquidity influx, the liquidity influx in Islamic banks were relatively lower than the liquidity influx in the conventional bank, in the Muslim world. And after the financial crisis, the liquidity outflow from Islamic banks was relatively lower than the liquidity outflow from conventional banks. So based on that theoretical exercise and using some good empirical evidence, we have been able to suggest that probably Islamic banks would be able, if properly implemented, should be able to avoid asset price bubbles. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to take.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sohail. Just one question, please.
Questions? Great.
Okay. I have a point, just I would like personally to know. Just you mentioned the liability side. This is a contribution of this paper, just to concentrate on liability side. Just is it applicable only on banking, or you can use your analysis or your theory, just to solve the bubbles, asset pricing bubbles, with any other company, not banking? Can we do that? Because this is a good point, and interesting.
So you mean to say if I understand the question correctly, so other than banking, other financial institutions?
Exactly. Can we do that on other?
So can we apply? Absolutely. So the idea is, although this paper is more focused on banking, because the liability side risk is more of a banking risk, but we can extend it to make a case that other financial institutions, for example, who are not deposit taking, they would have greater stability.
So do you mean sukuk? Because sukuk is, ethical Islamic bonds, under the liability side, can solve the asset pricing bubbles?
This is another debate. So for example, if we move from banking to capital markets, and if there should be greater emphasis on capital markets compared to banking, partially the results of our model can be extended to suggest that if we make more investments in capital markets, in sukuk, in Islamic equities, probably the risk in the system would reduce. So a tangential conclusion would be that investing in capital markets would be very useful.
Interesting. Just thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dr.
Thank you.
Okay, the final presenter, just Professor Ziad.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين. So I am Ziad Ftiti, Professor of Economic and Quantitative Methods at EDC Paris Business School. So today I will present for you a paper about the performance of equity Islamic funds. This paper is a paper in progress and written with two colleagues. The first one is Shaukat Hamoudek from Drexel University of Philadelphia and Khaled Gasmi from IPAG Business School in Paris. So the schedule of my presentation will be as follows. In the beginning, we start by presenting the motivation leading us to discuss these topics. After that, a brief presentation of our model. Then we expose the main results and we will finish with the conclusions. So during the last decades, several periods of turmoils have been occurred, leading many criticizers to traditional financial sectors, and as a result, Islamic finance become more attractive and more interested topics. So at this period, and especially at the end of 90 decade, the main Islamic instrument are the sukuk and the risk-sharing financial instruments. However, this instrument have some complexity and some specificity, humbling them to be developed regarding the conventional products. So. At the beginning of 2000 decade, the Academy of Fiqh have published a decree allowing Muslim people to invest in the equity funds with some parameters. For this reason, we have observed a grow up of the volume of investment in the Islamic equity funds. For example, in 1994, the investment amount is about $800,000, and in 2003 about $16 billion. However, the academic literature did not fill the gap about this kind of instrument. For example, we did not have a lot of information about the risk of these assets or their performance. So the main issue of this paper is to analyze the performance of equity Islamic funds and to look for their sensitivity regarding the Islamic global sector and the global financial conventional sector. So the evaluation of the performance, the fund performance, is an old issue in the traditional financial literature, with the work of Sharp 1964, Littner 1965, Fama and French 1993, Black and Scholes 1996, and Bickard and Harvey in 1995, and Bickard and all in 2005, among others. Those studies are basically theoretical, have proposed theoretical models about the conventional economics and reached to mixed results. And recently, some authors have been interested on Islamic equity funds performance and have been inspired from these models. But different conclusions have been adopted and few studies have been developed. So, for example, we have the study of Hanafi 2002, which shows that during the period, Islamic unit trust fund performed better than the market and the risk-free investment. However, Islamic unit trust fund failed to provide diversification investment. Another study of Ahmad 2001 shows that Islamic equity funds outperform benchmark like the MSCI index. Abdullah and all in 2007 compare between Islamic and the conventional unit trust, and they show that both types of funds slightly underperformed the Kuala Lumpur index benchmark. So our study are in line of this previous study, but we complete the literature by proposing another model which is inspired from the model of Bickard and all 2005. In this model, Bickard and all 2005 uses evaluate the performance of conventional funds according to basic factors. The global financial market factor and the regional financial factors. For us, we consider the regional conventional factor in the case of Islamic funds as the Islamic financial market. So we will evaluate the performance of Islamic equity funds according to main factors. The Islamic financial factors are as a global factor for the Islamic markets and a global factor of the conventional markets. So our proxies are as follows. The Dow Jones World Market Index is considered as a proxy of global financial market risk, and the Dow Jones Islamic Composite Index as a proxy of Islamic financial market sectors. So our model is in line of Bicard and all 2005. So the return of Islamic equity funds will be explained through the part of Islamic sector plus part of conventional sector plus a part of unexpected return in the Islamic sector plus a part of unexpected return in the conventional sectors. So this model is estimated following 3 steps. We did not recall all the estimation methodology. There is the same as Bicard and all 2005, but we have basically, in loosely speaking, we have 2 steps in this methodology. The first step is to determine the sensitivity of the return of Islamic equity funds regarding the Islamic sector and regarding the Islamic the conventional market, and after that we will estimate the variance covariance matrix according to the DCC GGR Garsh model in order to take into account for any asymmetry between this assets, this index, and this, and this type of model, DCC GGR Garsh, assume that bad news have higher impact than the good news in terms of volatilities. In addition, this kind of model takes into account of the persistence phenomena. When we have some shocks that we dissipate in the long term, this model takes into account of this phenomena. So at the end of this model, we will estimate the unexpected return of each studied Islamic fund according to this equation. So each unexpected return will be explained according to the first equation regarding the expected return of Islamic sector and with parameter lambda, and this parameter lambda will traduce the contagion effect between these 2 indices. So this lambda take the equation as follow is equal to P plus Q times the dummy variable, and this dummy variable will take 1 during the crisis period and O during the tranquil periods. So our data start from 1999 to 2013, and we choose weekly data, and our global index are the Dow Jones World Composite Index as a proxy of conventional market, and Dow Jones Islamic Market Index as a proxy of Islamic sectors. And we study in this part of analysis only for this part of analysis only 3 Islamic funds: the Dow Jones Islamic Market Europe, and the Dow Jones Islamic Market Asian Index, and the Dow Jones Islamic Market MENA Index. So the results we determine the sensitivity. The sensitivity of the second row is the sensitivity regarding the Islamic sector, and the last row regarding the conventional sectors. So we observe that all funds have highly related to Islamic global sector and very weakly correlated or related to the conventional sector. And in terms of systemic risk is traduced through the median value. We have a median value equal to 0.83 for the Islamic sector and 0.044 for the conventional market. So we observe clearly that the indices of the Islamic equity funds manager are reasonably risk averse. regarding the conventional markets. Then the estimation of contagion effect, we have surprise results because we found that we have a contagion effect regarding this Islamic equity funds and the Islamic sector, which is logical results. And also we found that a conventional market have a convention effect on the Islamic equity fund in the risk of 10%. So this result is traduced that we have a relationship in equity Islamic fund and the conventional market in addition to the global Islamic sectors. So we will stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Zaid. Just any questions, please? Yes, yes, please. Yes, go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum. I came a bit late, but I have seen you have used equation, page number 10, and this equation is existing equation or you modified something or developed something?
Okay, thank you for your question. In the model of Bicard and all 2005, this is the same equation, but the difference is Bicard and all 2005 explain the equity funds according the conventional markets like us. In this, we have the component of conventional market, but the difference is in another compound about the regional markets. In our paper, we consider that the regional market for us, in the case of Islamic funds, is the Islamic global index sector. Because what means regional markets in the case of the model of Bicard and all 2005? Regional markets are the markets related with some specificity, common specificity. And in our case, we have supposed that the Islamic index have some specificity. Yes?
No, like I did not ask, I asked only.
Sorry?
The equation you use, is it existing equation someone suggested or you modified this one or you proposed this equation? You understand me?
No, I don't understand.
Is it yes, sorry, it's just the equation you used, is it yours? Or someone else and you developed this one?
No, it is yours.
Our equation. So the model is yours?
Yeah. But this is the model. All terms are explained by Bicard and Hervé, and we follow all the methodology for estimation of this equation as developed by Bicard and Hervé in 1995.
Yeah,
okay.
That means yes, it's okay. You know. Yeah. Yes, thank you. Any other questions, please? Yes.
Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Assalamu alaikum.
You have used the JGR DCC, right?
Yeah.
So, and also you have used the Dow Jones. Why don't you use, brother, MSCI? Because that's the world benchmark normally used. So instead of using the Dow Jones, if you can see the MSCI, I guess the result would be much, robust. Okay. The other thing is, if you because you found that there is a contagion effect. Now, contagion effect definitely would be there because the markets are somehow integrated, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So we can't completely separate the Islamic financial markets from the conventional financial markets.
Mm-hmm.
Now, one way to do that is to use the because you use two-step DCC model, right? So in the first step, what you can do, you can use the spline guard to separate the noise component, and you have a smooth component which captures the fundamental news. Then you can look at in the second stage, you can look at the dynamic conditional correlation, in which you can see whether the contagion is due to the noise or because of the fundamentals news transmission. Jazakallah khair.
Thank you very much for your question. Effectively, this paper is in progress, so we will test for robustness with other benchmark index like MSCE and other index, and we will include in our sample other equity Islamic funds, because we have in this table some difference result between the ASEAN and the MENA equity Islamic funds regarding the Europe Islamic equity funds, because the ASEAN and the MENA Islamic equity funds are not related in terms of sensitivity to the conventional market. However, for the case of Islamic equity funds of Europe, we have a significant effect for 10%. So I did not have an interpretation for this. If this is the specificity of the Islamic equity funds for the Europe, I will include other equity funds in our sample to try to generalize these results. If depends in the region, or it depends on the composition of the index or something like this.
Any other questions? I think, I agree with the last, question, because I think this topic in particular is demanding topic. So, so why not comparing between just Islamic, equity fund and non-Islamic equity fund? Because, to separate the sample, it's a little bit difficult. Even non-Islamic, equity fund is quite difficult due to collecting the data and all these issues. So, it's right to say that we need further robustness test. And also we need to check the data, first before we go further with, the issues. But interesting topic. Thank you very much, Doctor. Okay.
Thank you for your
Okay,
comments.
I don't think we have any other questions. That's why we have to finish this session. Thank you very much, Professor Zaid. Also, I would like to thank Professor Kabir, Dr. Sohail, Dr. Jihan, and also, I would like to thank the audience for asking the question. That's it. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So
However, Islamic banks have their own risk as well, which are different from conventional banks. And because of Sharia compliance, using some risk management techniques like derivatives actually is prohibited. This which makes the ability to manage this risk is very low by Islamic banks. And because of such unique of risk that faced by Islamic banks, we need more research about the relationship between risk management and corporate governance, and of course the effect on the bank performance. Actually, this project is part of, or this paper is part of a big project. I'm going to just present the relationship between risk management and corporate governance, but actually we still have to complete this paper to include bank performance as well. The ultimate responsibility of effective risk management is held by the board of directors, and without direct support and involvement from the board of directors, it is impossible to make risk management effective. This is why we find from research a strong relationship between risk management and corporate governance. The board of several banks were blamed for inefficient risk management practices before and during the financial crisis. And some scholars conclude that success of risk management in performing its function depends on corporate environment, which means that we should have a good environment for corporate governance to have a better risk management. So the corporate governance is a crucial issue in this type of studies. And it can be argued that good corporate governance imply good risk management as well. So effective risk management is one of the main responsibility of board of directors. So this paper is investigating the relationship between risk management and corporate governance in GCC banks during the period from 2005 to 2012. We have plenty of literature. We have the literature is very rich in this type of studies. So you can see from this slide that different studies conclude that different relationship between risk management and corporate governance. Tandelin in 2007 found that corporate governance has a significant but negative relationship with risk management, and ownership structure has no relationship with corporate governance. Christopher and Young in 2009 concluded that banks with larger size of board of directors tended to perform well, which means that the larger the board of directors, the better the performance of the banks. Actually, this result is contradicted with other study results as well. Another study by Showing in 2010 find that the quality of corporate governance very significant to support the return, higher return, and lower risk as well. Another study in Nigeria in 2012 find that larger board of directors less effective. So it means there is a negative relationship between board of directors and performance. Increasing in board size occurs with increase in agency problems as well. In Tunis, Ibn Amour find that small boards of directors have more performance and lower risk. Hassan, 2013, found the relationship between corporate governance and financial disclosure. Ismail in study in Egypt find evidence of strong evidence or a strong association between type of bank ownership and the quality of risk audit procedures. Another study in Taiwan, I think, found that corporate governance reduced down risk while increasing firm value in measured by stock return. In China, they found that the increase in the non-performing loans ratio with risk of lending, which affect negatively the performance. This is a model. As you can see, we have different parameters. Risk management is a dependent variable in this model, and risk management is measured by two variables. One, non-performing loans, and the second one, capital adequacy ratio. So risk management here as a dependent is measured by those two based on previous literature. This is our parameters for the explanatory variables. We have different variables including board size, percentage of non-executive ratio, role duality, audit committee, risk committee, CA turnover, gender, governmental ownership, bank size, bank type, financial crisis, and profitability measured by return on assets. Our sample is 90 banks in GCC region. The period is 10 years from 2003 to 2012, so about 900 observations, and the data were obtained from bank scope and annual report of these banks. Our diagnostics confirm no multicollinearity problems in our data using a correlation matrix, so no problem in our data. As you see, the results, the main results of this paper is, you can see we have used different models. We use OLS, quantile techniques, and the panel data. And I see some agreement among these three methods about different variables. For example, here in
a paper is a chapter of a PhD of one of my former students, Sharif Al-Halabi from Lagos University, and Hiba Abu Saud from Cairo University joined us this project and contributed to the paper as well. So briefly, I will discuss the main goal of this paper. I will give a background about disclosure in Islamic banks and what has been done in this area before, what did we study exactly, and how we do it. So I will mention to the empirical analysis. What did we find, our main findings, and the next step in this presentation. So for this paper, we try to focus on three unique types of disclosure based on a UFI accounting standard. So we look at Sharia information, social information, and the financial information recommended by UFI Islamic standards. And we try to link this type of disclosure to non-financial factors like whether increasing this level of disclosure affect stakeholders' loyalty or not. Also, we try to find out the impact of disclosure on the trust and certifications of the stakeholders and try to test to see if disclosure affected by the trust and the certifications of the customers. So we mainly used a questionnaire to collect information for 600 respondents from 15 countries who are dealing with Islamic banking around the world. And we use structural question modeling and BLS approach to find out the relationship between the variables of our interest. So we start this project by looking at the idea of accountability in Islam, and we strongly believe that if the Islamic bank is labeled like Islamic, the bank should comply with the Islamic Sharia rules and also with the AYUFI standard, which is supposed to be Islamic. So we try to look at the concept of Islamic accountability, and we strongly believe that Islamic accountability is the main motivation for customers to deal with Islamic banks. So Islamic banks should disclose information which is relevant to customers for making decisions. We looked at the concept of accountability in Quran and Ahadith, and we find that we have ayah from Surah Al-Ma'idah, بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اليوم أكملت لكم دينكم وأتممت عليكم نعمتي ورضيت لكم الإسلام دينا. From this, we'll try to look at the concept of accountability within the accounting field. So we'll find that وقفوهم إنهم مسؤولون, we are responsible toward Allah for all our actions. فوربك لنسألنهم أجمعين عما كانوا يفعلون. We will surely question them all about what they used to do. So from these verses, we find that accountability in Islam is totally different from the concept of accountability in the Western societies. So in Islam, we have obligations toward Allah and then to the society. So we shouldn't mislead them. We should provide them sufficient information, which should give them enough information for making the right decision. So we looked at different types of accountability. Also, we looked at different ahadith. We find, for example, كلكم راع وكل راع مسؤول عن رعيته. So it's a part of responsibility for the company to disclose relevant information for stakeholders, either insider users or outsider users. Also, we have ayat al-dayn in Surah Al-Baqarah, which is يا أيها الذين آمنوا إذا تداينتم بدين إلى أجل مسمى فاكتبوه. And again, it confirms that we should register any kind of transactions between ourselves, especially between the business and stakeholders. Also, in terms of the concept of disclosure itself, in Surah Al-Baqarah, we find that we have to have what's called full disclosure. So we have the first surah, يا أيها الذين آمنوا إذا تداينتم بدين إلى أجل مسمى فاكتبوا. This indicates that the concept of recording transactions in our accounting field. وليكتب بينكم كاتب بالعدل, which we used in accounting like fair disclosure. ولا يأبى كاتب أن يكتب كما علمه الله فليكتب واليوم للذي عليه الحق وليتق الله ربه. This is what we refer in our accounting field like clear transparency. ولا يبخس منه شيئا. And we refer to this ayah in accounting field information withholding, إخفاء المعلومات. واستشهدوا شاهدين من رجالكم, this is the witnesses. And in accounting we use external editor and internal editor to confirm the transactions in the annual reports. Another surah, ويا قوم أوفوا الميكال والميزان بالقسط ولا تبخسوا الناس أشياءهم ولا تعثوا في الأرض مفسدين ولا تبخسوا الناس أشياءهم. Again, don't mislead people from doing excellent manner, and we know that we can mislead people by giving them wrong information. Finally, there is a hadith, إن الله يحب إذا عمل أحدكم عملا أن يتقنه. God has ordinated excellence in everything, including, of course, disclosure. If we are talking about companies, they have to be excellence, provide full disclosure to help stakeholders to make the right decision. Sometimes you might find the Islamic bank or the company disclose information, but they try to mix between what's right and what's wrong for the purpose of misleading the stakeholders. And we use this in the literature when looking at tone disclosure, which means that's the information of good news and bad news information. So we have in Quran, وَلَا تَلْبِسُوا الْحَقَّ بِالْبَاطِلِ وَتَكْتُمُوا الْحَقَّ وَأَنْتُمْ تَعْلَمُونَ. We shouldn't mislead stakeholders. So based on this theoretical framework, we find that, yes, we should encourage to disclose fair, complete disclosure. We shouldn't mislead stakeholders for making decisions. Another hadith, من غشنا فليس منا, whoever cheats us is not one of us. So we started our project by looking at different ayat from Quran, different ahadith, to find out what is related to our field, which is accounting or financial reporting. We strongly believe that banks, if they put the label of Islamic, if these are Islamic banks, they should provide full disclosure to help stakeholders to make the right decision. So we have different papers. We looked at different types of disclosure. For this paper, we looked at disclosure about Sharia, disclosure about financial, disclosure about social responsibility. We find on average that the percentage of disclosure by these banks in our sample is 58%. So we try to ask ourselves, to what extent this disclosure help investors and stakeholders to make decisions. So we used some quantitative regression models. Also, we thought about the financial sector itself. We find that this sector is neglected in accounting literature. So we try to make a link between the financial service and consumers' relationship. So we try to find out if banks disclose this information without any misleading information for investors, to what extent that this information will help the customer to be trust or to trust more the bank, the Islamic banks, or to what extent this information will enhance the trustness and loyalty of the stakeholders. We believe that this paper provides an original contribution because most of the literature on disclosure just was looking at the economic consequences of disclosure, which means that the impact of disclosure on financial performance or impact of disclosure on cost of capital. No one looked at the impact of disclosure on non-economic information like the behavior of stakeholders themselves. So we set a group of research hypotheses, just try to find out the link between disclosure and the non-financial information like loyalty, stakeholders' specifications, and also stakeholders' trust. We built our model based on the literature and a youth standard to provide measures for stakeholder satisfactions, stakeholders' trust, stakeholders' loyalty, and also we measure disclosure by looking at what is required by a youth standard, and we then check with the users. And our paper provides evidence that yes, disclosure enhance stakeholders' loyalty and trust in the activities of the Islamic banks. So I think this is the first step toward a more comprehensive work on disclosure and the economic consequences and also non-economic consequences of disclosure. This is still under, we are working on this project, but it's a step toward, inshallah, a more advanced level of research in this area. جزاكم الله خيرا. So, any questions? Muhammad. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Khalid. Just in relation to hypothesis number 1, if you go back, please, to the first H. It doesn't appear. Okay, no problem.
It appears here, but H1, there is an association between disclosure and loyalty.
Disclosure and reality. Loyalty. So just my question is, yes, loyalty. How did you measure loyalty? Is it the dummy variable?
No. We have a questionnaire We use scale from 1 to 5?
Yes.
We ask some questions. If you look at the third group, stakeholders reality, I will say positive thing about Islamic banks to other people. I will recommend family and relative to do business with the Islamic bank. I recommend Islamic banks to someone who seeks advice. I'll continue to do more business within Islamic banks. So I try to look at the literature. In marketing, I try to find out their measure and I apply their measure in our paper.
Oh, that's great. Okay.
So it's mainly based on the literature.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Another question, please, in the same hypothesis. You said that there is an association. I think there is an effect of the disclosure on the loyalty and the other dependent variable. It's not an association. I think so.
I understand this. Yes.
Yeah.
First of all, we don't know which variable affects the other variable. So if disclosure might lead to more loyalty, or more loyalty by the stakeholders leads the bank to disclose more.
But the loyalty of the customer will not affect the disclosure.
Why? If I find that my customer is more reliable to
if he's
the
loyal,
bank,
he's not, the customer is not responsible for the disclosure.
Why?
But is it the responsibility of the customer to disclose something?
No, but disclosure affects their decision to continue or discontinue with dealing with bank activities.
I think that this is what I mean. I don't know exactly.
So the word association, you don't like it, you impact.
The customer has no role in disclosure.
The customers might require more information. If you require more information, you might motivate banks to disclose more voluntary disclosure. Because if you believe that you are Islamic bank and you have some activities, but you don't disclose information about these activities, how can I trust you as a customer? So I will avoid you as a bank. I will try to find another bank which have more transparency. So one way to attract more customers to disclose more information.
For example, we are talking about satisfaction, trust, loyalty. This is the dependent, I think. Yeah, dependent variables.
I'm using structure equation model, so I'm looking at both sides.
satisfaction dependent ولا independent?
في الحالة ديت, in this case, we try to look at whether satisfaction affect disclosure level or if disclosure level affects satisfaction.
So you will see both directions. Yes. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, last, yes. Okay. Yes, this person. Yes.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum
Thank you, Doctor, for your presentation. I have two small questions. First, what is the theoretical framework that you have used to build your model? What is the main framework, theoretical framework from marketing or whatever? Then I have noted that you have used PLS. What is your motivation to use PLS instead of CB structure model or other technique of regression models? Thanks a lot.
Can you repeat the second question?
The second question, I have noted that you have used PLS, SEM, structure equation modeling. We know that there's other technique like CB, covariance-based technique. What is your motivation to use PLS instead of CB structure modeling equation?
Okay, thank you. So in terms of the theoretical framework, we haven't yet reached to agreed theoretical framework to support our research hypothesis or the results. But we try to find out different series which shows that banks should disclose more. So we find what's called Western disclosure theories like agency theory or signaling theory. We find it is not applicable to our case. So we tried to build our own theory in terms of disclosure, like Islamic accountability theory. So that's why we relied on Quran and Sunnah to find out why banks should disclose more. But at the same time, we need another theory to explain why disclosure should affect this kind of stuff like trust, certification, and so on. We still searching. So if you can recommend us a theory, it will be highly appreciated. Again, for the analysis, again, because it's just a working paper, we started analysis by the traditional techniques used in the literature, and we might use the more advanced technique as sensitivity analysis later. So thank you. So because of the time, I have to switch to the next speaker.
Excuse me, Doctor. I have a question, please, at the back. Can I ask?
Where are you? Yes.
Yeah, a question. I can suggest a theory, maybe decision usefulness as an example, or a theory you can use to explain the hypothesis.
Yes.
And also accountability. How can you incorporate accountability from Islamic perspective? Do you have like Islamic accountability theory version or something like this?
Yes, that's why I present at the start the verses from Quran and Hadith. We try to introduce Islamic accountability theory because this will be more valid to the Islamic banks compared with the other Western theories. And at the same time, we try to find out another theory to explain why disclosure should affect customers or stakeholders, as I mentioned before. So now the third presentation will be Dr. Omar Osni. So you have 15 minutes for presentation. I don't know how. So can someone come to help us? Yes.
Should I put my PowerPoint there? So, Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I would like to thank the organizers of this conference for inviting me to present some of my thoughts. And I would like to thank the chairman of this session. It's really great to be here and to talk on aspects of dispute avoidance. My presentation today is actually on dispute avoidance in the Islamic finance industry. We want to look at current trends, and some of these trends will be based on personal experience within the industry or industry-related issues, as well as some future directions, which we'll be proposing at the end of this paper. The introduction, I'll be giving the background on dispute avoidance, because whenever we talk about avoidance, people think of ADR, alternative dispute resolution. This is not what I mean, actually. But when you talk about avoidance, avoidance may be similar to what we'll be discussing later, like Sadd al-Dhari'a, trying to block the means to an evil. So before it happens, how do you actually stop it or block it? So this is an aspect we'll be looking at. Now, looking at fiqh muamalat generally, the Islamic commercial law, there are some mechanisms that are there, but which have not been really explored or developed in the industry. So we'll look at some of these, like even the concept of muhtasib, that every bank, as part of the governance framework, should have an internal ombudsman, a muhtasib, which is based on the concept of hizbah, amr bil ma'ruf wa nahy anil munkar. So all these concepts have to be integrated within the framework itself. So we'll just have a quick look at some of these concepts. Then looking at the role of the Sharia supervisory boards again in dispute avoidance, I think is quite important. What we've been talking about, we had a session here yesterday, and they were talking about the Sharia governance framework, governance issues in Islamic finance, and we have not really looked at their role, whether it extends to aspects of dispute avoidance, particularly when some of their resolutions are published and banks are following some of these resolutions. So this is an aspect we'll be exploring as well. I think for this aspect, I'll just be asking some questions there and I'll be answering them immediately. Now, I'll give a case study of a failed dispute avoidance strategy. This is a practical case study which I was involved in directly as a mediator. So we'll explore this actually, and finally, we'll look at a framework which can be actually modified to suit the uniqueness of any industry. We have different governance framework across the world, in the Muslim world. So I'll just present this framework so every country can always, localize it accordingly. Then finally, I'll give the conclusion. Now, I'm starting with an opening quote here. This is from the Harvard Business Review, and it's telling us about the way people have embraced ADR. Now, for those of you who do not know what is ADR, ADR is alternative dispute resolution. Rather than going to the court to resolve a dispute, you try to explore other means like sulh, at-tahkim. These two things I mentioned are in the classical books. Most of the books of Honorable Qadi, you see them there, discussed in chapters. So I'm not actually exploring these processes today. We have published and written papers on some of these aspects. I mean, how you can use sulh and tahkim in resolving disputes. And we have a number of PhD students working on different aspects, including the empirical legal aspect of it. But that's not my focus for today. So when we talk about dispute avoidance, it's a new and emerging area which people are not really looking at. What can we do to avoid disputes? I think Prof. Khalid Hussein mentioned, he read a verse when he was talking about accountability. And the verse is ayat today, the longest verse of the Quran. I mean, this verse itself has a lot. Now, he looked at it from the accounting perspective. I can look at it from the legal perspective. And that's the nature of the Quran. It's all encompassing, covering a lot of areas. So we'll explore this aspect. Now, looking at this quote here, it talks about the way people, experts, and most corporations actually have embraced ADR movement in the early 80s. And that's what we see everywhere. And in fact, the Harvard University has the best kind of program for training people who resolve disputes amicably through mediation and negotiation. But that's not the case now. Things are changing. One form of ADR, as you can read there, is arbitration. In Sharia, we talk about at-tahkim. I mean, that's it's something similar to it, at-tahkim. And you find this in most of the classical books of Sharia. Now, this is one of the most expensive processes now. And it's supposed to be an alternative to what? To the court system. So this is a kind of anomaly within the industry at the moment. It's very expensive. So banks do not explore this. They prefer to go to the court because it's cheaper for them. So that's an aspect now. So what actually went wrong? If we were leaving the court, we were looking for mediation and arbitration. Now arbitration is not helping. What else? So we have to go back to the roots to think of avoiding. Perhaps how do we draft our contracts? I think that aspect is quite important. Now, moving on, let me just have a brief introduction on what dispute resolution or dispute avoidance, entails. Now, the ultimate purpose of law, though in strict jurisprudence, I mean the lawyers here, they know what you call jurisprudence. Generally, we talk about different purposes of law. One of the purposes is what you call avoidance of disputes. Apart from settling disputes, there's a difference between avoiding and settling. So how do you even avoid? So that should be the next step. Now, that's what we mean here. We don't mean settling. You have to avoid. How do you avoid? That means you have to put your house in order. And that starts from when you are actually agreeing on the contractual terms. And clarity is important here. And that's the essence of ayat today in itself in the Quran, in Surah Al-Baqarah. Now, I'll come back to that later, inshallah. Now, what is the essence of contract itself? Party autonomy is important. Party autonomy here talks about parties should stipulate what they want. Nobody regulates you initially, although the contract falls under a particular framework. But initially, you have to tell what you want. You want to buy a car. What do you want? You put it in black and white. So this is where it starts. Now, if you don't clarify when to deliver the car or the kind of car, then you have started some dispute, elements. You've introduced them there. So things have to be clear right from the contract stage. Now, dispute avoidance spectrum actually starts from the contract stage up to the execution stage. Once the parties are entering into the contract, it starts from there up to the time they conclude all the aspects. So this is an aspect we have to really think about. Now, how can we borrow a leaf from the construction industry? building. We had a PPP and BOT kind of presentation this afternoon, and that was a very fantastic presentation on some of the sukuk that can be used or that have been used. Now, how can we learn from this particular industry, construction industry? It's a high-cost industry. It runs into trillions of dollars, every year. There are a lot of projects across the world. Now, because of the nature of the industry, they have some of these, what they call concepts of dispute review bars, dispute advisors, and these people go to the site where the construction is being made. So immediately the dispute is arising, they just quickly check before it escalates and people find themselves in a court. Now, can we learn anything from this? In the Islamic finance industry. We talk about secondary sources of Sharia when we talk about the usul al-fiqh. We talk about Sadr Dharia, as one of the Masadi. How can we develop some of these concepts and apply them in the modern day? We have to move beyond. We cannot just take everything we see in the common law and the civil law and swallow it hook, line, and sinker. We have a lot of concepts within Islamic law which we can develop, and one of it is, some of this concept of hizbah, which we'll be talking about later. Now, I've talked about what we can learn, and I'll be discussing this later. Now, some of these mechanisms are muhtasib, amr bil ma'ruf wa nahy anil munkar, enjoining people to do good, and this developed long ago during the time of the Prophet ﷺ, and it's something which have actually metamorphosed into more complex concepts or institutions. You have ombudsman, which was introduced in Sweden in 1809, but we have this concept of hizbah, which has its authority in the Quran itself. Now, to what extent have we developed this to be part of the framework? This is a food for thought. Now, we talk about blocking the means to evil, Sadr Dharia, which is a secondary source of Sharia according to scholars. And I think if we can have this as a secondary source of Sharia, how can we bring this into dispute management in Islamic finance industry? And that's where we'll be talking about avoidance. Anything that will lead to dispute, will block it right from the early stage. That's important as well. Nasiha, it's another very important thing, and I think this is part of the Sharia governance framework, which Sharia scholars are taking up. Now, the Hifzul Mal concept, which is one of the part of the Maqasid al-Sharia, is very important. We talk about preservation of wealth, preservation of the wealth of the shareholders as well as the investors. So this is quite important. Millions of dollars are being spent on expensive litigations and arbitration across the world. And some of them involve Islamic finance. We know of a number of cases in the English court already. So how do we avoid this waste of Islamic products? So this is another food for thought. So some of these concepts may be relevant. Now, singling out just the role of the Sharia Supervisory Board, I think is quite important. Now, the question here is, do the Sharia Supervisory Boards play any role in dispute avoidance? I'll say yes. They clarify issues. Once issues are very clear on a product, that will avoid future disputes. We have a lot of cases now, and in some of them have been decided in the Sharia, in the civil court, the English court in Malaysia. And most of them, you see customers going to the court and saying a product is not Sharia compliant, like BBA, Baby Thermal Agile, is not Sharia compliant. But when they took the product, it was Sharia compliant, and they got the financing for the house, and they started living in the house, enjoying it. But after some time, they couldn't pay, and they are now telling us that it's not Sharia compliant. The judges have been very consistent here that this Sharia defense is what you call lawyers' construct. It's constructed by lawyers just to win a case. So this is what you see. Now, how do we even avoid all this mess taking place? Now, the Sharia Supervisory Board has a very big role to play here, and they've been doing this effectively across the world. But we have to identify this role as early neutral evaluation, which is a concept in the West for disputes, how to resolve disputes, ENE, early neutral evaluation. And I think the Sharia scholars are doing this. But they have to try to improve on this, and it was part of the discussion we had in the last plenary session yesterday. Now, what other aspects of Sharia governance can contribute to dispute avoidance? Again, this is very important. I think the Sharia audit aspect, which was, I think, partly mentioned by Prof. Hussaini just a while ago, Sharia audit and compliance helps a lot, and this will actually prevent future non-Sharia compliant issues which will trigger disputes. Furthermore, we have an event of disputes. Can Sharia Supervisory Board help to diffuse some of the matters at hand? Again, it's possible. Now, in some countries, and I'll give you the example of Malaysia, it is a statutory requirement for the courts. It's binding. The Central Bank of Malaysia provides for this. For the courts to actually refer controversial Sharia issues that crop up during a case to the Sharia Advisory Council of Bank Negara. And they have a procedure for this referral. also for arbitration it's allowed. So these are very important processes which I feel they would de-escalate or diffuse a dispute before it escalates and becomes something else. So I think these aspects should be considered when you talk about dispute avoidance framework. So we should move to this aspect now, talking about how do we avoid rather than resolve. Now, the first two you have there talk about dispute avoidance, while the last two actually is more of dispute resolution. And this whole process is called what you call dispute management. 5 minutes.
No, 1 minute.
Now, this is a case study. I'll just run quickly through the case study. And the claim of the customer, actually, he's a colleague of mine, a lecturer in the architecture faculty in my university. And he came to me and bringing this case on because I'm a consultant with the legal, whatever. I mean, we have a legal clinic, so I'm a consultant on dispute resolution. So they brought this case to me, and he claimed that they were, even the profit rate was mentioned to him on phone for the BBA transaction he entered with the bank, and this created a problem. And he raised a lot of issues, including the lock-in period. And the bank actually gave its own position. We had a phone call discussion, and they admitted certain things in writing. We actually pushed them to write. They admitted certain things, but ultimately, what happened? They asked us to proceed to the court. Now, we went through the initial negotiation, and they admitted that they actually took some money, which you can call hidden charges, from the customer's account, and they later returned everything. Now, they admitted liability and claims, but the customer had his own problem because he was actually claiming for a lot of bogus claims. I said it's only a competent court that can actually award damages. So I told him, if you can proceed to the court, then litigation will be your option. But it's not advisable because he will lose the case. Because he was going to the court for Sharia defense issue. And I told him Sharia defense will not work. So many people have lost their cases already. So that didn't work, and we had to advise him to go for refinancing, ultimately. So he refinanced his product with another bank. 2 more minutes to conclude my presentation. Now, how do we proceed from here? And this will conclude my discussion today. A dispute avoidance framework might be necessary. I don't want to call it a model because I'm not an economist. I know economists have a lot of models, so I just call it a framework. Now, we have the macro level on one side and you have the micro level on the other side. It's quite important. Disputes actually affect the whole industry. It can cripple the whole economy. So we have to address a lot of issues from here, but I might not have much time to discuss each of those items you have there because the chairman is telling me to conclude my presentation already. But this is a proposed framework we can explore, having proper legal documentation based on Ayatul Dain in the Quran, that was recited by the chairperson of this session. Then the procedures have to be well, prepared, and I think some of the central banks are tightening up gradually. Now, claims and complaints should be referred to a bank muhtasib, that's internal, before it goes for early neutral evaluation by the Sharia department, and it goes for mediation if possible. Then customer, if it's not satisfied, you still have a kind of an industry level mechanism. Malaysia has this, and I know some other countries have this, including Pakistan. They have similar models. But I think we need to move away from dispute resolution to dispute avoidance. Then finally, this is my conclusion. Reputational risk actually is involved when it comes to issues of disputes. When they keep taking you to the court all the time. Customers, we know that there is a problem with your bank, even though you are an Islamic bank. So I think we have to explore some of these concepts we have discussed and see how this kind of framework can be localized in our country. After all, what we talk about is mutual benefits. Yani antaradin minkum. That's the way Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentioned it. There should be mutual consent and there should be mutual benefit. This is very important for ongoing business relationship, and what you have at the end of the day will be every Islamic finance institution must put in place its dispute avoidance standard rules for both debt-based and equity-based financing. And I'll stop here and take questions from you. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaykum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Shukran. So any questions for the presenter? Yes.
Bismillah. Thank you very much, Dr. Omar, for the wonderful presentation. My question is, you have talked about the dispute avoidance process. That is a wonderful suggestion and contribution to this field. What I think is also, if we can think of dispute avoidance from two perspectives or two levels, at the individual level and at the institutional level. And the question is there any possibility to include the standardization of Sharia ruling process in the process of the dispute mitigation or avoidance, is it possible to include the Sharia standardization process?
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, can I take that?
Yes, yes.
Okay, great. I think it is quite important. I mean, looking at the macro and micro level, the individual institution as well as the, what they call the central bank level, I think is very important for every industry. And when it comes to the issue of Sharia standardization, as part of a technique to actually avoid this, but I think this will work a great deal. But I think again, even though we standardize, I think there should be some leeways for different jurisdictions. We know different fiqh issues involved in some of the transactions. So I think at the global level, I think we can have common standards too. And we're even thinking of something of this nature recently. When I met with a professor who came from the UK, we're trying to develop some standards to guide the UK courts on how to handle Islamic finance products. They have Murabaha case before them. They call different experts. You have an expert opinion on one side, another expert opinion on the other side. Two are conflicting. It creates a big problem. So we're thinking of how do we come up with minimum standards. I mean, the courts will respect. And I think AOFI actually has done a great job on this. So I just hope we'll have more efforts, inshallah. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Omar, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So our next speaker is Dr. Marwa Nahas from Newcastle University in Britain. And she is presenting a paper on conservatism and earnings manipulation, evidence from Islamic banks. So, Dr. Marwa.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Dr. Khalid, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, Assalamu alaikum everyone. Thank you very much for this great invitation, and it's a pleasure to be here in Qura, and thanks for the very good organization and for the great generosity and hospitality. So, starting by providing my title for today's paper. It's conservatism and earnings management, and we provide a comparative evidence between the Islamic and the conventional banks. This paper is co-authored with Professor Umni Abdul Salam and two other co-authors in the Hendrik and the Atlantics, University of Greece. So, providing an outline for the discussion, I will be presenting a brief idea about the motivation and the background, research question and hypothesis, the sample and data, the contribution, the model, and then the results and conclusion. So starting by the motivation and the background, as we have some interest about the role of religion or religiosity in general, there has been like a well-established branch of literature regarding the importance of religion in shaping individual behaviors and corporate economic attitudes. So within the context of the accounting and accountability, we have been trying to determine the impact of religiosity on the as an institutionalized control mechanism to assess its impact on the quality of the financial reporting. While little evidence and emphasis has been placed on examining this issue in Islamic and conventional banking comparatively, we have been trying to identify whether this religiosity has an impact on the financial reporting quality, with a greater emphasis on the importance of religious adherence. So basically, the motivation of the study was identified by the existing peculiarities or the institutional differences between the Islamic and the conventional banking, and which we primarily summarized into three key differences to drive our predictions. Basically, the first difference was summarized by the underlying dissimilarities in the financing structure. Then the added corporate governance layer, which is the Sharia Supervisory Board or the Sharia governance. And finally, the ethical commitment or the religious orientation of the Islamic banks. So we focus on testing the impact of religion on the quality of financial reporting, and we measure this through two key main variables. The first one is the earnings management, and the second indicator is the accounting conservatism. So for those who are not familiar with the term earnings management, we define it in line with the prior literature as the management or the use of subjective judgment in financial reporting in ways that can cause alteration to financial report to either mislead, conceal the underlying economic performance of the company. So the main contribution of this paper is in three key points. The first one is that we're trying to extend the current understanding surrounding the impact of religiosity in general on the financial reporting. We find that religiosity operates as a significant control mechanism, and this is of particular importance nowadays, specifically for international investors, regulators, and we had many sessions in the conference that has gone through the importance of regulation in both banking sectors. So we have been trying to find the connection, or trying to identify how the impact of the culture or the religiosity in general as one indicator of culture could influence investors or international investors and regulators' decision. Second, we have been focusing on banking institution, and banking institution nowadays represent key industry, where we highlight how corporate attitudes developed by these institutions could operate or could influence their religious adherence in general terms. Finally, we have been trying to draw more attention about what we call the signaling behavior deployed by the auditors' selection and the tendency to engage in less earnings management activities and more conservatism, specifically in Islamic banks. Two key hypotheses has been developed. The first hypothesis is dealing with our first indicators, which is accounting conservatism. Under the accounting conservatism, we have been developing this hypothesis in line with prior literature, where we focus on the importance for banks, or particularly how important it is for banks to comply and to be more conservative, given the intense information asymmetries, the opaqueness, and the contracting particularities. So we have been developing this, focusing on banks which prefer prudent practices, such as increased loan provision during the economic downturn. Our prediction or expectation is that Islamic banks are organized and operate under strict ethical rules and ethical commitments, given that they are subject to greater scrutiny and high supervision in terms of their Sharia practices by the Sharia Supervisory Board. So the first key hypothesis is focusing or developing on the assumption that Islamic banks are associated with higher accounting conservatism than conventional banks. The second hypothesis is dealing with or reflecting our second earnings management or second key indicators, which is earnings management. And in line with prior literature, which has provided convincing evidence through the use of loan loss provision as an important tool of earnings management, we developed this hypothesis on the basis that managers of religiously affiliated organizations are expected to maintain certain social norms associated with anti-manipulative, and in other words, they are less likely to manage earnings given their high religious adherence. So the second hypothesis deals with the prediction that Islamic banks are associated with lower earnings management when compared to conventional banks. Regarding our sample and data, we focused on the MENA region, and we have focused mainly on 12 countries of the MENA region between the year 2008 to 2012. We included a total of 100 listed banks, 24 of which are denoted as Islamic banks, and the 76 are considered as conventional banks. The main criteria for the sample selection is the availability of corporate governance data, and as Professor Khalid Hosseini has highlighted in his first session, it's all about the problem of data availability for Islamic banks. So we focused and set like an additional criteria that the availability of corporate governance data is important, and we set an additional criteria based on prior literature that there should be a minimum of 4 banks in every country that has been selected and 2 observations per bank. So this has resulted in a total observation of 500-year observation. So the data is a balanced panel data, and data sources are DataStream, Zawiya, Bloomberg, and BankScope. The main methodology and model for the accounting conservatism, we have developed one general model which is based on the contemporaneous and lead value as well as the intertemporal values for the change in non-performing loans. So we test actually for the differences in the timeliness with which Islamic and the conventional bank recognize the loan loss provisions. So we controlled also for the differences in the loan charge-off for both the current and the future period to account for any possible endogeneity issues. For the earnings management hypothesis, 3 main metrics has been developed to test the earnings management hypothesis. The first measure identifies what we call the small positive income as a target for earnings management, and this is our first model, which we predict that managers make effort to report a small positive net income rather than a negative net income for various reasons, such as the manipulation of the stock market, the avoidance of debt cabinets, and even the achievement of earnings management target is considered one of these motives for reporting small positive net income. The second set of our indicator is based on fixed effect estimation for calculating the discretionary part of loan loss provision. So we developed 2 equations based on the loss generating banks, and the second indicator is based on the residuals for the first regression model. And the discretionary component are considered as the error term from the above equation of A and B. Our measure of earnings management is the difference between the discretionary part of the equation B and the discretionary part of the loan loss provision. So we regress this earnings management indicator using different controls, and we expect a negative coefficient based on our prediction that Islamic banks are less likely to be involved in earnings management. The third set of, or the third model is based on the Jones model of 1991, where we obtained the discretionary part of the bank using the total accruals. And again, this is based on estimating the error term for the total accrual model. Main result or the key findings of this paper: for the first hypothesis, we find that conventional banks are less conservative in the recognition of loan loss provision. On the other side, Islamic banks recognize loan loss provision based more on the changes between the past and the future non-performing loans, so they are more likely to be conservative as compared to the conventional bank. And this result has been interpreted that the Islamic banks are likely to follow more conservative accounting policy in the recognition of the loan loss provision, which is performed significantly faster than the conventional bank. for the second hypothesis, we found that for earnings management, Islamic bank report small positive income less often than and have less discretionary accrual, and thus they are less likely to manipulate accounting numbers when compared to conventional banks. The earnings management model is positive and significant, but with a smaller magnitude, suggesting that Islamic banks manipulate less. So this is actually further support our findings, showing some robustness for our results. And overall, we have argued that financial institutions which are developed on Islamic basis, they operate under strict regulatory, culture, and ethical values, and they report financial statement in a high terms of financial reporting quality. And these are like the main tables, so I just provided them to give you some idea about the key findings. We performed some additional tests to identify the role of the auditor selection and to test the robustness of our result as well as an additional sensitivity. And we found that, so we started actually to examine the impact of Islamic bank status with financial reporting on the auditor selection as a measure of auditing quality. We used logit regression model, having a dummy indicator for the type or if the company or the auditing firm is among the big four or not. And the results show that the coefficient on the Islamic banks is positive and significant, indicating that these banks tend to hire the big four for their, doing their auditing and consultancy service. The result justifies the main finding of this study, so it provides more and more insight about the financial reporting quality in Islamic banks. And they show the influence of the auditor selection, since the role is to try to restrict incident of financial misstatement and fraudulent financial reporting. Finally, our main findings show that Islamic banks are more conservative and less involved in earnings management, and hence they report higher financial reporting quality. They tend to engage auditors from Big Four as a signaling tool, and they are less likely to manipulate earnings when compared to conventional banks. Accordingly, we suggest that the strict ethical and governance context within which Islamic banks operate have a positive impact on the financial reporting quality. Main implication for this study is to three key stakeholders. The first one is investor. We should take into account the consideration about the high religiosity adherence or religious adherence are likely to be associated with the increased financial reporting quality and could therefore lead to reduced agency costs. Auditors should also take into consideration the operation of religiosity as a monitoring mechanism. Finally, for the regulator, they should take into account the positive relationship between religiosity and audit quality when making relevant attempt to regulate or to increase the level of earnings quality. Finally, I would like to thank you all for your attention, and I'm happy for receiving any comments on the study. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, questions. We have Dr. Muhammad Sharif.
Okay, well, just thank you for the presentation. In fact, I have a couple of questions. The first one related to the sample. Please, if you go back to the slide, where you presented the data and the sample, please.
Yeah. Yes?
Sorry, I can't see it. Just, I would ask.
I have set it up on the screen.
Yeah, just no problem. I don't see, the slide in front of me. But my question is, I think how many countries you got?
How many banks?
Egypt, 12.
Yes.
How
Sorry,
many
say-
countries?
say-
You got Egypt,
How many
Jordan?
countries?
Yes.
12 countries in the MENA region.
Yes.
Just to brief them, this is Bahrain, Egypt, Jordan, Kuwait, Lebanon, Morocco, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Tunisia,
Yeah, that's
Syria.
fine. Yeah. My question is, I think, as far as I understood, you assumed all countries have the same characteristics. So my suggestion is, if you manage to use multi-level analysis, this may enhance your results and also may, be used as a robustness test, because, when you have different countries, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, I think, they have different characteristics. So if you manage to start first with a multi-level analysis, just to start with the first level to see, whether the characteristics will impact on your results or not, and then you go further to the second step. So this is, a suggestion. I'm not sure whether you
mean to classify them somehow into homogeneous set of countries like Gulf, non-Gulf, for example?
No, just this is another, solution. But what I'm saying is, you assumed all countries have the same characteristics.
Yeah, we did some sensitivity tests that I haven't reported here. We tested for the Arab Spring countries. We tested for the GCC countries. So we did some country type control, to see if there is any change in the behavior. And we are currently working on that. But primary results show that the results are still robust. Islamic Bank, they are less likely to be involved in earnings management, and they are more conservative. But this is a very good suggestion, so thank you very much for that.
Yeah, the other question, I think he used the OLS technique, is right?
We used several estimation procedure. One of them is fixed effect OLS and logit regression for the auditor selection.
Yes.
Binary analysis as well for the logit. So yes.
What type is your data? Is your
OLS
data
fixed effects.
Sorry, is your data is time series or panel data?
Panel data.
So have you noticed that, or have you tested the indigeneity problem in your data?
Yes, we have done a lot of diagnostic tests, and they are all clear regarding the indigeneity issue. And we have used several model, and selection of the fixed effect was based on the Houseman test. So we did the Houseman test to see if it's random effect or fixed effect.
That's why my suggestion, final suggestion is, you may think about using GMM as well, as a dynamic model. So just you may think about
but for
this.
For the GMM, it has to. I work on the GMM as well, but using the GMM for this one, it's actually it's matter of the availability of the observation. To run the structural model, to run the system equation for the GMM, they need a lot of observation, and the data for the MENA is not rich enough to run these system equations.
The panel data will increase the number of observations. That's why I asked what type of data. Anyway, this is just suggestion. Well done and good luck.
Yeah, we could test it for the GMM. Yeah, thank you very much for this.
Thank you.
And thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Marwa. Ahmed Al-Badri with you. I don't have questions. I just need to say, I'm very proud of you that you are one of my colleagues there in Cairo University. I'm really very happy with this effort and this publication. ما شاء الله ما شاء الله وكل التوفيق إن شاء الله. شكرا.
Thank you very much, Ahmed, and I look forward to meet soon, inshallah.
Inshallah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have another question? Yes.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Doctor, for this wonderful paper. The aim of this question is just to enhance, to improve the paper that you have.
Yeah, thank you.
What tools did you use to measure religiosity? That's the question.
The religiosity is mainly proxied using the bank type. So based on religion literature, one indicator for religiosity is considered as a bank type, beside many other indicators. But to test for the religiosity, we selected only the bank type as a proxy for that.
Yeah, so because it's a very subjective concept, and because it leads you to conclusion, and the conclusion can be controversial. That's why I just asked. So you have to think of this one also.
Yeah, but there has been some supporting literature regarding the use of the bank type as a religiosity indicator, latest paper in the Journal of Business Ethics. They have identified this as one proxy. But yeah, thank you very much for suggesting testing for other type of religiosity. Thank you.
Okay, my last question, Dr. Marwa.
Yes,
Your
Dr.
sample period started from 2008 to 2012, and I think 2008 was affected by the global financial crisis. So I think you need to drop 2008 and you start from 2009. Even
Yeah,
as
we
analysis?
tested one additional sensitivity test that we run. Sorry that I didn't manage to present all the robustness tests because they are about 10 tests, but I thought that we have only 10 minutes to present all the tests, so my apology for that. We also controlled for the financial crisis period, and we are presenting the table for this as well in the paper, and the result was robust. And we controlled for the Arab Spring period, Arab Spring countries, GCC, non-GCC. So, and use different alternative measures as well for the earnings management.
And
so,
did you use Hofstede? Did you control for culture by Hofstede?
Hofstede, no. We didn't control for culture because we're not testing culture directly. We just picked one indicator of culture using this religiosity indicator of the bank type. But we didn't want to expand too much in the area of, Hofstede, because this, I think this will, it's a very interesting point. So thank you for raising that. But I think if we drove the paper to culture and extended this, it might, make it a too big paper, which is it is already counting for some of the tables as well.
You
so
would use them
we are quite
just as a control variables, because most of the literature in financial reporting and management, they control for country-specific characteristics by looking at Hofstede scores.
We used some cultural, not like a direct culture like the Hofstede, but we used some country governance indicators like the rule of law and regulatory quality, etc. So we used some governance indicator, but not directly for culture. But this is an interesting point, and I will take it into account. Thank you very much for that.
Okay, last point, we consider earnings management as something like an ethical issue. Why should Islamic banks involved in this unethical issue?
Why, sorry, could you repeat the question?
Earnings management is considered as something like unethical issue. Why should Islamic banks involved in this unethical issue?
Unfortunately, there has been some literature that is supporting that Islamic bank has started to mimic the conventional bank practices. Okay, and many studies recently has published in that. So we really need to test in depth, are these banks who are trying to mimic this contract like structure and so are getting somehow indirectly involved in earnings management, even if they are in principle should not be involved in these fraudulent or illegal or impermissible. So we really need to test this in reality to see, are they adhering to their religious orientation and to the books and to the principles that they were created for, yes or no? So this is why we conducted this study.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Marwa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
Okay, so the next speaker is Dr. Mukhlasin from Essex University in Britain.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi washabihi ajma'in. Amma ba'd. Alhamdulillah. Thank you to Mr. Chairman for giving me time for presentations, and of course thank you to the organizer for accepting my paper, and of course thank you to Dr. Amal and team who has been giving me the best welcome to the University of Ummul Qura.
Finish?
I have a slight problem with the slide. Hold on. Can you see the slide, Prof. Khalid?
Not yet. Yes, I saw it.
Yes. My paper is about the role of Maqasid al-Sharia in financial reporting standards for Islamic financial institutions. And alhamdulillah, I'm from Essex Business School, University of Essex, United Kingdom. And I'm also representing Taskia University College of Islamic Economics in Indonesia. So I'll be speaking on summary, background literature, methodology, analysis and conclusions. So alhamdulillah, this paper is complementing what Prof. Khalid has presented just now. I'm very excited to learn about his paper, and the spirit is, inshallah, is in line. So this paper, the objective of this paper is to examine the content of 3 financial reporting standards that are available for adoption by Islamic financial institutions, to see which one is regarded as the most ethical and viable guideline for the institutions. The research design for this paper, I'm using content analysis extending from the Kriperendorf 2012 with 3 maqasid sharia that construct, for instance, educating individuals, establishing justice and promoting public interest. Of course, I will talk about this one step by step, but this is just very brief about the papers. So the finding, this shows that about the IFRS and IOV and PSAK Sharia of Indonesia. So we will have a look at the finding at the end. Inshallah, the contributions of this paper is to fill the gap of the emerging studies on Maqasid Sharia that should be appropriately considered as one foundation in Islamic financial reporting standardizations. Right, the background of this paper is, I've seen Islamic financial institutions bearing the name of Islam, therefore their operations must be imbued with Islamic values, including their reporting mechanisms. I'm sure every one of us has agreed with this statement. So, plus Asutai 2012 asserts that Islamic financial institutions carry Islamic in their title, therefore they must respond to the responsibility imposed on them by the very title they carry, including financial reporting standards. The background of this paper, we can, as what has been mentioned by the panelists yesterday, about the commitment of some countries, including Saudi Arabia in G20, and also Indonesia is a part of G20 country as well, Malaysia and other country that I mentioned. So high-ranking countries clearly state that Islamic financial institutions are required, or also a part of the companies, that they must adopt IFRS, so which is Islamic financial, not International Financial Reporting Standards. Although Indonesia was required to adopt IFRS, but Indonesia made a kind of exceptions. So the Islamic financial institution in Indonesia currently still follow Sharia-based financial reporting standards. And some other Middle East countries adopt IFRS accounting standards. So this is what I argue, that no single reporting standard that has been adopted by the Islamic financial institutions. Therefore, we would like to test which financial reporting standard is actually viable or ethical. So researchers, in the previous studies, we see the researchers have used content analysis approach for the works, particularly the extent disclosure of annual reports, chairman's statement, president's letter, operating and financial review, and other accounting-related communications. Hanifa and Hudayb 2007 proposed ethical identity index from various components such as personality, behavior, communications, and symbolisms, while Ibrahim et al. 2004 proposed Islamic Disclosure Index and Islamic Performance Index. Further studies show more detailed approach, such as taking Maqasid al-Sharia perspective in formulating the indices, such as the works of Antonia et al. 2012 and Bedu and Mansour 2014. However, these studies that I mentioned just now have not taken into consideration financial reporting standards. Therefore, we are trying to fill the gap through this paper, inshallah. What is Maqasid al-Sharia? So the objective of Sharia are principally known as Maqasid al-Sharia, pronounced by Al-Ghazali, one who lived in 1058 to 1111. The discussion on Maqasid al-Sharia was started when scholars like Al-Ghazali, Ibn Khadib, and Al-Shatibi defined primary needs or daruriyah as the preservation and safeguarding. So this is according to Chapra 2008 and Abdullah and Furqani 2012. Sharia as the ontology constitutes reality to lead man to understand existence and purpose of life. For example, Islam establishes that there is a God, there is a day of judgment, and therefore man needs to worship God. So this is the, however, to operationalize this ontological principle beliefs, an epistemology is required, or referred as a maqasid al-sharia, the objective of sharia, that can show how to worship God and how to fulfill these fundamental beliefs. So in the Europe or in the UK, we have to provide this language to explain to the non-Muslims. So ontology and epistemology positions have to be very clear. Which approach of Maqasid al-Sharia that this paper is adopting? So some other, like Al-Ghazali, Al-Shatibi, and Al-Qurtubi, emphasized importantly the 5 principles which should be considered as supplementary dimensions, but they did not suggest any quantitative or qualitative measures to proxy for these necessities. That's according to Badoui and Mansour 2014. Other view on Maqasid al-Sharia comes from Abu Zahara, who suggests 3 classifications such as Tahzib al-Fard, which means educating the individuals, Iqama al-Adl, which means establishing justice, and Jalb al-Maslaha, which means ensuring welfare of the society. This is from the Kitab Abu Zahra, 1997. He argues that the existence of Sharia law is for the benefit of all people in this world, and Islam is sent down for all mankind. It means without restrictions, any society can adopt and impose the Sharia law. For the interest of this paper, the above classifications of Maqasid al-Sharia are operationalized into dimensions and elements that ought to exist in financial reporting standards for Islamic financial institutions. So we look at this, so the consultant framework. So there's no uniformity of financial reporting standards. So it's questioning the international financial reporting standard and the Islamic title, and then we're going to test and we're going to do the analysis. Yeah. So this is actually the operationalizations of the Maqasid al-Sharia. So from the 3, or from 1, what we call Maqasid al-Sharia, so we put down as the concept or objectives, educating the individuals. If you see the first column, the top one, so you can see educating the individuals. What are the dimensions? So I break down this concept into 2 dimensions. One is creating awareness, and second, advancements of knowledge. So these dimensions, again, I break down into several elements. So what is the elements? Thoughtfully representations, prudence, completeness, neutrality, free from error, variability, materiality, and more disclosures. So these are the sources that I get from the framework of IFRS, IOV, and Indonesian standards for Islamic financial institutions. So unlike Prof. Khalid started from the Quran, mashallah. So I try to take from whatever that we have now from the existing financial reporting standards, and I merge with the requirement set up by the concept of Maqasid al-Sharia. So alhamdulillah, Prof. Khalid mentioned, Ya ayyuhalladzina amanu idza tadayantum bid-daini ila adabin musamma faktubuhu wal yaktub katibun bil adl bainakum katibun bil adl. Alhamdulillah, this is actually the message that we also have in mind, but then we think that this we start from the Maqasid al-Sharia, that is whatever that we have now, the standard, the existing standard, then we will do the test. So alhamdulillah, this data that we have gathered is from the standard of the existing international financial reporting standards and the IOV and the Indonesian financial reporting standard based on Sharia. First, before we do the test, we set up the coding rule. I can't show you the whole coding rule because it's very long to discuss, but you are most welcome if you would like to discuss further. So this coding rule, for instance, what is more disclosure? So more disclosure is which is argued that more number of elements in the financial report increases more awareness of the users. So the coding rule states that the elements which explains about elements in the financial report is highlighted and coded. So I use NVivo as the software to help me coding the statement in each standards. So this is the sample of the sentence. For instance, information to assist in the determinations of zakah. So I get this one from IOV, Consultative Framework. So this is to be coded with exclusion and with the rules that I have to apply in Maqasid Sharia. So NVivo helps to code sentences that relate to the elements of the financial reporting standard in note forms. After the pilot study is performed, a reliability check is conducted to ensure the coding rule is correctly applied in the coding exercise. So this is the finding. We'll see this one, the concept of framework. For instance, from IOV and then International Financial Reporting Standard, number 1, 2, 3, and 4, and the Indonesian 5 and 6, Indonesian Financial Reporting Standard, we'll see the score on educating individual, for instance. So they have the score of 236 codings from the IOV and 124 from IOV. So, and then the International Financial Reporting Standard 311 and 53, and the Indonesian Standard 243 and 57. This is one of the aspects. So when I summarized, it shows that this Financial Reporting Standard, for instance, IOV, has complied with the Maqasid Sharia with the concept of educating individuals 30%. While IFRS 36% and Indonesian standards 34%. So it goes the same thing with the rest of the concept.
Okay, so you have 1 minute.
From this,
Dr.
yes.
Makasin, you have just 1 minute. Can you go to the conclusion?
Yes.
Yeah.
So from this finding, do we need Islamic-based guideline for language of financial reporting? So this is the research questions. So from the literature gap and analysis, we could see that there is a dire need for Islamic-based guideline for language of financial reporting. So Maqasid Sharia Index has been proposed, and I hope it become one of alternative for standard status. So to what extent the value of financial reporting has been adopted by the current financial reporting standard for Islamic financial institutions? So we'll see here just now from the finding, IFRS shows more dominant weight in educating individual and promoting public interest that support the finding in the NVivo 10. So Sharia objective and dimension in PSAK Sharia, Indonesian standards, as opposed to IOV standard has more from the Indonesian standard. So the result is quite surprising, as PSAK Sharia initially referred to IOV. However, although the overall significant test suggests that there is no significant differences, but there are elements that highlight the differences between IFRS, IOV, and PSAK Sharia, namely profit sharing and tax agency. So this is the conclusions. So from the conclusions, does it mean that alignment between IOV and IFRS is the best model for the Islamic financial institutions? So these two main standards that we've been adopting have to be reanalyzed. So this is the challenges of this paper. So the study eventually entails further research to respond to the questions whether combination between IFRS and IOV standards would be the best mix for the financial reporting standards for the Islamic financial institutions. Yeah. So this is I have also the analysis for the issue of neoliberal and the issue of G20, but that is going to be the second part of the research, inshallah. So thank you so very much. I'm very happy if there is any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Khalid.
Thank you. So, any questions for the presenter? Yes.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله.
بسأل هل المحاسبة التقليدية يعني تحقق لنا كمحاسبين الكتابة بالعدل كما تتطلب الآية الكريمة؟
Prof. Khalid, could you like to translate it?
Yes, did you understand the question?
No, I don't.
He's asking about the traditional accounting. Does traditional accounting help us to get what's called fair disclosure?
Would you like to repeat it, Prof. Khalid?
Do you think traditional accounting help us to get the concept of fair disclosure?
The international accounting?
Yes, the traditional accounting.
The concept of fair disclosure.
Yes. Do you think traditional accounting system offers fair disclosure?
Yes, this is actually the challenge because the current international reporting standard has the questions whether they have disclosed fairly. And then when we look at their standards, during our research, we did not see that they complied with whatever that we call it fair disclosures in terms of maqasid al-sharia. So we cannot say that they are fair disclosure, but we have to benchmark. This is what I have set up the rules, that we have to benchmark to maqasid al-sharia and we see whether they have enough fair disclosure. So fair disclosure is one of the elements that I did the research. So to my conclusions, it has not been complied fully.
So how do you measure fair disclosure in Islamic banks?
Yeah, if you look at this one, let me if you look at my operationalizations, so you will see fair, full representations, prudence. This is the elements of creating awareness. It means fair disclosures is actually a part of creating awareness. Creating awareness is a part of educating the individuals. So this educating the individuals is one of the maqasid sharia. So this is how I measured. I count the sentences that says about fairness, that say about prudence, that says about free from error. So these are the fair disclosures that I redefine under the elements of the under the operationalizations.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Dr. Muhammad Sharif.
Dr. Bonita, thank you very much for your nice presentation. Do you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Muhammad Sharif, yes, please.
Okay, just my question, is related to point number 3 of the last slide. If you go to the, the conclusion number 3, please.
Yes, this study eventually entails further research.
Yeah, just I was trying to, to read your abstract on the, the handbook. Unfortunately, the last 2 lines are missed from the handbook. So is it possible just to let me know the main contribution of this study?
Are you saying that this the combinations of IFRS and IOP? Because the IOP, am I getting that right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, because the IOP initially copied the IFRS or International Accounting Standards India during the formulations of IOP accounting standards. So it means there are actually similarities between IOP, IFRS and Indonesian's Sharia-based financial reporting standards. So when I see this from the research finding, I see that there is alignment between IOP and IFRS that shows high maqasid Sharia index. So it means what we call al-mukhasabah al-qadi masalih bil-azal I mean, it's something that new that is also acceptable if it is good. So I'm not against of whatever the international financial reporting standard is, but the alignment seems quite acceptable from the point of view of the maqasid al-Sharia.
Okay, thank you for
So
clarification.
that's what I see.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the presenter? Okay, just one comment. You mentioned that you count the number of sentences. You mentioned that you count the number of sentences. Do you think that you measure the disclosure correctly? You're just looking at the disclosure quantity. I think the most important thing for stakeholders is the quality of the information rather than the quantity of the information.
Are you referring to, sorry, Prof. Khalid? Are you referring to the...
I am asking you, do you look at the quantity of the information disclosed or the quality of the information disclosed?
Can you please repeat it, Prof. Khalid? Sorry, I can't hear you.
Yes, I'm asking, you are counting the number of sentences in the annual report. Is it correct?
Oh, so, yes, thank you. So, again, this is a standard. Standard means the book, the source of the financial reporting standards. It's not the annual reports.
Yes.
Yeah, so we have the standard of IOF on accounting, and we have international financial reporting standards. So I take their conceptual framework and IFRS number 1 or NIS number 1 on the presentations. So I take the sample of 2 of their standards and I examine their sentences, not from the annual report.
Okay, so you count the number of sentences in this standard?
Yes, yes, I counted the sentences because I already established the coding, and then I counted the sentences that in line with my coding, and then count how many sentences existed in the existing standards.
How do you test for validity of your test? How can we be sure that your test is valid?
Yes, very good questions. This is a challenge, the big challenge for content analysis research type of work. So the validity has been conducted by a researcher I appointed. He also did the same thing, did the decoding and then counting the sentences. Then if it is below 90%, then it is not acceptable. But if it is 90% and above, then I consider it acceptable. So this is, I mentioned everything in the coding rule.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so very
we
much.
have one final question for you.
Yes.
Dr. Manriti, what are the implication of your research? Can I know what are the implications of your research?
Thank you for your questions. Yeah, this is what we have problem on the current financial reporting standards. So there is no uniform reporting standards, and the one that we have at the International Financial Reporting Standard has not complied with Sharia requirement. So the implication is, I would like to inform the standard setters of the financial reporting standard for Islamic financial institutions to abide by certain rules or benchmark it with maqasid al-Sharia, because we always tell that the objective of Islamic financial institutions must be based on Sharia. So it has to be in line with the Sharia. So this is what I have set up the rules, and I have presented this one in Indonesia, and they have taken that into considerations, how to actually formulate their standards to be in line with maqasid al-Sharia.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Mukhlisin.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Okay, now the final presentation will be by Dr. Muhammad Kolsi. And the topic is about corporate governance and earnings management in GCC Islamic banks.
Assalamu alaikum. My paper titled Corporate Governance and Discretionary Earnings Management, Some Empirical Evidences from GCC Islamic Banks. Okay, in my presentation I will adopt the following plan. First, I will present my problematic, some research motivations, our research objectives, related theories, number 4. 5, the hypothesis development. 6, methodology. Main results, additional sensitivity checks, research limitations, and some future research perspectives. So the accounting literature about Islamic finance, some researchers suggest that Islamic banks do not manage their reported earnings, whereas the other side, there is evidence of smoothing income adopted by Islamic banks. The second argument suggests that earnings management is motivated by opportunistic incentives, such as bonus plans, debt covenant violations, and political cost avoidance, whereas another stream of research suggests that earnings management can be motivated by signaling considerations and risk management purposes. The third argument suggests that Sharia Supervisory Board acts as a constraint against aggressive accounting practices and fraudulent accounting, whereas some other researchers suggest that a WIFI membership is an additional guarantor for financial reporting credibility and quality. So there are at least 3 motivations that guide our research. So most of the research in Islamic banking and finance, that mean empirical studies, used a comparative analysis between conventional banks, especially in the crisis context, deal with Islamic finance products and transactions such as sukuk, murabaha, musharaka, and so on, are checking for the linkage between Islamic banks, corporate governance structures, and financial performance of such banks. Fewer studies examine the linkage between corporate governance structures and earnings management through discretionary loans, loss provisions in Islamic banks. So in our study, we deal with the 2 objectives. First, we use a proxy derived from the Jones 1991 original model to detect earnings management in a sample of GCC Islamic banks. And second, we check the impact of corporate governance mechanisms or structures on discretionary loans loss provisions. 3 theories, our study is related to 3 theories. First theory is agency theory, tending to resolve conflicts between managers and shareholders or creditors. Secondly, our research is based on corporate governance theory, which is controlling the mechanism for financial reporting quality. And finally, using or based on signaling theory, that means reducing the information asymmetry between managers and outsiders or revealing bank future perspectives. So our first set of hypotheses related to Sharia supervisory characteristics. The first hypothesis argue that Islamic banks with large Sharia supervisory board manage less discretionary loans loss provision than other banks. Second hypothesis state that Islamic banks with Sharia board a WIFI membership manage less discretionary loans loss provision than other banks. For the second set of hypotheses related to board of management's dependencies, so it states that Islamic banks with independent outside directors manage less discretionary loans loss provision less other banks. For the third set of hypotheses related to ownership structures, it states that Islamic banks with large portion of block holders manage more discretionary loan loss provision than other banks. And finally, institutional ownership negatively affects the extent of discretionary loan loss provision by Islamic banks. For the hypothesis related to audit committee characteristics, so the first hypothesis states that Islamic banks with larger audit committee size manage less reported earnings than other banks. And finally, Islamic banks with more audit committee meeting manage less discretionary loans loss provisions. And finally, to check the impact of smoothing income hypothesis, we test the following hypothesis. There is a negative relationship between prior loan loss provision variation with the extent of to which Islamic banks manage their reported earnings. So for our study, we use a sample of GCC-listed Islamic banks for the period 2004-2012. These banks pertain to the 5 following countries: Saudi Arabia, Qatar, United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, and Kuwait. So our final sample consists of 26 Islamic banks with a total of 223 firm-year observations. Our period is of 9-year period. We choose this period to check the further impact of the global financial crisis 2007-2008 on earnings management practices adopted by Islamic banks. Our data were collected directly from each bank financial statements or reports, and we eliminate firm-year observations with missing data related to corporate governance variables, along with extreme values of accounting figures that can bias our results. So for the variables used in our study, Sharia Supervisory Board, Sharia Board measured as the number of members in Sharia Board. AUFI membership is also used to proxy for Sharia Board members' competencies. The Board of Independence, the Board of Directors characteristics, we use the proportion of independent directors related to the number of directors in the board. For the ownership structure, we use the variable block holders measured as the percentage of capital owned by these stakeholders or shareholders. For the ownership structure, we use the percentage of capital or equity shares owned by institutional ownership. The audit committee members is the number of audit committee to proxy for such corporate governance structure. And finally, the audit committee meeting during the calendar year. For the control variables, we use prior loss provision variation to proxy for earnings smoothing practices, a series of dummy variables to control for the country effects and cultural effects, the size, bank size measured as natural logarithm of total assets, and finally we include a series of dummy variables to control for years on earnings management practice. The first step of our methodology was to estimate the new proxy for earnings management in Islamic banks. So we modelize first loan loss provision as a component of non-discretionary and discretionary components. So the second step consists of estimating the non-discretionary portion as function of prior year non-performing loan, the variation of prior year non-performing loan, and the total variation of loans. The discretionary portion can be obtained as simply the error terms or residual obtained from regression 2. The second step of our methodology consists of modelizing the interaction between discretionary loan loss provision as function of board size, AUFI membership, independent directors, block holders, institutional ownership, audit committee size, audit committee meeting, and the variation of loan loss provisions, along with country dummies and year dummies variables. Our results suggest that we obtained a higher explanatory power of the model, approximately 86%. There is no serious problem of multicollinearity. That means the the variance inflation factor is of about 4, and the pairwise correlations are also moderate, and most of them not significant at conventional level. Most of our variables show also normal distribution, and the regression residuals are homozygotic, so the use of ordinary risk square is legitimate in our case. The main results obtained from our study is first suggesting that the corporate governance structures significantly impact discretionary loan loss provision. In fact, Islamic banks with Sharia Supervisory Board manage less discretionary loan loss provision. So our first hypothesis is confirmed. Secondly, and contrary to our predictions, AUFI membership positively impact earnings management through discretionary loss provision, although it's argued that such variable act as a constraint for earnings management. This result can be explained as follows. Islamic banks manage their reported earnings for signaling future perspectives to outsiders rather than by opportunistic behaviors. The third result confirms that there is a negative relationship between the boards of director independence and the manipulation of discretionary loan loss provision. So our third hypothesis is accepted. Fourthly, the existence of block holders positively affects earnings management by Islamic banks. So our fourth hypothesis is accepted. Fifth, there is a negative relationship between audit committee meetings and discretionary level of loss provision. And finally, institutional ownership seems to have no effects on earnings management through discretionary loan loss provision. So our final hypothesis is rejected. For our study, we conduct additional sensitivity checks. The first is to re-estimate our model by including a dummy variable labeled crisis to control for the global financial crisis 2007-2008. So the coefficient related to such variable is positive and significant at 10% level, indicating that Islamic banks manage more their reported earnings for the period of the crisis. Second problem, related to control the endogeneity problem between our dependent variable along with the independent variables. So we ran an instrumental regression approach using 2 SLS method. So our results remain unchanged in terms of explanatory power, and almost all variables have the predicted sign. So our results remain robust to or after controlling endogeneity. And finally, we use the panel data estimation, which leads to the same results. Our results have mainly two possible or potential limitations. The first limitation is that we use a proxy of earnings management derived from the Jones 1991 original model, which is in turn not free from estimation bias or errors. The second limitation is that we use a single accrual account, which is discretionary loan loss provision, to measure earnings management and ignore both aggregate and real manipulations earnings by Islamic banks. For future perspectives, so future research should explore the impact of additional Islamic banks, governance structures, including CEO bonus, experience, gender, on discretionary loan loss provision. It can be also develop better proxies for earnings management, especially in Islamic banks. And finally, future research can check the extent to which Islamic banks use real earnings management with murabaha musharaka transactions. And finally, thanks for your attention.
يعيشك دكتور محمد. شكرا. Any questions? Yes.
Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Muhammad. Thank you so much for your presentation. I have only two questions. You can say also concern. My concern is about the problems. Do you have any evidence about your problem, or is just individual assumption? And this is one. And another thing is that, is it right just that we use the agency theory to assume something about the Sharia Supervisory Board? Because so far, I didn't see any research has been done just to assuming or the assumptions of agency theory.
Please, can you repeat the first question, please?
The first question is about, do you have any evidence about your problem or just your own assumptions?
Okay. So the motivation behind our study is that there is evidence that Islamic banks, as conventional banks, manage their reported earnings. So now our research mainly uses the check to check how corporate governance mechanism impact such discretionary behavior adopted by Islamic banks. So most of studies suggest that Islamic banks tend to manage or to smooth their reported earnings, but they miss which are the factors affecting such behavior. This is the main background or motivation that guides our study. No. There are some studies, for example, here, for example, for the motivations. Islamic banks, the first slide or third slide, Islamic banks do not manage their reported earnings because of IOFE, because of ethics. But there is, contrary, there is evidence that Islamic banks also smooth reported earnings based on studies of Boulila 2011, based on Qutaina et al. Studies 2013, and so on. So there are many studies that make into evidence earnings management or smoothing behavior by Islamic banks. So our role now to examine what are the characteristics or corporate governance characteristics that constrain or enhance this practice. This is our motivation and our contribution to the literature.
Okay. Any other questions? Dr. Muhammad, you mentioned that membership to IOFI leads to more earnings management. Does this result make any sense for you?
Our hypothesis, first hypothesis suggests that IOFI membership act as a constraint for earnings management. But surprisingly, our data or our results allows us to have a positive coefficient related to such variable. We can, the only interpretation to such surprising results is that earnings management is motivated by signaling and revealing future performance or future positive performance rather than opportunistic behavior. And we base it here on Subramaniam 1996 for the signaling role of discretionary accruals rather than opportunistic behavior. This is the only explanation that we can reveal this surprising result.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Dr. Muhammad, and also thank all the presenters and the audience for the session today. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you.
لا خلاص تبي حاجة خليها. Yeah, no. Is this whose is this?
No.
Oh, this is. Okay.
Institutions. I'm honored to be the chair of this session. My name is Ahmed El-Masri from Plymouth University. I have one paper in this session about efficiency in Islamic conventional and social responsible banks. Our dear presenter today, Dr. Abu Omar Ahmed, Dr. Diane Mesita, Dr. Osman Sheikh, Dr. Saad Azmat, Dr. Walid. Yeah. So our presenter, except one, is not except two. Before we start, brother, we need 10 minutes exactly. Okay? Exactly 10 minutes for each. So, okay, brother? So you start first. Okay.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيد المرسلين نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. My name is Abu Omar Farooq Ahmed. I'm inshallah going to present my paper on behalf of my co-author as well, Dr. Shafiqur Rahman. He's the Vice President of Australian Academy of Business Leadership, Australia, and I came from Brunei, University of Brunei Darussalam. My topic is, as you know, corporate social responsibility in Islamic banks practice, the case or evidence from Bangladesh. So I was allocated 10 minutes and I will try my best, inshallah, to finish in time. The aim or objectives or the purpose of my today's presentation is to examine or evaluate corporate social responsibility practices by Islamic banks in Bangladesh, and another objective is to identify how corporate social responsibility initiatives impact on the people of Bangladesh. First, introduction, just short introduction into corporate social responsibility. It is an integral part of contemporary business, and its strategic application increases business competitiveness and offers distinctive benefits to society. Also, historically, religious institutions engage in social responsibility in the form of amal khairiyah or charity. For example, if we name a few, Salvation Army, Catholic Charities USA, and Jewish Family Services, for example, they have been serving humanity for many years. On the other hand, a number of large Muslim charity organizations also have been actively supporting society for a long time. For example, the Muslim Aid and Islamic Relief Worldwide, just to name a few. They have affected thousands, if we say, or millions of the lives of the people, the poor people. So if we define CSR, I just choose one definition out of many definitions, because to me it very much relative and very much fit with the current CSR activities. The definition was given by the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. It's an CEO-led organization. It has the Global Association of some 190 companies. The definition was given by WBCSD is that it is a corporate social responsibility is the continuing commitment by business to contribute to economic development while improving the quality of life of the workforce and their families, as well as the community and society at large. This is the definition of CSR in short. So, so far the literature review is concerned for this study. The Porter and Karmer argued that when corporate social responsibility is approached strategically, it generates opportunity, innovation, and competitive advantage for corporations, as well as resolves pressing social problems. Also, Ataur Bilal, 2000, he observed that in most cases, the quantity and quality of environmental disclosure of CSR were poor compared with the reporting in developed countries. Another study conducted by Mamoon et al. In 2009, it indicated that CSR activities in Bangladesh have been increasing because of managers' improved understanding of CSR issues today. So if we look into the previous studies of this CSR in Bangladesh, have primarily explored the nature of CSR disclosure, as we get in Azim 2010, and also corporate governance, as reported by Khan 2010, also corporate sustainability reporting, Khan et al. 2010, and corporate social reporting, also the same authors in 2009. However, though Islamic banks operating in Bangladesh have been engaged in CSR activities or CSR practice, they did not get adequate attention in the past in the literature, in the previous literature. Therefore, our current study seeks to explore the CSR initiatives of Islamic banks and how Islamic banks can perform better for the greater benefits of Bangladeshi citizens. So far, the research design is concerned for our study. We actually conducted a content analysis for the following steps. Number one, choosing the documents containing the CSR initiatives. Number two, examining the annual reports and the web pages. Next, identifying the statistics, categories, and types of CSR. Next, presenting the findings and recommendations to the audience, followed by the 2007 to 2010 CSR expenditures of all Islamic banks in Bangladesh were analyzed. Also, we did the data analysis directly collected from the heads of CSR directly by the authors, by us. The sample banks are only 7. They are Islamic Bank Bangladesh Limited, Shah Jalal Islamic Bank, Al-Arafa Islamic Bank, First Security Islamic Bank, Social Islamic Bank, and Export-Import Bank, Exim Bank. Our findings are following. The CSR practices by all banks in Bangladesh, humanitarian and disaster relief, education programs, healthcare initiatives, promotion of sports, art and culture, protection of environment and green banking. Also, our findings include some additional CSR practices by the Islamic banks in Bangladesh. They are zakah, or obligatory charity, cash waqf, Islamic microfinance, qard hasan, Islamic values in corporate life. We have some limitations in our study because we could not cover everything we wished due to a limited access to the relevant information on the CSR initiatives of Islamic banks. We were unable to conduct more in-depth analysis. Besides, statistical data were available for a few years only. Given that, future researchers may conduct longitudinal analysis of CSR performance of Islamic banks. Also, they may make a comparison of Islamic banks and their conventional counterparts in order to show how such performance develops over a longer period. Finally, I'm not taking that much time. I'm following exactly what the chair instructed me to follow. The recommendations, establishing a corporate social responsibility network or forum among Islamic banks in Bangladesh. This would help, inshallah, help them in planning, directing, controlling, and monitoring their CSR initiatives in a better and effective way. Number 2 recommendations is that the publishing separate CSR reports by Islamic banks from which the stakeholders can benefit greatly. Other recommendations include engaging employees in CSR programs which would increase employees' sense of gratitude or sense of belonging toward their organizations due to their contributions to humanitarian or good causes. Also, we recommend here to engage CSR consultants to harness the benefits of a strategic CSR. Finally, we recommend that Islamic banks should maximize the use of their resources for the welfare of society. Islamic banks may further develop their CSR strategies and align them with their business strategies. I think up to that, I want to conclude to give room to other researchers. Thank you very much. And any questions, if Chair allows, you may ask me.
Okay, Dr.
Because I'm leaving now to another session. I have another paper to present.
Okay, thank you,
If
Dr.
Chair allows.
Omar, for this presentation. Now, for any question?
What is? Okay. Actually, what is new? The question is about what is new in about my research.
So what contribution of this?
My contribution, or what as the gap
Yes.
I'm filling in. Okay,
yeah.
I understand. Actually, there were no any study in Bangladesh about corporate social responsibilities of Islamic banks. So this is the first ever comprehensive study on that. Is undertaken by my co-author. He did his PhD on this in the Macquarie University in Australia. So we tried to fill in the gap to cover all the CSR activities of Islamic banks in Bangladesh, because it was not in literature and it was not done so comprehensively. So we did for 7 Islamic banks as sample, and we also did some data analysis. And if you read my paper, you can see all these in details. This we attempted to fill in the gaps. Yeah.
Okay.
Welcome.
Any more question? Okay, thank you, Dr. Omar. Now you can leave for our presentation.
Thank you so much.
As well.
See you,
Thank you.
inshallah.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, does anyone want to go first, or I go? Do you have another one?
I'm just checking. We have another person in the group, but not in this room, but in another presentation.
Only he.
Okay, the coordinator.
I can go first because I have a presentation.
Okay, so I can go first. Yeah. Dr. Osman? Okay. He's not here. You, okay. Okay. You can introduce yourself, brother.
Okay.
Okay. I think you need someone from...
the IT?
Yeah, yes, from IT, from inside. Down. If you go down.
Sorry?
If you go downstairs. No.
Downstairs?
This
okay,
room.
let me see if I can fix it myself. If I can't, then I'll call someone.
And the second one?
Yep. Okay.
Which one?
It's the last one. Yeah, it's working now.
Yeah, you can go.
Presentation is up.
Yeah.
This is my second presentation of the conference, and I have one more to go, so I'll quickly, like the person before me, I won't take a lot of time. The idea of this paper is a simple idea. We're trying to make a contribution to the behavioral stream of research, and we want to make a contribution to the research on co-categorization and persuasion. So if you look into some of the recent papers that have been published there's a paper in Quarterly Journal of Economics by Mullanaithan and Schleifer, and they talk about the idea of persuasion, that when information is presented in the financial world, we are not simply presenting information, we are also convincing the other person into decision making. So when a mutual fund is presenting simple information, when a mutual fund is saying that we had the best last 3 years were exceptional, and not showing what happened before that, they are not simply providing information. They are also persuading the investors into making a particular decision. Historically, we had assumed that rationality is prevalent, which implies that any information the investor would absorb, an investor would make an appropriate decision. But now the literature is moving towards the idea of persuasion and how information can influence decision making. So what makes for a persuasive message is the central theme of this work. And we are focusing on Islamic finance to prove some of the theories of persuasion that have been put forward in the literature. So when I just to clearly emphasize, when I talk about persuasion, I talk about celebrity endorsements, I talk about partial representation of information. Now, if you look at the literature on persuasion, you would find that there are two broader themes that are there. So Professor Genskoy at Chicago, he talks about the idea of asymmetric information, which helps the sender to construct a message that would affect the probability distribution of the receiver. Then there is the work of Schleifer that talks about the idea of co-categorization. In this paper, we'll be extending the work of Schleifer and we'll be focusing on the idea of co-categorization. And we'll be applying it to Islamic finance. Why Islamic finance? For two reasons. First of all, it has expanded exponentially. And one argument that we would present in this paper would be that persuasion is also a very important part of the success of Islamic finance. And the second reason why Islamic finance offers an excellent context to test persuasion is because we see a split amongst the proponents and the opponents of Islamic finance. Some declare it as very similar to conventional finance, while others believe that it's purely Islamic. So could it be the people who are believing it's purely Islamic, could it be that there is an influence of persuasion there? So this is something that we would be testing. We are extending very simply the model of Mullanaithan. So we are talking about 3 states of the world, and when the information is presented, co-categorization implies that we find it very difficult to distinguish between the different states of the world. What do I mean by distinguishing between the different states of the world? So when a celebrity is endorsing a product, for example, let me give you an example just to be absolutely clear. There was a time when Sunsilk shampoo used to write on their bottle that it contains silk. Now, studies have shown that silk has nothing to do with hair. But why did they add silk in it and they advertise it like that? Because when we would buy the shampoo, look at the message that it contains silk, we would co-categorize the effect of the shampoo with silk. So silky hair, shampoo contains silk, hence if I use the shampoo, my hair would become silky. So this is the idea of co-categorization. So in a very simple model, we have talked about different categories, and when the investor is presented with the information, the investor co-categorizes the message. Now, how have we captured it in the model? The way we have captured it in the model is that a sophisticated investor would be able to tell the difference between the different categories. But in the literature, we talk about the concept of a naive investor. A naive investor, when the message is presented to the naive investor would attach probabilities to the message. So the naive investor would attach probability that the bottle contains silk and would add the probability that my hair would become silky. So this is how we have gone into the model. Without going into the details, we are running out of time, so I'm just going to skip the details and I'm going to talk about the essence of the model. In this, the way we have extended it to Islamic finance is by suggesting that when the message is created, when Islamic banks are sending messages, they take advantage of two important facts. One, they are trying to benefit from what we call transference. So what do I mean by transference? When the message, when murabaha is compared to a sale contract and not a loan contract, so the message is being sent that this financial contract is in essence a real trade rather than a financial contract comprising of a loan. So when we use the word trade to portray Islamic instruments, we are actually benefiting from transference. This is the message that is being inculcated into the minds of the investor, that this is not a loan contract but a sale contract. Secondly, when we are using fatwas, partially the use of fatwa is to give information, but partially it is also to persuade. So we have shown that the reason, since we have a strong attachment to religious scholars in the sense that anything that is approved by a religious scholar, we consider it to be Islamic. So when the message is approved by a scholar, we are suggesting in this paper that this would result in co-categorization in the mind of the customer, suggesting that the product is Islamic. So the use of Arabic terms, the use of trade-like structures, and the use of scholars, we are arguing in our paper, is not simply provision of information, but also creating an effect of co-categorization in the minds of the customers. So this is one way. There are a number of propositions that we have proved showing what is the optimal nature of messages that can be created to influence the customer. Okay. The other factor that we have focused on is framing. Other than transference, the way decisions are made is through the effect of what we call a frame. So transference is when we do a celebrity endorsement, and from one type of message, the sense of quality is transferred to the other type of message. Framing is when we create a frame around the message where the thinking process of the customer gets influenced. So the frames that Islamic banks uses, that when they use murabaha, they compare it to a sale frame. And when they refer to conventional banking, they use the loan frame. So we argue that people who are coarse thinkers, it's optimal for the bank to send costly message which would take advantage of the effect of framing. Suppose the customers are coarse thinkers and the message is significant, then the optimal strategy of the persuader is to use framing by creating trade frames, to use, not employ just banking experts, use Sharia scholars, and also use the Arabic language. Now, this was the theoretical model that we had built to contribute to the literature on persuasion, but we have also tested this model. I haven't brought the results because I understood that the time would be very little, but we have tested the results and we've got some very interesting results. We have found that companies, banks, who in their advertising strategy have influential scholars, and they put fatwas of influential scholars on the website, holding other things constant, they experience higher profitability. We have also shown in our paper that repeated in non-Arabic speaking countries, use of Arabic language also gives a sense of religiosity to the product. And we also shown in our paper that when more of trade, risk sharing, these kind of words are used in the messages, then again people attribute a greater sense of religiosity to the message, and hence the performance of the Islamic bank is positively effective. So basically, in a nutshell, this is what we are arguing. The work has important implication. So we are in no way criticizing Islamic banks. We are not saying that what they are doing is incorrect or what they are doing is manipulation. All we are saying is whether consciously or subconsciously, the advertising strategy that Islamic banks are using, it is having a significant influence on the customers through the process of co-categorization. So since customers have the tendency to co-categorize messages, so when we use a Sharia scholar, when we use Arabic terms, when we use loan-like trade-like features, we are in essence, we are able to influence the utility function and the decision function of the customers. So that's pretty much it. If there is a question, I'll be happy to take.
Thank you, Doctor. Any question?
No questions?
I think,
wonderful. So
thank
if you allow me, I'll
yes, you can do. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Can I take my turn, or you want to go first? Because we have a lady.
Yes.
She wants to present.
What is the list, the order?
Yes, she is in.
She's okay.
Yes. We have a lady, Dr. Dayan. Dr. Dayan, are you hearing me?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah, I'm here waiting for the chair to let me to speak.
Okay, Doctor.
Is it okay?
Yes. You know we have 10 minutes presentation only, so please commit the time. 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, let me use this opportunity to say my gratitude to event organizer, Dr. Saleh Alegla and Dr. Amal Cindy and their teams who make this conference happen. Thank you very much for the blind reviewer who gives me the chance to present my paper in this nice building. I'm very honored to be here to present my works in front of distinguished speaker and audience. Okay, the title of my presentation today, the proposal of social perspective for Islamic microfinance institution in comparing the management styles and performance between Islamic and conventional microfinance institutions in Indonesia. The agenda of the presentation, the aims of the research equation, background, literature review, research methodology, finding, discussion, and the end conclusion. Okay, the aim of this research to identify the different performance between Islamic microfinance institution and conventional microfinance institution, and to identify the characteristic of different types of microfinance institution management styles. The research question, what are the important factors in managing Islamic microfinance institution? What are the differences management styles between conventional Islamic MFIs? And what are the uniqueness and differences Islamic microfinance institution compared with the conventional one? The background of my research, as we know, Indonesia is the fourth largest country in the world in the term of population, around 253 million people, 88% of them are Muslim. So Indonesia economy is dominated by micro, small, medium enterprises, around 99% of total business, and micro business themselves dominate 98.85% of total business, with absorb 90% of total labor force and their contribution to GDP. So, microfinance seems to be an ideal solution to the problem of the high unemployment and poverty. A lot of research regarding the role of microfinance to alleviate the poverty, such as Argyll model 2005, Ahmed 2004, 2007, Arman Daris and model 2010, and Asotep 2007, Chapa 2000 and 2008, Monterkaf 1999, Mashita 2007, and so on. But the problem is the growth of Islamic microfinance institution in the largest Muslim country in Indonesia has been sluggish and far behind the conventional microfinance institution. So now we have the concept Wakaf-based Islamic microfinance. So there are prominent scholars talk about this Wakaf-based Islamic microfinance, such as Ahmed Kaf proposed establish a microfinance based on Muslim philanthropy like zakat, wakaf, and sadaqah. Wilson 2007 proposed non-banking institution conduct microfinance by using Wakalah model through the collection of Zakah and Wakafan. Ahmed 2007 has a work about a Wakaf-based poverty-focused microfinance institution. Zarka 2007 proposes a monetary Wakaf as interest-free loans for funding microfinance. And Nishita 2012, Kardu Hasan through Wakaf Fund to support Islamic microfinance borrowers. As we know, Kardu Hasan is often called a voluntary loan. These people can be helped by lending them money until they can afford to repay back without any charge to burden them. So it's like for needy and the poor micro entrepreneur. We use research methodology. We use inductive and deductive research approach. Deductive approach elements included identification of variables derived from previous research, literature review, and particular theories. Inductive element including observation of MFI managers, questionnaires, and semi-structured interview. The subject of this study, MFIs in Bandung, Indonesia. We use balance scorecard measurement, which provide more balanced and integrative financial and non-financial perspective of a microfinance institution. So we use multi-response questions and then cross question and try to rating and give a weight index for item from the observation. Okay, step to measure and rank. Here we use result of semi-structured interview with the MFI manager, was processed into particular scores and compare it to each other on the 4 WSC elements. And these score elements were standardized and averaged for each group of MFIs. MFIs were grouped and then ranked within a reference group. For yes and no question, we can put no was score 0 and answer yes was score 1. And for multiple choice questions, scoring started from 0 to 5 with the detail A was score 0, B was score 1, and so on. Okay. Here we have to put 2 conventional microfinance and 2 Islamic microfinance. So conventional microfinance represented by Bank Rakyat Indonesia. Microbanking is one of the biggest 5 microfinance in the world. And BPR, Badan Perkreditan Rakyat, were established during the 19th century and until now provide the rural micro borrowers. BPRS, Islamic microfinance. There are 3 types of Islamic banking in Indonesia, so fully fledged Islamic commercial banks, Islamic banking units and commercial bank, and Islamic rural banks. And the last one, BMT. BMT, we call it Baitul Mal wa Tamwil, fast growing MFIs in Indonesia. Those that gain support politically and are religiously accepted. BMT serve the grassroots segment. Now around 5,000 BMT in Indonesia, majority in which are Muslim, by implementing Sharia compliant financing. From the research, we put 4 perspective. Create a well-designed and balanced strategy to improve microfinance institution. First, the internal process. We have 12 elements such as human resource, structure, organization, and so on. For learning and growth, we have 8 elements. For customer satisfaction, we have 10 elements. Then financial performance, we have 6 elements. So we try to compare, we measure 4 criteria of the microfinance in Indonesia. So from internal process perspective, we put 12 elements here, and overall score for internal process perspective, 11.33 out of maximum of 12 for BRI, followed by BPRS, BPR, and BMT. For learning and growth perspective.
Dr. Diana, It seems that the microphone you are using is not good, so I'm not hearing well. Can you change it?
Sorry, I can't hear you.
The microphone you are using at the moment is not well, and there is a problem in translation in the back room. Do you have any other microphone to use?
Okay, now is this okay?
Or you can talk slowly so they can translate when you are talking.
Okay, so I have to. Is it okay now, the microphone? Because maybe I have to move in this side.
Okay.
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 So can I continue?
Okay.
Okay. Now, the second perspective, learning and growth perspective, the score overall for BRI is quite high, 7.67, followed by BPRS with a score of 5.12, PPR with a score of 4.25, and BMT the worst one, 3.94. For the customer's perspective, we have a very interesting finding here. We see that overall score for customer perspective is 8.4775, maximum 10 for BRI, the best one, followed by BPRS with a score 7.25, BPR score 5, and BMT received the lowest score 4. So overall, BRI is still the best. In financial perspective, overall score for financial perspective, BRI got 4.1, the best, followed by BMT, BPRS, and BPR. So this the summary, the balance scorecard overall score. The overall score of balance scorecard from 4 perspectives for MFI, cemented BRI's performance is the best. The structure of BRI as the largest MFI in Indonesia has been proven too robust. In addition, its powerful full government support to compete with the other small MFIs. As Islamic microfinance institution, BPRS performance is the second best. Is in the almost all element BPRS is better than BPR. BPR is conventional microfinance, and BMT the Islamic microfinance. But BMT performed better than in financial perspective. So overall, the best for BRI, conventional one. The second one, BPRS, Islamic microfinance, and the third one, okay. The third one for BPR, this is conventional microfinance, and the last one, BMT, Islamic microfinance institution. So what lesson can be learned from this research? The research shows us there are no substance differences between Islamic microfinance and conventional microfinance, except the akad or contract, and also the product, because they use the product murabaha, mudarabah, and musyarakah. But so still form over substance. This fact creates the idea how to make the performance of Islamic microfinance institution are different from its counterparts. For perspective of the balance scorecard to measure the MFI's performance have to be added with another perspective to fulfill the Maqasid al-Sharia. Islamic microfinance institution is not solely for profit creation, but it should be in line with the Maqasid al-Sharia. Islamic microfinance institution management should keep their alertness concerning fulfilling Sharia compliant requirement in their financial product and mechanism. However, Sharia compliance is indeed the differentiating factor between a conventional and Islamic microfinance institution. Islamic MFIs must not only conform to the Sharia in all their product, process, and activities, but they should also be perceived to be so by their clients. So Kardu Hasan is one of the supplement to support Islamic microfinance institution. So in this research, we propose another adding a perspective, we call it social perspective, special for the BSc-based Islamic microfinance model. So we already have 4 perspectives from balance scorecard, but we add more with the social perspective. A combination between Waqaf and Islamic microfinance can fit into current practice of Islamic microfinance institution. Combining Islamic voluntary sector, non-profit oriented, and microfinance profit oriented is not an easy task. In practice, especially in Indonesia, there is no implementation to this scheme at all until now. There is no regulation to regulate this. Therefore, the research has explored an appropriate scheme of Waqaf fund management, which fit with the characteristic of Islamic microfinance institution. The issue risk management for Waqaf-based Islamic microfinance still remains to be discussed. Based on the finding, it is proposed to add one more perspective of the BSc based on base MFI's model, social perspective. Social perspective comprise the social mission of Islamic MFIs to dedicate the Kardu Hasan to give more opportunity to the needy, jobless, and the poor to start their own micro business. The indicators of the social perspective can be, first, the amount of funds contributed for Kardu Hasan. The second, how many needy clients are being served by the Islamic microfinance institution, and how many months microfinance institution permitted clients to use the Kardu Hasan loan and pay back to the institutions. The balance scorecard-based Islamic microfinance model should have 5 perspectives using the alignment of the BSc-based Islamic microfinance model. The Nazir can do an MFI appraisal in a more balanced and comprehensive way. So we try to
Can you please conclude the results, please?
Okay.
Yes, because of timing.
Yes, only 2 slides.
Yeah.
Step to evaluate the Islamic microfinance institution and put Waqaf fund as a Kardu Hasan. So first, besides 4 perspectives, in order to evaluate the performance of an Islamic microfinance institution, a Nazir of Waqaf can find out the commitment of director of Islamic microfinance institution towards the poor and the needy micro entrepreneur who needs a Kardu Hasan. And Nazir can choose the committed director of the Islamic microfinance institution to put the Waqaf fund portfolio in particular Islamic microfinance institution. And in conclusion, I already mentioned before, there is no substance differences between Islamic microfinance and conventional microfinance except in the contract, akad, and the product. But we here in this research propose the balance scorecard-based Islamic microfinance model to have 5 perspectives, not only instead of 4 perspectives, adding a social perspective with a Kardu Hasan product from the Waqaf fund. Okay, thank you very much for your attention. I'm sorry if you can't hear clearly because maybe there is something wrong with the technical here with the microphone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Dayan. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Any question for Dr. Dayan? No? Okay, thank you very much. We can move now to the following presenter, Dr. Osman. Yes.
It's on, right? Okay, sure. And then I lower it. And then here is the guy. No slideshow from the beginning. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Alaikum salam.
This is the paper that I did with my co-author, Professor Abdul Hafar Ismail. And what we are trying to do here is trying to identify what we refer to as value seekers or opportunity seekers. The idea came from our project to have an Islamic finance country report for Malaysia. And when you were doing an interview, we kind of noticed that, I mean, as many of you have noticed, that Islamic banks receive a lot of deposit, like on their liability side, they have a lot of, resources that come in terms of profit sharing. But on their asset side, it's very small. Overall, at the, at the world level, the amount of profit sharing assets is about 6% or less. So when we discuss with bankers, like managers of Islamic banks, they told us that basically they just haven't seen the people who are looking for those assets, like people who have an appetite for profit sharing, assets. So basically, the idea is that in general, whether you are in politics or in any industry, if you are selling a product, you have maybe 20% of people who will never buy your product. If you are running for office, you have 20% who will not vote for you, no matter how good you are. You have another 20% who will vote for you no matter what, and you have a 60% in the middle, which we call the value seekers. Now, in banking, you would think that maybe we have, people, let's say, who look at Islamic banking just because it's proposition to be Sharia compliant. So some people would just deposit their money in an Islamic bank no matter how lousy the bank is. And some people would never deposit their money in an Islamic bank because maybe they are not Muslims or because they have other reasons. So I'm interested in the people in the middle, which would be, people who would be just looking for opportunities. And those are the people that I call value seekers. And the goal here is to try to quantify them and, try to kind of profile them. I'm not going to go through the outline as it is right now, but I'm going to go to the literature a little bit, and then research objective and methodology. I have 10 minutes, so I try to be efficient. We know that Malaysia is a good case study because although only about 21% of market share is for Islamic banks, we know that its capital market is playing a leading role in the development of the sector. So that's number one. Malaysia is a good case. And we want to test the hypothesis that consumers are in it for the buck, as to say. In particular, in Malaysia, is to test that the growth of Islamic finance is driven by the state, not by consumers. And that's something that we have noticed in the Malaysia Islamic Finance Country Report of 2015. Now, when you look at the literature in terms of what are the motivations of people coming to Islamic banks, you have conflicting findings. Some people will say religion is the main factor. Some other people will say religion is not the main, like an important factor. So what I did here is that what we did here, we just tried to see a little bit the people who said it is, look at their methodology, and and look at also some papers that said it's not, and look at their methodology. A very well cited paper is the one by Errol and El Badur, and which is from 1809, which find that in Jordan, religious factors are not the overarching factor in explaining consumer choices. So this one is saying it's not. Another paper by Harun and other people saying that they found that in Malaysia there is no difference in the factors that Muslims and non-Muslims perceive as relevant in the selection of banks. Now, we have two that said religion is not a factor. We have also others that said it is a factor. For example, when you look at this paper by Echabi and Nafiu in 2012, is saying that preference for Islamic banking attributes for Islamic banking attributes in Malaysia is a combination of the quality of service and convenience, but more importantly to consumers' consumers opting for Islamic banks. The finding that consumer opting for Islamic bank was mainly due to religious reasons. Another paper also found the same thing in Bahrain, and it's by Motawi and Al-Mosawi. Now the thing is, when you look at those papers, although they found conflicting reports, the papers themselves have like issues. For example, the most cited, the Errol El-Badur, is just using a sample of 12% female. And the question was really not what is your motivation, but what do you think is the motivation of others in choosing Islamic bank? So we can understand that that's not really a very, it can be, but it's a disputable way of measuring what motivates people in choosing Islamic banks. Another paper that is the Eshabi and Nafiu is giving a questionnaire to 500 Islamic bank customers. So if you go ask Islamic bank customers what are the reasons why, what motivates choices, you might have a truncated sample, because you should be really, just like if you want to know the reason why rich people, some people are rich and some other people poor, you need to interview both groups. You cannot just interview the group of people that are rich and see exactly that they are hardworking, etc. So those are kind of two papers that show some methodological issues. Now, our approach here is, first of all, to distinguish between preferences and choices. When we talk about consumer preferences, it doesn't mean just what they choose. You can look at people, the car they drive, maybe they will have preferred to have a much more expensive car, but it's just because they cannot afford it. So we try to separate preferences and choices. And the first objective that we are trying to reach here is identify the value-seeking customers. And number two, test whether, for example, non-Muslim are more likely to be value-seeking than non-Muslim customers. And trying to understand exactly the factors that are important in people's choices, in people's preferences, I should be saying. Now, in identifying opportunity seekers, the method that we use here is we are saying that the opportunity seekers are the individuals who have inconsistent choices, preferences. We have 4 main accounts that people can open. They can open a current account, a savings account, a personal loan, or startup for business financing. Now, if somebody prefers an Islamic bank for a startup, but a conventional for other accounts, then that person is a value seeker. If a person prefers Islamic banks for all of them, that person is not. If a person prefers conventional for all of them, that person is not a value seeker. So the value seekers are the people who have inconsistent choices, which means that they will mix them by preferences, not just by choice, not by choices, but by preferences. So, and then once we identify them, we are just doing a simple t-test among the Muslims and non-Muslims to see which one had the highest proportion. Now, the data that we are using actually is the data that we have from the Malaysia Islamic Finance Country Report, and the data interview 1,858 respondents, and by gender we have 51% male and 49% female, 73% Muslim, 26% non-Muslims. And in terms of composition by age group, we have a little bit different from the sample population. What we are trying to do here is trying to compare the sample to the population to see whether our results are generalizable. So the only problem that we have here in terms of the age groups, but in our next step, what we are trying to do is see if we can map this sample to the population of customers. So our first test here is, after identifying value seekers and non-value seekers, test whether Muslims are more likely to be value seekers than non-Muslims. No, the null hypothesis is whether non-Muslims are more likely to be value seekers than Muslims, which is something that we should expect, because they are not choosing Islamic banks out of values, they are choosing it out of profit. But what we found is the opposite. What we found is Muslims are more likely to be value seekers than non-Muslims, which was a little bit surprising, but that's kind of a strong result that we found here. Number two, we were able to have a graph to see the people that are, from their preferences, people that are strongly for Islamic banks are really the low and the top, which is, the overwhelming majority. We have about 25% who would be against no matter what, and you have about 11% that would be value seekers, would mean that depending on the business proposition. Now we looked also at the factors that determine people's choices. Now I'm saying people's choices. Now, why do people prefer for checking account, why do they prefer an Islamic bank over conventional? We did that for checking account, we did it also for a startup business, we did it for personal loan, and what we found was generally that high income people, doing that, we just did a logistic regression. So like, first of all, a multinomial logistic, because we have 3 categories, but sometimes, most of the time, like we will say, okay, for checking account, what are the factors that explain why people would choose a standalone Islamic bank over an Islamic window, or a standalone over a conventional bank? And what we found was, most of the time, people were indifferent between Islamic window and conventional and an Islamic bank. So, even though we started with multinomial logistic, we will end up with sometimes with a logistic regression. And what we found basically was that high income were more likely to choose conventional over Islamic, and Muslims were more likely to choose Islamic banks over conventional. And in terms of education, it was not really very conclusive. So basically what we found was that for Islamic bank to grow and reach its potential in Malaysia, they need to be able to attract high income earners and to attract also non-Muslims by offering something on top of just the Muslim logo, offering also something that comes more to quality of service. Basically that's what the paper was about.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Osman. Thank you. Any questions for Dr. Osman? Yes? Just wait, the microphone is coming. So.
Assalamu alaikum. How are you, Dr. Uthman? Just my question is that, this study is a personal or perceptional study or perceptional study? So can I understand from this one is that you just ask the customer, do you prefer this or do you prefer that, and just to see what they believe, or what is this? I will just say it in another way. Can you distinguish your study from other previous studies in literature? Because what I know about this is that usually they will focus on the perception of the customer of Islamic bank.
Okay, the difference between this study and other studies is that although they say preferences, they are looking at what people are doing, what people have done. And that's not correct. In consumer theory, there is a difference between preferences and choices. They are related, but we have also the budget constraints that is coming into play. And that's why it will explain that I would drive a Toyota, although I prefer a Lexus or a Jaguar. So that is not really in the literature most of the time. They just say preferences, but what they're looking at, what people have, what people are doing. Now it's possible because there is the so-called theory of revealed preference, which can map people's choices to their preferences, but only if the two alternatives are equally available. I mean, if you choose A while B is available, then it means that you prefer A to B. And that was not really the case in most of those studies, because sometimes you prefer an Islamic bank, but the cost might be too high. So basically that's, that's how we are trying to distinguish between preferences and choices.
Okay, any other questions? Yes? This is the last question.
Thank you, Mr. Presenter. Actually, I came in late, so I want to know which theory or theories have you used in order to explain your research. Thank you.
My paper used the theory of consumer behavior, because we are talking about preferences. I'm talking about preferences. When I say value seekers, people are value seekers based on their preferences, because in Islam we have this principle of darura, which means that you can be excused not being considered like a value seeker because you made this choice because you are under constraint. So I don't make that choice for the consumer, I leave it to the consumer. But basically, we are just using the theory of consumer behavior in order to explain preferences and use those preferences to identify what we call the value seekers. Because that's a big argument that is used by bankers to say that the reason why they are not offering profit sharing assets is because customers are not really demanding for that. So, but here it showed that, it's not really, the customers are here. Maybe banks just need to be more risk sharing. Yes.
Okay, in that case, I don't know, maybe as a suggestion, in the future perhaps you may consider using theory of planned behavior, which we call TPB. That explains what consumer intend to do and perhaps what he is eventually going to do. Either theory of planned behavior or theory of reason action, I think they are, popular theories in consumer behavior that will be relevant in this kind of work. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, the theory of planned behavior is actually very well used. I have many of my students who did that in their dissertation. So, but that's not really something that can help in what I'm trying to do here, because I'm trying to identify value seekers. Maybe, you can use it, but it's just it's so popular and so much used that, I try to create something a little bit more innovative. But that's a good idea. Maybe if there's something to do.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Osman.
Thank you very much.
Now then, the next presenter is Dr. Walid.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum to everyone.
Can you make it closer?
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks to Chairman Dr. Ahmed. Thanks to organizers for giving me this opportunity to present my paper in this wonderful conference. My research is related to the concentration and competition on the banking sector of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and we tried, me as my co-author, to see does the concentration in Bosnia and Herzegovina banking sector is so high to be an entry barrier for Islamic finance. Islamic finance in Bosnia and Herzegovina is still struggle to develop to be significant player on the market. So the main idea from which we start actually is that before an Islamic bank starts to do the business in one country, of course, and to compete with the conventional banks, it has to enter the market. Generally speaking, we know that the development of Islamic banking in one country is related to the regulation, and usually we talk about regulation as main obstacle, but we tried to make one step back and to see before the regulation, do we have in Bosnian case some obstacles. In this case, we tried to estimate what is the concentration and is it related to the entering of Islamic banking in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Why Bosnia and Herzegovina? We have a pretty long tradition of development of Islamic finance, and we started to have first signs of Islamic financing in 15th century. But still, we don't have so significant players in the market. Also, what is very important for our research is that banking sector, generally speaking, conventional banking sector in Bosnia and Herzegovina is not well investigated. And concentration level in Bosnia and Herzegovina, because of its specific organization, is not well estimated at all. So these are the main points on which we look at, and we tried to fill this gap in the reporting system and the information that you can get about the concentration and competition in Bosnia and Herzegovina. So, as I said, Islamic finance in Bosnia and Herzegovina has is in transition process of the development, and is a developing country in southeastern Europe. First signs of Islamic finance we had in 15th century, and there were so-called Manafi treasuries for poor people, and they were based on interest-free financing. In 1990s we had first signs of and first projects of interest-free banks, Islamic banks in Bosnia and Herzegovina, but these ideas failed because of the war. And in 2000 we got, finally in 2000 we got first Islamic bank established by this IDB and Dubai Islamic Bank. But still there is no any takaful companies, and there is no any Islamic funds, and accordingly we trying to promote Bosnian market as a good potential for Islamic banking development and as a kind of center of Islamic banking and finance in this region of southeastern Europe where Bosnia and Herzegovina belongs to. So generally speaking, when we look at the activities of current Islamic bank in Bosnia and Herzegovina, it's actually supports and helps rural areas, returnees after the refugees after the war, and educational programs in Bosnia and Herzegovina. So all these projects are actually interesting from social perspective, and accordingly that's the reason why we are so interested in developing of Islamic banking and finance. When we look at the history of Bosnia and Herzegovina, we can find some proofs that Bosnian people are mostly, of course, in the first place Muslims, prefer products with no interest, but still there is no so big supply of Islamic products in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Also, what is very important here to mention is that we had some initiatives to make some changes in regulatory framework of Bosnian law on banks, and to adjust it for development of Islamic banking and finance. But the arguments of the government and regulators was that it would harm the stability and competition on the market, and it is not in the interest of the government. However, concentration and competition is, generally speaking, we know that it is an entry barrier for entering new players on any market. In this case, it is banking market. And in Bosnia and Herzegovina, the reporting systems are on entity level. As a result of the war, we had, probably some of you know that we had this Dayton Peace Agreement, actually what is our constitution, and based on this Dayton Peace Agreement, actually Bosnia is organized as two entities, and we have law on banks on the entities levels, while Bosnia, by banking sector is a single market. So accordingly, agencies for supervision of banks actually reporting the concentration on the entity levels, what and the result of this reporting and calculating of concentration on the entity levels is actually that always they present that concentration is much, much higher than it is really in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And accordingly, when you look at outside of Bosnia, it looks like a highly concentrated market and not so easy to enter and to play on this ground. Especially when you know that in the last 20 years we had so many mergers and acquisitions in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and from 70 banks in 90s we came to the 25 how much we have now. And between all these 25 banks, the only one is Islamic Bank. Bosnia and Herzegovina is part of Southeastern Europe, which is a group of transition countries, and we passed through similar processes, all these countries, in a period of privatization, and now we are population, or Bosnia and Herzegovina has population around 3.8 million. Among what is 50% Muslims, 30%, around 30% Orthodox, and Catholic around 10%. And GDP per capita is around 3.4 million euros. And what is the crucial point and most important and biggest problem in Bosnia and Herzegovina is that the unemployment rate is close to 30%. So investments and development in Bosnia and Herzegovina is something that is in the focus of and scholars and governments, so we are trying to find some new ways to support development in Bosnia and Herzegovina. When it comes to the methodology, I already cut some parts before, when I saw that we will be short with time, I cut some slides, and also methodology, I will just say a few words about it. So we took the data from financial reports of the banks from banking agency for the period 2003-2013. We used Herfindahl-Hirschman index and concentration index to measure concentration, and also in the second part and second stage of the analysis we used the survey analysis among the bank managers on the level of CFOs, CEOs, CFOs and CROs and other members of the top management in each bank. We had in our sample 27 banks, or all of them in the 2 years ago we had actually the 27 banks, and the response rate was around 60%. When it comes to data about the banking sector in Bosnia and Herzegovina, we can see here in this red column Bosnia and Herzegovina number of the banks, how it was decreasing in just last 10 years from 37 to 27. And also same processes we had in the rest of the Southeastern Europe, Albania, Bulgaria, Macedonia, Romania, Serbia. Only Montenegro and Albania didn't change so much in number of the banks, but the rest of Europe has decreased in the number of the banks. So when you look at this data, probably everybody would expect that we had some kind of increase in concentration, but and also, as I told you, official reports on concentration in Bosnia and Herzegovina are reporting the high level of concentration with the Herfindahl-Hirschman index around 1.5 thousand points. And when we actually done our research and when we got our results, we figure out actually that the real concentration, when you calculate it on the state level and took all banks on the state level, is in whole this period, this green is Bosnia. The colors change when I transfer it to these slides. So it's around 1,000, and in 2013 actually the concentration was very, very low. It's around 855, while concentration indexes are also pretty low. So accordingly, we can see actually that real situation in the market is much different from that one that is publicly available and presented from the official, in official reports. So it actually creates wrong conclusions about the competition, and the reason why we have done this survey among the bank managers, we wanted to see and sought facts about the concentration and ask the players on the market what is their opinion and how they see concentration on the market. And the result of our research is something actually what we expected. As we can see here, most or more than 90% of bank managers respond that they feel that the concentration, or they think that the concentration on the market is very high or extremely high. And it is actually expected, since the official reports are telling us that. So also the message that you can get from the industry is actually that concentration is high, but we have, as I said, 25 banks and concentration which is on moderate level. When it comes to the Islamic banking and finance and perception of managers towards the Islamic bank, how they see that in the meaning of competition, most of the bankers respond that they do not see Islamic banking as a significant player or serious competitor on the market. So what we can see is actually that Islamic banking still cannot compete with the conventional banks on that market. Even they had around 5% of the markets, or they are not recognized as serious competitor. However, clients in Bosnia and Herzegovina, or demand in Bosnia and Herzegovina, is in favor of Islamic banking and finance, or clients want new innovative products, especially in the field of Islamic banking and finance. And bankers are aware of that, but still do not have this initiative to open new maybe Islamic windows and new banks. And what is very important for our research, since I said that the government 10 years ago, their main argument was that it will changing in law and introducing of Islamic banking in Bosnia will harm the efficiency of the whole banking system and competition and concentration. Bank managers think opposite, what is very interesting. The most of them, or 95% of them, responded that actually they do not expect that Islamic banking will harm their banking sector efficiency. So it is actually contra-argument to this, what we have from the officials. So we can see that competition and concentration should not be an issue in introducing of Islamic banking and finance in Bosnia and Herzegovina. But what is more interesting actually, that they think that Bosnian market is open for, when we ask them, is it Bosnian market open for interest-free banking or specialized interest-free windows? Most of them responded no, or they do believe that the market is not open for Islamic windows and such kind of products. And that's the actual explanation why we do not have initiatives from the conventional banks to have Islamic banks, and we need to focus on Islamic banks or full-fledged Islamic banks, greenfield investment in this sector, since they are not so interesting. So as a concluding remarks, according to our results, we can conclude that concentration should not have a negative effect on the competition on the bank market of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and should not actually is not some kind of entry barrier for Islamic banking and finance. Reasons should be found in government support as well as the market awareness of its advantages, or actually what we have is here something what we can relate with the prejudices about the Islamic banking and finance in this, let's say, whole this region. Everything we have as a conclusion actually is something that we can apply for whole Southeast Europe, since all this region is very similar in their structure. So at the end, as a policy implication and recommendation, actually we put that it should be more in focus of promoting and of education and promotion of Islamic banking and finance in Europe, with special focus on Balkan countries and SCE region, since there is significant concentration of Muslim population, and also investments in agriculture infrastructure is very suitable for Islamic banking and finance, and these areas actually are growing right now in this region. And since the region is generally speaking undeveloped and there are high level of unemployment, Islamic microfinancing and microtefkafel should be more promoted and introduced to these markets to support and this part of these economies. Okay, these would be the main conclusions and policy implications.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr.
Same question. Does anyone have question? No questions?
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Dr. Walid.
Thank you.
I think it is my turn. I'm not taking my time, just a few minutes. I'm going to just give you a very short presentation because I have to commit myself to 10 minutes. This paper actually is about efficiency in Islamic and conventional banks, but we extended this paper to include socially responsible banks, which I think, from my point of view, is a first study to take into account the socially responsible banks. This is agenda for this presentation. Just a very quick introduction about research on efficiency in bank sector has become very significant in recent years as all banks strive to increase the efficiency and then the bank performance. And that actually happens because, by minimizing the inputs and maximizing the outputs. We are going to investigate, in this paper we investigate the three types of banks, as I said at the beginning, which are Islamic, conventional, and socially responsible banks. Then once we've done, or we estimate the efficiency scores for each bank during the study period, we run another model for the determinants of efficiency in the three types of bank. Our sample actually 190 banks consisting of 26 Islamic banks, 28 socially responsible banks, and 136 commercial bank or conventional bank. The data or information in front of you could be confusing because we focus our study on GCC countries, but as we know, we don't have socially responsible bank in GCC area, so we try to collect the data on socially responsible bank from everywhere. And I mean by everywhere, we found this socially responsible bank in 22 countries. The study period covers the period from 2005 to 2012, and the main question of this study is, are Islamic conventional socially responsible bank efficient or not? And what are the determinants of this efficiency? And how do these determinants affect the efficiency positively or negatively? We have used different models, parametric and non-parametric models. We use actually to estimate the efficiency, we used scale efficiency, which is SE, technical efficiency, which is TE, and pure technical efficiency, or what we can say variable return to scale, which is VRS. And then in the second stage of this study, we used a different model to estimate the determinants of efficiency, assuming once we estimate the efficiency, efficiency actually scores between 0 and 1. Okay, you never see an efficiency more than 1. So if the bank score 1 as efficiency, we make a dummy variable, 1 and 0, 1 for all banks with 1 efficiency, and less than 1, it means the bank is not efficient, and then we make a score of 0. Then we run the second model using ordinary least squares, fixed effect, random effect, and the Tobit models. I will skip the literature review. Actually, I'm just going to the results. As you can see from these results, I presented here year by year for Islamic bank, conventional bank, and socially responsible bank. If you look at the last line, if we look at scale efficiency, Islamic bank score about 0.959. Conventional bank score a little bit higher, 0.97. Socially responsible bank score a higher score, which equal to 0.988. So if you look at the three efficiency models, we find out that socially responsible bank scores the highest efficiency, followed by conventional bank, and then Islamic banks come at the end of the league, which actually unexpected result. We assume at the beginning, or we should assume at the beginning, Islamic bank may be more efficient than conventional banks or socially responsible banks. When we run the model, again using the different techniques, like as I said, OLS, fixed effect model, random effect model, and Tobit model, and using efficiency score as a dependent variable. And we use different variables as from bank-specific and macroeconomic variables. And we find different results for each type of bank. For Islamic bank, we find out bank size, loan intensity, return on assets, inflation rate, net export, market capitalizations, and age are positively related to efficiency. However, gross domestic production, or GDP, GDP per capita, a change in oil prices have a negative effect on efficiency for Islamic bank. This is different from socially responsible bank, as we find out size of the bank, capital ratio, GDP per capita, inflation rate, foreign and domestic ownership in banks have a negative effect on efficiency in socially responsible banks. So overall conclusion of this result is banks in this study are relatively achieved high efficiency score. This is high, I mean, compared to other studies, because for example, in Japanese study, you find the efficiency scores about 0.35 something. So our study score a higher efficiency estimation during the period from 2005 until 2012. The most efficient type of banks are socially responsible bank, followed by conventional bank, and then Islamic banks come at the end. We control the financial crisis as well, and we find out during the period of before crisis, bank made moderate efficiency scores. During the crisis, they were very low efficient banks. But after the financial crisis, the score went higher, so they have a higher efficiency after the crisis. So I can, this is just the beginning to study the efficiency and the determinants of efficiency in Middle East. So we are now expanding our study to include the MENA countries, and then we maybe, I'm not sure, but this is one of the future research idea is to compare efficiency in different areas in developed and emerging markets if possible. We can compare between GCC, MENA, excluding GCC, for example. We can compare with BRIC countries also to find out if any differences because of any specific variable. We can have a larger size, larger sample size because our sample is not big enough, but I presume that if we have a larger sample size and a longer period for the study, we may have better results as well. We may have to use different methods. We could use a stochastic frontier analysis because in this study we just use DAA models, but we can expand this study to include other methods as well. We didn't control in this study the effect of Arab Spring, if you can name, or like the name. We didn't control it because the period for this Arab Spring is not yet to say it has a specific effect on the, to control or to catch a specific effect on the efficiency of banks. I wanted to say something here. We take all Islamic banks from Gulf countries and the UK, and maybe because I am biased, because I live in the UK, we have only one Islamic bank, pure Islamic bank in the UK. Actually, the name was Islamic Bank of Britain, but now it's called Al Rayyan Bank because it was acquired by Qatari investors. So we take it as a benchmark, and even we found out that Islamic banks score a lower efficiency scores compared to conventional and socially responsible bank. We find out Islamic Bank of Britain made the highest score among all Islamic banks in the sample. We don't have a reason, a specific reason, maybe of the reason of is a culture or something, but we may have to explain this further in future research as well. Also, I have to say something here about socially responsible banks. Socially responsible bank came from the concept of ethical bank, but we can name the Islamic bank as ethical as well. But the difference between Islamic bank and socially responsible bank is even with ethical bank, they can still trade in non-halal products as well. So we can compare them with Islamic bank because they have different characteristics from, but we can at the end say they are green bank or something like that. This is the conclusion of this paper. I hope to have more inputs or say more credits in future, and this paper actually was accepted for publication in a journal, so as it is. So hopefully we can expand it and then publish it in another high-ranked journal in future as well. That's it. Thank you very much for listening to me at the end of the day, long day to you today. Thank you. Any questions? Yeah, because because we have taken different macroeconomic variables, and this could be more specific to specific countries. If you say GCC countries little bit different from other MENA countries as well because of income streams in these countries are high. Maybe the customers in these countries are a little bit different. Maybe other economic or macroeconomic variables are different. BRIC countries now are growing very fast. They may have different culture for bank to work, so they have different efficiency estimation as well. So just to compare different areas, to have different results, or to have more contribution as well, actually, because our contribution is limited to GCC area, but if you can generalize the result, I think it would be better in future. Any more questions for me?
Assalamu alaikum. The BRICS country, how many banks do you have in the BRICS country? Because I don't think we have many banks over there.
Yeah, for my knowledge, I don't know if they have Islamic bank or not, but because we actually expanding to take a conventional bank, so we can actually rely on a conventional bank in this area as well, not only Islamic banks. Okay. Hello? That's it? Just an idea to compare with BRIC, because now the fashion... Sorry? I know, but we started 1 hour and a half later here. So I have to finish, but she asked me. So anyway, because one of the fashion ideas now in research is to take BRIC countries. This is why we have to compare with. And Egypt was one of the country was designated to be one of the BRICS as well, or can say e-BRICS. So that may be the motivation to include country like Egypt in future, which I am biased to. Okay, I can conclude the session because I could say I was a chair of this session as well, so I can include it to. I have 5 very short conclusion. Which number 1 is we have a necessity to establish corporate social responsibility network among Islamic banks. Number 2 is Islamic microfinance institutions are doing very well compared to conventional counterparts. Islamic microfinance institutions are very important tools for fighting against poverty. Contrary to a previous research, Islamic banks are less efficient than conventional or socially responsible banks. Last one is Islamic bank development should not have a negative effect on bank performance. This is the main conclusion of this session. That's it for me. Thank you very much for listening and thank you for coming. I know you are coming for next session, but anyway, thank you for coming and listening to me. Thank you very much.
conference. Unfortunately, Dr. Al-Abdali could not come here. He had some other engagement, so I'll be chairing this session in his place. My name is Mozam Farooq and I am from Central Bank of Oman. Without wasting time, since we are already quite late, we are running short of time. So without wasting any time, I'll invite Dr. Ahmed Al-Badri to present his paper on bank financial stability and risk management in KSA.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد صلى الله عليه وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم أجمعين. First of all, I need to thank all the committee of Al-Qura University and special thank from King Faisal University as well. Thank you very much for the conference and for the good and well preparation. My paper is talking about banks' financial stability and risk management in Saudi Arabia. Actually, the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision published the first version of Basel III in late 2009 to recover the shortcomings of Basel I and Basel II, which led to 2008 financial crisis. Specifically, in response to the credit crisis, banks are required to maintain proper leverage ratio and meet certain capital requirements. Saudi banks complied with the regulatory framework of Basel III. They continued to show strong capital adequacy and liquidity position by exceeding the requirements of Basel III Accord through holding enough capital and liquidity. Furthermore, SAMA, which is the Saudi Arabian Monetary Agency, applied additional regulatory and macroprudential measures helped increase the resilience of this sector and ensure its stability to face any unexpected financial crisis and mitigate the degree of risk exposure faced by Saudi banks. We have so many indicators about the financial stability in Saudi Arabia. In the MENA region, Saudi Arabia economy is the largest one, with a GDP equals about $2,795 billions riyal, equals about $745 billion in 2014. The total assets of the banking sector, which is the biggest sector in Saudi Arabia now, even bigger than the petrochemical industry, are equivalent to 75.6% of Saudi annual GDP and about 133% of non-oil GDP in 2014. The compounded growth rate of Saudi banks' assets equals 9.3% with an amount of 2.1 trillion Saudi riyal from 2010 to 2014. The number of banks operating in Saudi Arabia total 24 banks, including 12 branches of foreign banks and 12 national Saudi banks. All banks have 1,912 branches and about 516 automated teller machines. Saudi banks continue to achieve high asset growth rate on account of ongoing strong economic activities in recent years, according to SAMA 2015. I'll go directly to my motivation Yani after analysis, our literature review, we find that the Saudi banks have a very good position in financial stability, and that will lead to minimizing the degree of risk. So our motivation is the previous introduction reflects the financial stability in the banking sector in Saudi Arabia. Hence, we need to examine the effects of Saudi banks' financial stability on risk management. SAMA, as a central bank of Saudi Arabia, identified macroprudential toolkit for the banking sector. And this group of toolkits becomes very important in minimizing the degree of risk or different kinds of risk. Like what? They have identified different tools, like a requirement for capital adequacy ratio. For example, the regulatory requirement of SAMA is 10.5% as a minimum of capital adequacy ratio. And this is very important for all kinds of risks like liquidity and credit risk and operational risk. We have so many types of macroprudential kits. We use this macroprudential toolkit as independent variables and see its effect on different types of risks in Saudi banks. Our hypothesis, I have 3 hypotheses here. There is a significant and negative effect of banks' financial stability on credit risk. The first hypothesis talking about the credit risk, and there is a significant negative effect of banks' financial stability on liquidity risk and on operational risk. We have variables, our variables, dependent and independent and control variables. Our dependent variables are different types of risks: credit, liquidity, and operational risk. And the independent variables are the toolkits, which is identified by SAMA, and the control variable, I use the bank size as a control variable. I have collected data for all Saudi banks from 2011 to 2014. All data have been collected from Tadawul website and as a formal website of Saudi market. All 12 banks are listed in Saudi stock market, and all financial reports and statements are disclosed in the stock market website. To summarize our results for credit risk, we find that the results of the model indicate a negative and significant effect of capital adequacy ratio on credit risk. That means the higher the degree of capital adequacy ratio in Saudi banks mitigate the degree of credit risk. Also, there is a significant and positive effect of leverage ratio on credit risk. Another result related to liquidity risk, the result of the model indicate negative and significant effect of provisions, leverage ratio of loans to deposit, and bank size of liquidity risk. That means Saudi banks' macroprudential toolkits, which include provisions, leverage ratio of loans to deposits, and bank size, mitigate the degree of liquidity risk. The last result, talking about operational risk, the result of model indicate a positive and significant effect of capital adequacy provisions, leverage, and asset utilization ratio on operational risk. I did my analysis. The robustness results check, a robustness check used to confirm our results. We find difference between no difference between small and large banks, but we find differences in between years. All banks are committed to apply Basel Accord and SAMA regulations, but we find a significant difference in applying SAMA toolkits regulations between 2011 and 2014. In 2014, we find very strong results reflecting a very high degree of financial stability in Saudi banks compared to 2011, and more ability to mitigate risk exposure using different type of macroprudential kits stated by SAMA. Last thing, our implications, SAMA and Saudi banks boards must support macroprudential toolkits suggested as they reflect strong risk management tools. Other Gulf countries which follow SAMA regulations must follow the same tools to mitigate their risk exposure. An international comparative study could be done to examine the same effect of hedging tools on risk management in banking sector. Thank you very much. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Al-Badri, for a very nice presentation and keeping it short also. Now I'll invite Dr. Muhammad bin Juma to come and present his paper on risk sharing and risk bearing in Islamic banking. And I'll request you to keep it to limit it to 10 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me, presenting this paper in such important conference, and I hope continuously for this conference. The paper I will present today is entitled Risk Sharing versus Risk Bearing and Shifting. It's about a comparison between productive performances between Islamic banks and conventional banks. I think that hopefully during the plenary sessions of yesterday, the plenary sessions of yesterday have wonderfully paved the way for me to skip some slides, which is very important. The first slides was dedicated to a comparison between the way operating model of Islamic banking and conventional banking. So Islamic banking obviously are Sharia compliant institution obeying to Islamic finance principles, okay? And the cornerstone of the model of or the way of doing business for Islamic banks is the PLS principle, is the profit and loss sharing. So based on this statement, Islamic banks are doing intermediations between lenders and borrowers, and both of stakeholders will take risk on each investment. Okay. There are many products proposed or products that are compliant with Sharia. The most desirable maybe and the most compliant with the spirit and the aim of the Sharia, فقه الصيرفة الإسلامية يعني the spirit and the aim of Islamic banking is المضاربة and المشاركة. These products theoretically are the most desirable forms in Islamic financing. However, in practice, participatory mode give rise to agency problem in the form of moral hazard related to asymmetric information. So that's why most of Islamic banks through the world they have tendency to not to use these products or not to propose these products as they should do. But they tend to promote more risk-free or least risk product such as markup, murabaha, and leasing ijara. These alternative modes of financing allow Islamic banks to avoid moral hazard problem and compete with conventional banks. Although it does not represent the dominant mode of financing, PLS mode is part of the balance sheet of Islamic banks. This fact allows them to have a distinguishing feature from conventional banks in both assets and liability sides. So, I think that we know all how conventional banks behave. They are either bearing the risk into fixing or establishing a fixed interest rate, or just shifting the risk through other stakeholders, through insurance or through derivatives. So the aim of this paper basically is to compare the efficiency or the technical efficiency of Islamic banks or versus conventional banks. So the performance indicators through literature permits to separate studies using traditional financial ratios to assess banking performance from those who use frontier analysis approaches. Frontier analysis is depicted through either parametric or non-parametric. Through the literature too, we can assist to a wide range of comparison, either compounding both Islamic and conventional banks within the same sample. So we will implicitly assume that both of banks types are performing or are producing under the same frontier, or they are split into two samples, and for each sample we will estimate the production frontier. When we consult the literature, which is extensive in analyzing or in comparing technical efficiency of Islamic and conventional banks, we can see that almost the majority of this research leads to a slight advantage for conventional banks. So, directly straight to the objective, we have to tackle two issues or to overcome two problems. The first problem is the fact that we have to assume that conventional banks and Islamic banks are not behaving under the same production frontier. Since rule of the game are different, so the technology of production is different. So that's why the first thing is, here is the principle of stochastic frontier model. Traditionally, we use both either output-oriented efficiency, which is revenue efficiency, or input or cost-oriented efficiency. In the framework of this paper, we opted for a more realistic approach, which is hyperbolic and profit efficiency, giving the producer the more realistic option to do both, contracting inputs and expanding outputs in the same time, but in a non-linear manner. So, as I told you, the second issue is the fact that both banks types are producing under different frontiers. So, the problem here, when it comes to the comparison of efficiency scores, it leads us to a misleading comparison, since both banks are operating under different frontiers. So efficiency scores, which are the ratio of real and observed production divided by the potential production, is irrelevant, since each bank types had different production potentiality. So the idea here is to reduct or to reduce all frontiers into a common ground, which is called the meta frontier, and there we can compare efficiency scores that are calculated initially based on different frontiers to a common ground, which is the meta frontier. So the model consists on 3 steps: estimate separately directional distance, and then use results to estimate stochastic directional frontier, and then use results from 1 and 2 to derive meta frontier. Data are gathered from banks group concerning 318 banks from the MENA region, 17 countries, 1,066 sample points concerning conventional banks, and 291 banks, Islamic banks, observation concerning Islamic banks. When it comes to the first result, which are the following, we have 3 columns, technical efficiency. The first couple of columns are just technical efficiencies reported to for each bank's type, for each frontier. The technological gap ratio, which is the distance between the regional or the specific frontier to the meta frontier, which describes the gap between the technology used in producing technical efficiency scores, and based on these last couple of columns, we can compare performances of both Islamic and conventional banks. As we can see, for conventional banks, if we want to take an inter-country comparison, we can find that the leading country in terms of efficiency in the MENA region is Saudi Arabia, which scores 0.76, followed by Kuwait. For Islamic banking, the first countries that are leading in the MENA region are Tunisia and Egypt, but we have to be cautious concerning these results, since sample points are very small. We have just 5 or 6 observations for Tunisia and something like 7 observations for Egypt. That's why we have to take to command these results concerning Islamic banking and leaders in terms of efficiency with a lot of caution.
Dr. Juma, can you please wrap up within a minute?
Yeah. I will just need just 1 minute.
Thank you.
I'm about, yeah. When it comes to the technological gap ratio, we can see that there is no difference, and especially just after 2005. When it comes to the meta-frontier technical efficiency, we can observe this significant discrepancy and gap between Islamic in red and conventional banks in blue. So the reason for this is, I will use an idiom, very famous idiom, is to square a circle. For an Islamic bank, if they want to present something that is very close to the conventional bank's products, these banks will tend to lose in terms of efficiency and in terms of providing something consistent to clients. So that's the problem. I think that Islamic banks, they have to focus on their comparative advantage, which is risk sharing, but the problem here is risk inherent to this, which is moral hazard and adverse selection. We have to implement policies to overcome these problems. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? No. Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Bin Juma, for the very nice presentation. Now I'll like to invite Dr. Mohammed Mahajat from Oman Arab Bank to present his paper on commodity murabaha. And kindly limit your presentation to 10 minutes.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, thank you very much for Qura University for inviting me to this wonderful event. As you know, I'm from the practical persons, so we are the Islamic banker. We are mostly looking into implementations. Is these things can be practiced in the real world, in Islamic banking, or it is just an hallucinations or just an idea which cannot be implemented. My paper is about how to manage the liquidity, which is now in this global Islamic banking era. Mostly the product used is commodity murabaha. In this paper, I want to compare about the practice which has been done in Malaysia and Indonesia. Even now in Oman, we are facing liquidity issues due to oil prices down and so on. So that's why this paper mostly gives you this description on, or a general idea what is commodity murabaha for liquidity management. The fast development of Islamic banking and finance in the worldwide in these 2 decades, some is especially the lack of product in liquidity management. Even when we are wants to launch this product in Indonesia, when I was there in 2011, we are already modified many things and learn from other countries such as Malaysia and Middle East. Though this product up till today not really attract the interest of the Islamic bankers and Islamic banking industry particularly. So now in the world there is one most famous product which is used by Malaysia. We name it commodity murabaha bursa suq asila. Definition of liquidity management. Based on the Basel Committee definitions, it is ability to fund increase in assets and meet obligations as they can do. So in general descriptions, liquidity management, which is in case of the banks need liquidity, for example, to satisfy their balance sheet between the assets and liability, so they can easily take the cash from the market. Or, for example, in other sides, the banks, for example, has too much liquidity. So, in case of they have too much liquidity, they can sell it easily in the market. So, to have this kind of instrument, we have to have an attractive design product which is cheap and then practicable and comply with Sharia. The urgency of liquidity, as I mentioned, because the bank has to manage its liquidity assets and liquidity, so that's why it is a very urgent things in banking, Islamic banking sector. Development of liquidity management instrument in Indonesia, up till today we have repo Sharia, we have sukuk, we have reverse repo where the underlying asset is sukuk, and the last one we have commodity Sharia bursa suq asila. This is most instrument that used in the global market, which is commodity murabaha, interbank mudharabah, qurud mutabadilah, interbank wakala, and so on. And these instruments is practiced by most Islamic bankers in the world. I have several observations based on this instrument. First is non-existence of a perfect liquidity management. Means that Except that some jurisdictions, liquidity mechanisms require a broad expansion mechanism. In some jurisdictions, it applies only on the monetary policy. Second, lack of instrument that can be used for liquidity management. Third is acceptance of difference in FIG with respect to the instrument. For example, some countries, they are previously using bail-in, which is in some jurisdictions it is prohibited. And fourth, limitation of ability of this instrument to achieve liquidity instrument features that are understood from a conventional point of view. And the lastly is the rigidity of this instrument. Mostly previously, this liquidity is mostly a non-tradable instrument. This is the among issues need for discussion, which are credit risk, the issue of accounting treatment of balance sheet and on balance sheet in terms of operation concerning operation of assets in restricted wakala, intrusion fund and bankruptcy, determination of indicated profit rate. There are three main contracts that use in liquidity like commodity murabahah as we have, and tawarub, and then bail-ina. Let's see how this commodity practice in Indonesia. In Indonesia, we are practicing commodity murabahah using the commodity trading participant. There are more than 3 participants where they are selling coconuts, for example, anything which is can be tradable and acceptable in terms of Sharia. Then, for example, if the bank's surplus bank wants to sell their liquid to deficit bank, so deficit bank will approach a surplus bank, and then surplus bank will buy a liquidity asset commodity from the trading participants. Then this asset or commodity will represent by certificate, and this certificate will sell to commodity consumer or deficit bank, and deficit bank will sell it to commodity participant. This is mostly the same as Bursa Suk Asla as implemented by Malaysia. We have mostly the same structure, but in Malaysia they are using CPO as their underlying assets. There are some difference of both structures, of course, but the things is maybe this current structure, maybe some of ulama, some of scholars, they are disagrees with this structure, or maybe this structure has been agreed by majority of scholars, but we need another instruments that we can design. So in my paper with Dr. Aznan, we propose one of the instrument that we call it as Bay'udain Bisila. This is structure. For example, someone has debt and he wants to sell his debt to other person. He may sell it, but he has to buy certain commodity first and then sell it to the debtor. So this is, you can see the structure. First of all, for example, the current certificate holder will approach debtor, and the debtor the new certificate holder will buy a commodity from supplier A, and then he gets cash, and from this cash he will sell this commodity to certificate holder. So the certificate holder will sell this security to commodity to Bursa, so he get cash. So in conclusion, the paper attempt to discuss briefly about commodity murabahah concept for managing liquidity of Islamic finance institution in Indonesia and Malaysia, and this is also acceptable in other countries. Proper liquidation rate, not too liquid or less liquid, is important to ensure Islamic financial institutions' ability to meet their liabilities while not interfering the financing ability to achieve the required return. Although there are many issues that still exist, the need to create a good liquidity management requires the cooperation and hard work of all stakeholders in Islamic finance, not only in ensuring Sharia compliance of all operation, structure and instruments used, but also to ensure the viability instrument to be used. Implementation of commodity model as a case study in this only as an example to illustrate the need for instruments that only complies with Sharia, but also viable for use for managing liquidity. This is all from me. If any questions?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Assalamu alaikum. As far as these commodity murabha instruments are concerned, if you do proper due diligence, none of the contracts in Suqa Sila, you cannot prove it to be Sharia compliant. So because there is a buyback, and Mr. Azlan, I have had some correspondence with him, they do consider that. So this new product that you are offering, at the end of the day, it will again, not qualify the due diligence test of Sharia governance or Sharia requirement. So what is the new aspect in this product which was not there in the previous product?
Your questions?
What is the new aspect in this particular product that you are discussing and offering in the paper, which was not present in the market before?
Now, particularly in MENA regions, this structure is not been implemented. We are just proposing if in case in the future, for example, the bank has, for example, debt, which is this debt, of course, there are a lot of issues and a lot of debate among the Sharia scholars. Is it debt tradable or not? So that's why how to design this debt become a Sharia compliant instrument. This is the way how we can do, because from this transaction is no longer trading of debt, but trading of commodity. So,
but the issue is that the commodity that is being bought, it is again sold back to the same supplier, and we have proved it in so many cases. So therefore, if it is a buyback, then it is again not acceptable.
In our practice in Indonesia, it is prohibited for the participant or the banks to sell it the same supplier. So, and for example, if in Indonesia there are Jakarta Future Exchange, they are assigning a lot of suppliers, not only one. So if, for example, deficit bank, surplus bank buy from supplier A, surplus bank cannot buy from supplier A. It has to be sold to supplier B or C or B, because just to avoid bail-in transactions. That's if in case of Bursa Suq Asila Malaysia, they also Bursa Malaysia also assigns a lot of supplier there, which is not the same supplier as the surplus bank bulk. So this is just to avoid Sharia issues in the matter. I think Sharia scholars who are design this project already see what is the prospect, what is the Sharia issues in the structure.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mehajat. We can continue our discussion after the conclusion of this conference, like if some more discussion is required. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And with this, we can start our last paper of the conference. Okay, sorry, I think there is another presenter who is in some other room, Dr. Rusni Hassan. Dr. Rusni Hassan, can you please start your presentation? Dr. Hassan?
First of all, thank you for the organizer that invited me for the session, for the presentation in this conference. Dr. Saleh, Dr. Nazim, and not to forget Dr. Amal and her committee. I will be taking, if possible, less than 5 minutes because I'm the last presenter in this session. But I believe that what people say that we save the best for the last, inshallah. Okay. The topic that I'm presenting today is on the effective Sharia risk measurement tools for avoidance of Sharia non-compliance events in the Islamic financial institutions. The motivation of the paper is that, because in the context of Malaysia, we are looking at the regulation which provide that there are two main regulations that I'm referring to here. Number one is Islamic Financial Services Act 2013, and number two is the Guidelines on Sharia Governance Framework for Islamic Financial Institutions. So both of these regulations talks about one important element that I'm going to relate here, that is on the requirement or the legal requirement to establish Sharia risk management, what we call it process or operation in the context of Islamic financial institutions. So what we are going to do here is that to examine the regulatory requirement on the Sharia risk management, particularly for Sharia non-compliant events, and we're going to look into the process adopted by Islamic financial institutions in managing the SNEs, and last but not least, we are going to propose the Sharia risk measurement tools for avoidance of SNEs, which is the main objective in this paper. So I'm going to browse through what the provisions on IFSA. Is a new law in Malaysia, Islamic Financial Services Act, and this is an important regulation or legislation that require Islamic financial institutions to ensure that they must be Sharia compliant at all times. Okay, and IFSA also provides certain procedures in terms of whenever the IFI found something that is non-compliant in their operation, they need to report. The first thing is that they need to immediately notify the central bank as well as their Sharia committee to confirm that that is actual SNEs there. Number two is that they need to cease the activities, they need to stop the activities. And number three is that they need to rectify the Sharia non-compliant event. And then other than that, the central bank has the right to carry out the assessment in the form of audit, Sharia audit and whatnot, if the central bank believe that there is something that is non-compliant happening in the constitution. And the most important impact here is that any financial institutions who do not comply with such a requirement, the penalty imposed to these financial institutions is very high. That is, the financial institution shall be, what we call it, found upon conviction, shall be liable to imprisonment for 8 years minimum, and also a penalty in the form of 25 million ringgit. So this is something very significant and very important to the financial institution. Now, in relation to Sharia governance framework on risk management, again, I'm quoting the relevant principles on particularly Principle 7 and 7.15 as regards to Sharia risk management function that must be carried out by the financial institutions for the purpose of ensuring that there shall not be any Sharia non-compliant event that happen in the Islamic financial institutions operation. Now, the point here is that how are we going to identify, and then what are we going to identify? That is the two questions that the main focus of this paper. Now, our finding is that number one, we found out that there is no proper and comprehensive definition of Sharia risk. Now, even though the title is that Sharia non-compliant, but we also take note that it is also important for us to define what is Sharia risk. Unfortunately, we don't find any literature that give the definition of Sharia risk. And thus, the paper or the research proposed that Sharia risk may be defined in the context that, number one, failure of Islamic financial institution in anticipate, identify, assess, manage the unique risks that arise from the Sharia approved contract. Number two, that failure of the IFI in managing their Sharia non-compliant. And last but not least, we are suggesting that Sharia non-compliant event here in this context, what we call it, should be looked into the perspective that it gives the impact to the earnings of the financial institutions, and we are suggesting that this is due to the defective contract. Now, we also, the paper also, the research also found that at this point of when we examine the literature, Sharia risk is categorized as always the subset of the operational risk. We, however, found out that, and we would like to propose that actually, Sharia risk can be a distinct type of risk. And we are proposing this. At the first side is the existing literature, which always put Sharia non-compliant risk as one of the subset of operational risk. What we are proposing in this paper here is that Sharia risk can be a standalone, which may also include Sharia non-compliant, credit, operational, counterparty, as well as the market risk. So this is our proposal. Now, number three, that our finding is that Sharia risk management should be examined or should be determined through the status of ANCAD. So this is due to the fact that the main operation of Islamic financial banks or Islamic financial institutions is Islamic contract, and thus what is the most important thing here? We are looking at the Sharia contract. Based on that, we propose that the tools that we should be looking at is, of course, looking into what are the effects to the contract itself. So here, we propose that there could be three categories of the Sharia non-compliant event that may happen in the Islamic banking operation. We go for number one, that is the severe. This refers to the incidents of which that lead to the invalidation of contract and the non-recognition of income. We give example of financing activities, what we call it financing gambling activities, alcohol, pork, and so on and so forth. That comes into severe. Second category is medium. Medium here refers to invalid condition that you may find to happen in the Sharia contract that the banks, what we call it, is doing, and therefore, however, it does not make the contract, automatically terminated. It has to be rectified. And the third category is the tolerable level. This refers to the events that may not affect the validity of the akad itself. So we give example of improper advertisement, indecent attire among the staff. All those are not the factor that lead to the invalidity of the contract. Okay. And
Dr. Hassan,
this is the
excuse me, sorry for interrupting. Can you please wrap up the discussion in a couple of minutes?
Sorry?
Can you please give us the key message in a couple of minutes?
Okay, yes. This is the conclusion. Number one is that we are giving example of the inherent risk is and is. Okay, we look into the recognition of the income, and the simple illustration of for example, we give example of Bai'ul Ina in the context of personal financing from the Sharia perspective is very high. And however, from the financial perspective, because the amount that you give is very small, therefore it may be low in that context. So this risk need to be mitigated. Based on IFSA, it has to be mitigated immediately within 30 days, and then after the mitigation is done, and therefore, this risk may be what we call it properly mitigated. Sorry. And we are also suggesting that the financial institution should decide their financial ratio, their threshold for the financial risk. And we are giving example of, for example, less than 3% is considered as low, 3 to 10% is considered as medium, and 10% and above is considered as high. So that depends very much on the risk appetite of the financial institution. Okay, so that is what we call it, the last slide that I have. And last but not least, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Welcome assalam and thank you very much. Okay, with this, we have the last presentation of this session. Instead of making this entire presentation, I'll just show you the key.
Last question.
I'll just show you the key idea of this presentation. Actually, this is the topic of my paper was. Will Islamic banking make the world less risky? An empirical analysis of the capital structure, risk shifting and financial stability. It's a joint work with Sweder van Wijnbergen from University of Amsterdam and Sajjad Zahir from State Bank of Pakistan. And actually we were motivated to work on this paper because risk seeking and risk shifting behavior has been in the limelight since the global financial crisis, and there have been claims that Islamic finance is the solution to like since it's insulated from crisis, so it's the solution to avoid such crisis. And however, we know that there are same or similar regulations, capital regulations and other requirements for Islamic and conventional banks. However, the liability side of the Islamic banks are structured a bit differently. There are other than Qarza Hasana, which is loan, which is like a current account of conventional banks, there are profit and loss sharing accounts, deposits, which behave like quasi equity. So we want to see that if this structure on the liability side affects the choice of the bank on asset side, and how does it affect. So what we do is that we use a Merton type model to determine that if risk shifting behavior of Islamic bank can be expected to be different from a conventional bank, and then we test it empirically also. I'll skip all this. I'll just show you this graph. This payoff of the deposits and equity of Islamic and conventional banks can be shown in as a portfolio of options. Here I'll request you to focus on this green line. This is the payoff of the equity holders of Islamic bank, and this red line is this is the payoff of equity holders of conventional bank. So what we see here is that the payoff of the owners or equity holders is like it's like the payoff of a call option. So at this point, like if we are here at this point, then the owners of the bank have they have incentive in taking a lot of risk because their downside is limited. That if bank loses, then they lose their equity. That's all. No more losses than that. However, if they invest in risky assets, if they take a lot of risk, then upside is unlimited. So there is a lot of potential gain from taking risks. So that's why what they can do is that they have the incentive to invest in very risky assets. So if we see the payoff of Islamic banks, what we see is that it is a bit different. That there are incentives of taking risk for Islamic banks also, but those incentives are less than the conventional banks. As you can see that the slope is a bit less for Islamic banks, and the reason is that if the bank will earn more, if the bank will invest in more risky assets, and if it will earn more profit, then it will need to share part of that profit with depositors of the bank, profit and loss sharing deposit of the bank. On the other hand, conventional bank does not need to share that profit because they just need to pay back deposit and interest. So we have data from Pakistan, and the structure of Islamic banking in Pakistan is that there are some full-fledged Islamic banks, there are some conventional banks, and there are some banks which offer both type of products, Islamic and conventional. So this structure is important because this gives us the chance, the presence of the banks which offer both type of products. It gives us the chance to use fixed effects models to see, and by using fixed effects we can control for unobserved differences in the in banks. I'll just share the results with you. The conclusion that what we find is that there is some evidence of lower risk taking in Islamic banks. What we see here is that from these results that Islamic banks have better this asset quality. They have lower NPLs in general. They have higher capital to asset ratio. If we measure the stability of banks using Z-scores, they score higher on this parameter. And usually the standard deviation or the volatility of their returns is also lower. So which makes us to conclude that that on average, these results are not absolute, but on average Islamic banks are more profitable, they have lesser volatility in their returns, and they have lower NPLs, and in general they are more stable than conventional banks. Thank you very much. In the interest of time, I need to rush you through this presentation. If you have any questions, you can ask me now or later. Any question? Okay, thank you very much. With this, we'll wrap up this session. I'll just make a few comments, very quick comments. We know that Sharia compliance, which is a prerequisite for Islamic banks, leads to unique structures on both asset and liability side. And because of this, these structures, we have subtle and sometimes less subtle differences in the assets and liabilities of the Islamic banks. And these unique structures pose special challenges and risks and opportunities, and it's the some corporate governance challenges also. And it's the joint responsibility of the people from academia, of practitioners and regulators to identify and tackle these issues and develop products and solutions which are not only Sharia compliant, but they are also they are welfare enhancing in general. Thank you very much. Yes. Sorry. Question, Mike.
My question goes to the previous speaker, because we have not got the chance to ask Dr. Husni Hassan.
Okay.
So can I ask? Yes.
Yeah, sure.
She has talked about the Sharia non-compliance events. As far as I know, the products in the banks go through multi-level of screenings, much level of checkings, and they are also through the process or through the time of the offering of the product. There are a lot of screening process, a lot of auditing. How does the event of non-compliance happen if all these measures have been taken before? How do we come to discover that there is an event of Sharia non-compliance? Is it because of some kinds of devices followed by the bank, hila, or is it because of ignorance, or because of mistake? What are the events, what are the factors that lead to this kind of event of Sharia non-compliance? Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Husni, Dr. Hassan, can you reply? Dr. Hassan? Probably she has left, so maybe you can email her and ask her this question.
Yes.
Yes, please.
When?
It's okay. If there is no more question, then thank you very much for presence even after. There is another question? Yes, please.
Dr. Rosni here?
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. سؤالي للدكتور الرسني حسن فيما يتعلق بمعهد المصرفية الإسلامية. البرامج التدريبية التي يقدمها هذا المعهد للطلاب والطالبات، هل هي برامج تطبيقية في مجال التمويل الإسلامي والمصرفية، أم أنها بقية برامج التدريس في كليات الاقتصاد؟
Sorry, I did not get this question from the beginning because I don't understand Arabic. And
بروجرام تريننج، البرامج التدريبية، هل هي برامج تطبيقية في المعهد المعهد المصرفية الإسلامية، أم أنها بس فقط برامج نظرية مثل بقية كليات الاقتصاد؟
Okay, thank you very much for this question. This is a general question, so I'll just give you a quick reply that there are...
His question is about the training programs
in
the banks.
Yes.
He is saying whether these training programs are theoretical or practical. Is it only theoretical trainings, or it leads to some kinds of practical aspects? This is the question.
Yes, usually...
And what's the relationship between these trainings with the market applications and so on?
Yeah, actually, usually there are different types of training programs. There are some which are more focused on theory. There are some which are more focused on practice. There are some training programs which are more academic in nature. So it depends, but there are all types of training programs are available. Okay, thank you very much. Is there any other question? Okay, then I'd like to thank the audience and presenters and the organizers of this conference for having us here and organizing this very interesting conference. Thank you very much.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله الذي جعل بلادنا قبلة للإسلام والمسلمين، فيها نزل القرآن ومنها شع نور الإيمان، نصرها بالدين فأبت إلا أن تكون للدين ناصرة، والصلاة والسلام على الهادي البشير والسراج المنير والمبعوث رحمة للعالمين، نبينا وحبيبنا وسيدنا محمد بن عبد الله عليه وعلى آله وصحبه الصلاة والتسليم. أيها الأحبة، ضيوفنا الكرام، أهلا ومرحبا بكم في أول بيت وضع للناس. إن أول بيت وضع للناس للذي ببكة مباركا وهدى للعالمين. فأهلا وسهلا ومرحبا بكم في المملكة العربية السعودية، البلد المبارك، في مكة المكرمة، المدينة المباركة، في مهبط الوحي، المكان المبارك، في جامعة أم القرى، الجامعة المباركة. أنتم في بيت الله، أنتم ضيوف الله. ربنا إني أسكنت من ذريتي بواد غير ذي زرع عند بيتك المحرم. ربنا ليقيموا الصلاة فاجعل أفئدة من الناس تهوي إليهم. أهلا بكم يا من هوت قلوبكم إلينا، فقلوبكم أتت قبل أن تأتوا أو قبل أن تأتي أجسادكم. أهلا بكم في البلد الحرام، في البلد الأمين. وإذ قال إبراهيم رب اجعل هذا بلدا آمنا واجنبني وبني أن نعبد الأصنام. رب إنهن أضللن كثيرا من الناس فمن تبعني فإنه مني ومن عصاني فإنك رؤوف رحيم. فديننا دين الرحمة. سيدنا إبراهيم he prayed for this holy place to be peaceful place, and at that time he asked God about the followers who follow me. He's from my group, from my side. وَمَنْ عَصَانِي, who disbelieve in me, Ibrahim alayhi salam, he didn't say put him in fire or kill him or what. فَإِنَّكَ غَفُورٌ رَحِيمٌ. Even for the unbeliever. Look, Islam. عشان كده, because of that, our Islam is the peaceful religion. We are lucky to be Muslims. We are very lucky to be Muslims. فكم نحن سعداء أن تكونوا معنا. Very proud to have brothers with us. Believe me, I myself, and I'm sure my team, everybody feel happy that you are here with us. Because you are guest of Allah. If you are guest of anybody of us, it will be very nice to have you. So what about the guest of Allah? والحاجة اللي يعني إحنا نطلبها, what we want from you is just remember us when you go back home safe, inshallah. And keep in mind that you have brothers here in the holy place of Mecca. You have brothers in the University of al-Qura. The first foundation of the Islamic economy, it was here. I said it yesterday. And the people who taught in the first foundation of the Islamic economies, scholars, none of them from Saudi Arabia or from Mecca. Our brothers, they came, they educated us. We're proud to have knowledge from those big scholars. Then, so you are here in the family of Ibrahim. ربنا إني أسكنت من ذريتي بواد غير ذي زرع. Their mission is to the pray. ربنا ليقيموا الصلاة. The people who lives here. So أهلا وسهلا, welcome, anybody of you. إن شاء الله ستكون ذكرى جميلة, very good time that we had it here. I myself, I went to my family, I explained that even to my little boy about the scholars they came from outside and joining us here, and I think they feel everybody here home. And that's what we are looking for, everybody. Muslims, brother, they came here, so we have to serve them, we have to help them, we have to ease all the obstacles they might face. Thank you, our brothers. Hoping to see you, inshallah, in the near future, in Mecca, the holy place, where the Quran comes here in the first time from the beginning. Angels came down. نحن على مقربة, we are close to Jabal al-Rahma, where the phrase of the completed, the phrase that weren't completed the Islam. You know, اليوم أكملت لكم دينكم وأتممت عليكم نعمتي ورضيت لكم الإسلام دينا. It was in Hijjat al-Wada'. At that time it was Yom al-Jum'ah, after the Asr prayer. Here, just 2 kilometers from this place. So I want everybody of you just to keep in mind that he is 2 kilometers away from the place that this ayah comes from by the Jibril, by the angel. So, how lucky are you? You are very lucky, brothers. أسأل الله سبحانه وتعالى أن يردكم سالمين to your house إن شاء الله. أسأل الله سبحانه وتعالى أن يتقبل صلاتكم في مكة المكرمة, حيث الصلوات مضاعفة والحسنات مضاعفة. الحسنة ب100,000 times 100,000, صح؟ الحسنة في مكة. فكم 100,000 أخذت ما شاء الله تبارك الله. فأنتم في أرض, مكان في كل الدنيا. When they want to pray, they have to the direction to this place where you are now. أرض بها البيت المحرم قبلة للعالمين له المساجد تعدله. حرم حرام أرضه وصيوده والصيد في كل البلاد محلل. وبمكة الحسنات ضُعف أجرها وبها المسيء من الخطايا يغسل. الحمد لله. شكرا لكم، شكرا لعميدنا المميز الدكتور صالح، شكرا. أنا نفسي أقول اسم كل واحد، يعني I want to, represent everybody by his name, but it's very difficult for me. And it was my mistake. ولكن أهلا بكم جميعا، ما شاء الله، من أوروبا، من أمريكا، من قطر، من الإمارات، وإن شاء الله رايحين نتقابل مرة ومرة، وعلى الخير نلتقي. ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب. شكرا.
I don't have a speech, actually. Okay. I don't have a speech, but I just would like to say one thing, or one last thing. Believe me, guys, without the support of His Excellency Dr. Bakri Assas, this wasn't happened ever. So please, this for you, Doctor. So please.
planını yapmak lazım. Yarın inşallah prosesine değerli من واضح هذا المكتب نص شاشة
We organize this conference, so we work together quite closely. Have you met him?
No.
Arju.
Oh, it's nice meeting you.
Risk management, Durham University.
Yes, okay.
Capital market.
Okay, capital market and capital structures. Oh, I'm working on this.
See? And he's a converti like you. He's a conventional.
I'm converted to Islamic finance later on. Okay. Nice meeting you. Same here, sir. I started my career in this investment banks. 6+ years and then academia, and within academia corporate finance at SES.
And just he converted to you, huh?
Yeah, somehow.
No, his own, the vice from
Somehow.
the inside. You know?
Ah, all right. Okay. Converted to this.
Okay, you had a vice for.
So let's hope. Currently, it's a critical work and trying to see where now that aggregated level, policy level, policy shifts are.
تفضل يا دكتور.
Well,
كل شيء عندي ابغى ادفع.
يوم ذا يفهم.
غشت الحق خلاص.
يبي ينين؟
بس دقيقة.
واجبتك.
خلينا بس خلينا.
أبى الحق دكاترة خلينا الحق. دقيقة خلينا الحق لك إياه.
من هو؟
والله عذرين. يبدي ليه؟